Counter-Rev Audio. February 2022. Leviathan and Its Enemies, Mass Organization and Managerial Power in 20th-Century America by Samuel T. Francis. Published by Washington Summit Publishers in 2016. Chapter 6. The Consolidation of the Managerial Regime. Democratic and aristocratic tendencies of elites. By the end of World War II, managerial groups in the United States had succeeded in establishing mass organizations by which they could displace the bourgeois elite and dominate mass society. In the economy, managerially controlled mass corporations and unions replaced individually owned and operated firms as the dominant structures. In the state, the election of 1932 returned to power an administration that sought to convert the bourgeois government into a bureaucratic managerial state, and the onset of World War II encouraged the development of the mass state by increasing its size, budget, personnel, and range of functions, and by securing the moral and emotional allegiance of the mass population to it. The managerial state was increasingly fused with the structures of managerial capitalism, was controlled by a bureaucratic elite led by a Caesarist political figure in alliance with the mass population and in an adversarial relationship to the bourgeois elite and its social and political institutions, and was animated and rationalized by a teleocratic and melioristic ideology that expressed the interests of the managerial elite as a whole. In the media of communication, mass organizations in the form of mass universities, periodicals and newspapers, and broadcasting and film provided structures by which the intellectual and verbalist class obtained rewards from and provided vital educational and ideological services to the managerial elite in the state and economy, and similar structures developed in the churches and other mass organizations of culture and communication. The Second World War, with its far-reaching coordination of diverse sectors of social, political, economic, and intellectual life, served to integrate or fuse the managerial elites of state, economy, and culture, to increase the need for their functions and services, and to establish them as a unified and dominant group in American society. The bourgeois elite, of course, did not disappear. It retained considerable wealth through the persistence of smaller but often highly lucrative entrepreneurial firms under bourgeois control. It also retained considerable political power at state and local levels and in the Congress, though it was unable to coordinate its diversified and localized power bases effectively to acquire national power or to control the presidency and the executive bureaucracy. Hence, its political power was largely negative. It was able to resist or modify the implementation of the managerial agenda, but it was not able to initiate or implement its own agenda. Culturally and intellectually, the bourgeois elite increasingly lost control of the larger universities, foundations, churches, and newspapers and periodicals, and the intelligentsia within them, and its ideology of entrepreneurial capitalism, neutralist and constitutionalist state, and a bourgeois ethic of socially rooted individualism was increasingly criticized, discarded, and ridiculed by the exponents of managerial liberalism. Nevertheless, in smaller colleges, newspapers, and churches, bourgeois ideology often persisted and provided for some parts of the mass population a credible and coherent perspective by which managerial initiatives could be resisted and bourgeois resentments against the new elite and its regime could be expressed. The retention of a power base by the bourgeois groups in American society made possible a continuing though never very prospering struggle for power within the managerial regime between the remnants of the bourgeois elite, now largely demoted to the status of a sub-elite, and the increasingly ascendant and unified managerial elite. The continuing struggle for power by the bourgeois forces never prospered because they were unable to take control of the dominant managerial organizations that alone could discipline and accommodate the mass population and its interactions. The individually operated and controlled and locally based social forces of the bourgeois sub-elite were simply unable to function on the scale and with the efficiency of managerially controlled organizations. Without the managerial and technical skills necessary to operate and control mass organizations, bourgeois forces were unable to attract the mass following, generate and organize the massive financial resources, or reformulate their ideology into the more attractive and sophisticated forms that a successful power struggle required. Moreover, as the managerial elite consolidated its power, the financial and political rewards it offered tended to attract the most able and aggressive elements of the bourgeoisie into its ranks. By acquiring and professionally using managerial skills, the best of the bourgeoisie were assimilated into the managerial elite. The bourgeois elements that did not acquire such skills and become assimilated tended to be the less competent, the less aggressive and ambitious, and the more marginal members of the bourgeois sub-elite, and the managerial ascendancy thus tended to reinforce itself by the ability of the managerial regime to draw off and assimilate its most challenging opponents. The persistence of bourgeois power as an oppositional but largely subordinate force within the managerial regime was not sufficient to prevent the effective consolidation of power by the new elite. This consolidation involved a modification of the ideology and behavior of the managerial class that reflected its transition from a rising social force, in opposition to the bourgeois order, to a unified and dominant elite. An elite that has acquired power does not and cannot continue to think and act in the same way that it did when it was seeking power. Gaetano Mosca's discussion of what he called the aristocratic and democratic tendencies in elites or ruling classes in many respects corresponds to the differences in behavior and ideology that distinguish emerging elites from elites that have established their dominance. On the one hand, Mosca noted, there is in ruling classes or elites a democratic tendency, the tendency to replenish ruling classes from below, to recruit new members for the elite from social strata outside it. On the other hand, there is also an aristocratic tendency of stabilizing political power and social influence in certain families. The democratic tendency, in Mosca's view, is more likely to prevail in unsettled times, when new manners of thinking and feeling are undermining the old concepts on which the structure of social rankings have been based, when scientific and technical progress have created new ways of making money or produced changes in military organization, or even when a shock from outside has forced a nation to rally all the energies and capacities which, in quiet times, would have remained in a potential state. In the absence of such shocks or challenges to an elite and its institutions and ideology, the aristocratic tendency prevails. Everywhere, the moment the old barrier has been cast down, a new one has been raised in its place, perhaps lower at times and less bristling with brambles and thorns, but high enough and hard enough to cross to offer fairly serious obstacles to anyone disposed to leap over it. Everywhere, those who have reached the top rungs on the social ladder have set up defenses for themselves and their children against those who also wish to climb. The tendency to stabilize social control and political power manifests itself in a number of ways that contrast with the manifestations of the democratic tendency that is associated with a rising social force or emerging elite. The ideology of an emerging elite will tend to be skeptical and confrontational, to challenge the ideas, values, and institutions of the old elite openly and boldly, and to assert the value of change, innovation, and progress. The ideology of the same social force, once it has acquired power, will tend to mute its skepticism and confrontational aspects and to emphasize consensus, legitimacy, the value of institutional continuity and stability, and pride in the achievements of the new elite, which will adapt its ideology to serve its new interests by seeking to legitimize and stabilize its apparatus of power and its pursuit of its interests. Similarly, an emerging elite will tend to make use of Caesarism and the mass loyalties that a charismatic leader inspires to challenge the established institutions of the incumbent elite, and it will make use of an ally with a mass political base to overcome the resistance and inertia of the incumbents. Once the emerging elite has established its power, however, it will seek to institutionalize its dominance in more permanent and stable forms that are not dependent on a charismatic leader, and it will tend increasingly to abandon or modify Caesarism as a tactic in favor of stabilized institutions under its own control. Finally, an emerging elite will typically encourage new forces of social, political, economic, and cultural dynamism. It will criticize the old elite for failing to meet challenges, threats, and problems, and for shrinking from innovation and expansion. The emerging elite, depending on the resources available to it, will instigate economic growth, cultural and scientific progress, and territorial expansion in the form of exploration, colonization, or imperialism. Once the emerging elite has established its power, however, it will seek to stabilize its position and will tend to avoid challenges and to become risk-aversive. It will seek to limit economic growth, will become cautious and skeptical toward new ideas and new forms of cultural expression, and will incline toward withdrawal or isolationism rather than toward expansionism. An elite that has established itself in power no longer perceives an interest in encouraging innovation and dynamism because these create new opportunities for rival groups to acquire power and develop new resources, inventions, sources of wealth, and ideas that are not under the control of the elite and may threaten its position. Perhaps the most important and most general change in the behavior of an elite after its transition from an emergent to a dominant position is its tendency to constrain the development of new social forces that it does not control and to limit the opportunities for such forces to obtain power and its rewards. In short, the interest of a rising elite lies in breaking up the institutions, ideologies, and social formations of an old elite that constitute obstacles to its aspirations. But once it has succeeded in overcoming these obstacles and has gained power as a new elite, its interest lies in consolidating, stabilizing, and legitimizing its own institutions, ideologies, and social formations to prevent new social forces from challenging its power or forcing it to share power. In some respects, the phase of consolidation into which new elites enter after they have acquired dominance resembles the Thermidorian reaction, noted by Crane Brinton as convalescence from the fever of revolution, and which comes as naturally to societies in revolution as an ebbing tide. In an extreme form, if the aristocratic or stabilizing tendencies of the elite continue, they may eventually result in cultural, social, economic, and political stagnation and in the accumulation of resentments and frustrations on the part of groups outside the elite that cannot find satisfaction for their own interests and aspirations. Such groups will then challenge the old elite and seek to replace it as a new dominant minority. It is this process of replacement that Pareto called the circulation of elites. The early 20th century was clearly an unsettled time, when new ideas, scientific inventions, ways of making money, and methods of economic and political organization were undermining the stability and integrity of the bourgeois elite and its order and were creating opportunities for a rival social force based on the control of managerial skill and mass organizations. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the bourgeois elite in the Western world began to exhibit signs of the aristocratic tendency, and it was challenged by the rise of a new social force in the form of the emergent managerial elite. By the end of World War II in the United States, the new social force had established itself as a new elite, and its interests now consisted in setting up defenses for its new power and in preventing other groups from dislodging or challenging it. The managerial elite itself then began to exhibit the signs of the aristocratic tendency and to enter a phase of legitimization, consolidation, and stabilization. Yet the peculiar characteristics of the soft managerial elite cause it to behave, even during its consolidation phase, in ways that are not commonly found in most elites of the past. Unlike the elites of the prescriptive and bourgeois orders, the managerial elite does not depend for its dominant position on the transmission of power to its physical descendants. Kinship bonds, whether of the extended kinship networks of prescriptive elites or of the nuclear family of the bourgeois era, mean little to the soft managerial elite because it cannot transmit the managerial and technical skills that are the basis of its power to future generations, as members of prescriptive and bourgeois elites could transmit noble status and hard property in land or commercial wealth to their descendants. The managerial elite depends in part on dematerialized property, which is essential to managerial capitalism, and its members acquire status through merit, i.e., the ability to acquire and make professional use of managerial skills, rather than through the exercise and development of the bourgeois ethic and its productive virtues or through hereditary lineage. For both prescriptive and bourgeois elites, the aristocratic tendency involved efforts to ensure the transmission of power to their descendants. For the managerial elite, the aristocratic tendency involves inheritance on a relatively minor scale. What is far more important for the managers is to perpetuate mass organizations, the operation and control of which involve proficiency in managerial skills, as the structures through which power in mass society is acquired, and to prevent the rise of alternative structures and social forces that might engender new forms of power outside or opposed to managerial dominance. Thus, the managerial elite supports policies that undermine the independence of localized and small-scale bourgeois institutions and have the effect of stifling trends away from mass organizations and reliance on managerial skills. As long as mass organizations are dominant, the elite that operates and directs them will itself be dominant. Secondly, unlike most elites of the past, the managerial elite is not concerned to limit its own size or restrict its membership. Indeed, the nature of mass society and mass organization involves a continuing expansion in organizational size and scale, and therefore also a continuing expansion in the size of the elite. The smaller scale of pre-managerial societies, the scarcity of resources, and the limited availability of power restricted the size of pre-managerial elites and created an interest on the part of their members in excluding newcomers from access to their ranks and privileges. Hence, in pre-managerial society, not only inheritance but also education, taste, manners, appearance, dress, language, the uses of leisure, and comportment were significant means of demarcating members of the elite from the non-elite and in excluding the latter from the institutions and rewards of the elite. Such oligarchical devices are far less important for the managerial elite, though they do exist, and in fact contradict its professed standards of meritocracy, according to which inclusion in the elite derives from proficiency in managerial skills and not from what it formally regards as the irrelevant, superficial, and obsolete mannerisms and standards of previous elites. Moreover, the capacity of the managerial economy for mass production and consumption removes the factor of scarcity in limiting the size of the elite. Managers therefore have little interest in restricting the availability of managerial expertise or of its material and social rewards, and they in fact have an interest in expanding their availability. The managerial elite also differs from most elites of the past in that it can never become a genuinely conservative or stabilizing force. Unlike landed elites, for example, which possess a strong vested interest in preserving the status quo and resisting social change that would threaten the value of their land or its social and political importance, the managerial elite rests on innovation and its control. Thus, the bureaucracy of the state in designing and implementing social engineering programs, the intelligentsia of the mass organizations of culture and communication, which designs, explains, debates, criticizes, and often assists in managing such programs, and the technostructure of the managerial corporations, which promotes change through technological innovation, mass production and consumption, and the social mobility and ferment that accompany and characterize managerial capitalism. All acquire and preserve their power as elites through the promotion and manipulation of innovation. The change that the managerial elite promotes is not, however, open-ended or infinite. It has no interest in changes that would jeopardize or constrain mass organizations and their functioning or would restrict its own power and rewards. It is principally interested in changes that erode the bourgeois order and its remnants in the moral and cultural fabric, since the elimination of the localized, private, individualized, and small-scale institutions and the abandonment of the bourgeois ethic assist the functioning of the cosmopolitan, collective, public, and massive structures of the managerial regime. Hence, there are limits to the open society, progress, and pluralism that the regime promotes. Nevertheless, the dynamism of the managerial regime, its encouragement of continuous and perpetual innovation consistent with the interests of its elite and its inability to stabilize itself permanently, means that its phase of consolidation can be only temporary. It may rest periodically, but sooner or later it must resume the burden of innovation if its elite is to continue to obtain the rewards and power that yield social and political dominance. Finally, the elites of the soft managerial regimes tend to be composed of Pareto's class I residues, foxes, and hence they tend to avoid the use of force and its psychological and intellectual correlates in consolidating their power and position and to rely instead on manipulative skills. All elites, of course, make use of coercion to some extent, and the managerial elite of the soft regimes has at its disposal an immense amount of police and military power as well as the legal mechanisms and institutions of the state, which ultimately rests on force. Nevertheless, whereas pre-managerial elites composed of Class II residues, lions, often did not hesitate to consolidate their power by the use of force exile, imprisonment, torture, capital and corporal punishment, the use of secret police and inquisitions, and military suppression, the soft managerial elites have a disposition to consolidate their power by manipulation to discredit their rivals and opponents by verbalist propaganda, to deceive them and their potential supporters, to negotiate or compromise with them, to co-opt and assimilate them within the managerial regime, or to create legal and administrative barriers to their ascendancy. Only in extreme situations, when opponents of the regime have initiated violence on a scale or in a way that threatens it, will the soft managerial elite resort to the use of force to suppress challenges. These distinctive characteristics of the soft managerial elite mean that the process by which it consolidates its power in several respects does not resemble the process of consolidation that other kinds of elites exhibit. The consolidation of managerial power does not involve efforts to transmit power, wealth, and status by inheritance or within a kinship bond, nor does it ordinarily involve efforts to restrict the size of the elite, to identify it and demarcate its membership by visible symbols, to resist social change in general, or to suppress its rivals by force. The ideology, psychological predispositions, and structural interests of the managerial elite tend to militate against the use of such devices and mechanisms to consolidate power. Instead, the managerial elite consolidates its power by the perpetuation of mass organizations and their meritocratic hierarchies and by the systematic manipulation of its rivals and potential rivals, and this means of consolidation is far more congruent with the psychology, beliefs, values, and interests of the soft managerial elite than those used by older elites in the past. The managerial elite in the United States began to manifest the signs of an aristocratic tendency in its own distinctive way in the post-World War II era. The principal need of the elite in this period was to consolidate and stabilize its predominance, to perpetuate and institutionalize its power and the mass organizations on which its power rested, and to legitimize its power with an ideology that reflected its dominant position and was credible to the mass population. In virtually every respect, intellectually and culturally, politically, and economically, the period from the late 1940s through the late 1950s exhibited the characteristics of an elite stabilizing and consolidating its organized dominance. The ideology of managerial consolidation. Managerial ideology in the period of consolidation was diffused throughout the mass organizations of culture and communication, and disseminated throughout the mass population by the intelligentsia that staffed these organizations, and the ideology itself underwent an adaptation that was appropriate to the dominant position of the elite it rationalized. The progressivist liberalism of the early 20th century was an ideology of challenge and conflict that questioned and rejected the dominant institutions and values of the bourgeois order and articulated a view of man and the world profoundly different from that of bourgeois and traditional systems of thought. Progressivist liberalism incorporated into a coherent body the optimistic and environmentalist premises of the hedonistic, cosmopolitan, meliorist, and scientistic ideas and values that constituted the public ethic of managerial society, and it also rationalized, in a form generally consistent with these ideas, the emergence of mass organizations, their operation and direction by managerial elites, and their anti-bourgeois organizational imperatives. The ideology of progressivist liberalism was radical and destabilizing in its implications, however. Regardless of the utility of such implications in the period when emergent managerial forces were challenging the dominance of the bourgeois elite, they were not useful once the managerial elite had largely displaced the bourgeoisie as the predominant group in national political, economic, and cultural life. The adaptation that managerial liberalism underwent in the period of managerial consolidation therefore in several respects retreated from, muted, suspended, qualified, or moderated the radical and destabilizing premises of earlier liberal ideology. The result was what came to called consensus liberalism, a system of ideas in political theory, economics, sociology, and historiography that performed the function of rationalizing the regime of mass organizations and their managerial elites, but did so without emphasizing, and sometimes by actually questioning or rejecting, the intellectual premises, ideas, and values of progressivist liberalism. The explicit and overt retention of progressivist elements in the ideology of the dominant managerial elite would not have served the interests of the elite in a period when its principal need was to consolidate rather than to continue to expand its social dominance. The discovery or invention of other, less destabilizing premises to justify the regime was a necessary part of its consolidation. The principal architects of consensus liberalism, Arthur Schlesinger, Jr. and Reinhold Niebuhr in political thought, John Kenneth Galbraith in economics, Louis Hortz, Richard Hofstadter, and Daniel Bell in historiography and sociology, among many others, exhibited a number of common themes in their writings: a skeptical attitude toward the optimistic and environmentalist view of man and its melioristic and social engineering implications that had characterized managerial liberalism in its emergent, progressivist phase, a commitment, despite this skepticism, to the institutions and policies created by the managerial revolution and its political expression in the New Deal and Fair Deal, an effort to justify such institutions, large corporations and unions, the centralized activist state, and the mass organizations of culture and communication, not as hostile to the bourgeois order, as in progressivism, but as its continuation and fulfillment, a belief that the structures of the managerial regime established and sustained a pluralistic, political and economic order in which participant social and political groups shared a national or public consensus, and the belief that this order was the culmination of the American tradition, and a preference for pragmatism and a rejection of ideology. Consensus liberalism thus did not emphasize the relativism, optimism, and environmentalism and their meliorist, hedonistic, cosmopolitan, and scientific implications and correlates that constituted progressivist liberalism. In some cases, consensus liberals explicitly criticized or rejected such progressivist elements, though often they retained these ideas in a hidden or latent form. Niebuhr, indeed, went further than most consensus liberals in endorsing the idea of original sin against that of human perfectibility and in modifying the scientism and technocratic social engineering of progressivist ideology. This technocratic approach to problems of history, he wrote, which erroneously equates the mastery of nature with the mastery of historical destiny, in turn accentuates a very old failing in human nature, the inclination of the wise, or the powerful, or the virtuous, to obscure and deny the human limitations in all human achievements and pretensions. Schlesinger and other liberal writers of the period also referred sympathetically to original sin and saw confirmation of similar pessimistic views of man in Freudian psychology and existentialist philosophy. This pessimism, anti-utopianism, and skepticism toward the application of science to human social arrangements led consensus liberals to an alternative justification of the managerial regime. Unlike progressivist liberals, who generally favored concentrated power as an instrument for social amelioration, consensus liberals expressed skepticism toward concentrated and unbalanced power. The mass structures of the regime would not lead to human and social perfection, but were the result of the pragmatic recognition of the need to balance large concentrations of political, social, and economic power that had developed in the course of the 20th century. As Niebuhr wrote, "The justice which we have established in our society has been achieved, not by pure individualism, but by collective action. We have balanced collective social power with collective social power. In order to prevail against our communist foe, we must continue to engage in vast collective ventures, subject ourselves to far-reaching national and international disciplines, and we must moderate the extravagance of our theory by the soberness of our practice." The muting of progressivist premises, then, did not in the consensus liberal ideology suggest the repudiation of mass organization or the restoration of bourgeois individualism or even a suspicion that the New Deal and managerial changes may have created new unbalanced concentrations of power. On the contrary, consensus liberalism accepted the irreversibility of the revolution of mass and scale and its organizational imperatives. To John Kenneth Galbraith, the managerial revolution and the rise of oligopolistic concentrations of economic power in the corporations necessitated the development of countervailing powers in the form of other mass organizations, mass unions, large and powerful retail enterprises, and producers' goods markets such as the large firms in the automobile industry. The oligopoly of managerial capitalism made obsolete the pluralistic model of competition by many small firms in the bourgeois economy, and in order to preserve the restraints on and balancing of private economic power that bourgeois competition permitted, the countervailing power of mass economic structures was required. When such countervailing structures did not develop, it was the business of the mass state to create them. "We can now see," wrote Galbraith, "that a large part of the state's new activity, the farm legislation, labor legislation, minimum wage legislation, is associated with the development of countervailing power. As such, it is neither adventitious nor abnormal. The government action supports or supplements a normal economic process. Steps to strengthen countervailing power are not, in principle, different from steps to strengthen competition." In the view of consensus liberalism, then, the revolution of mass and scale and the rise of mass organizations in the economic and political orders were not threats to the pluralism and limitation of power that characterized the bourgeois order and its classical liberalism, but were a continuation and a fulfillment, with adaptations to historical circumstances, of bourgeois liberal values and beliefs. To Niebuhr, the Jeffersonian liberalism that rejected the power of the state was now outmoded and had become the political formula of the privileged classes of the bourgeois order. A realistic appreciation of the factor of power in social life, however, accomplished the purpose of classical liberalism in preserving freedom and social justice. We have managed to achieve a tolerable justice in the collective relations of industry by balancing power against power and equilibrating the various competing social forces of society. The rise of the labor movement has been particularly important in achieving this result, for its organization of the power of the workers was necessary to produce the counterweight to the great concentrations of economic power which justice requires. The American democracy, as every other healthy democracy, had learned to use the more equal distribution of political power, inherent in universal suffrage, as leverage against the tendency toward concentration of power in economic life. Culminating in the New Deal, national governments, based upon an alliance of farmers, workers and middle classes, have used the power of the state to establish minimal standards of welfare in housing, social security, health services, etc. The same perception of the managerial regime as a pluralistic and self-balancing economic, political, and social order underlies Daniel Bell's criticism of C. Wright Mills and James Burnham. Except in a vague, ideological sense, there are relatively few political issues on which the managerial elite is united, wrote Bell, who argued that the divergent interests of managers in state and corporation contributed to the pluralistic balancing of power. Sociologist Arnold Rose developed a pluralistic depiction of American society, which he termed the multi-influence hypothesis, as an alternative to the economic elite dominant theory of Mills, Floyd Hunter, and their school. The pluralism, described by consensus liberals in American society, government, and economy found theoretical precedents in the observations of de Tocqueville on intermediary institutions, as restraints on power, and in the checks and balances of James Madison. American society in Bell's view was not a mass society composed of lonely, isolated individuals, but rather exhibited a broad range of voluntary associations and pressure groups, ethnic group organizations, and diversified cultural associations. Such institutions not only diversified society and prevented its cultural homogenization, but also in their competition for political influence maintained a pluralistic balance of power in society. The competition was restrained by procedures that governed its conduct and by limited goals that constituted the rewards of competition. The historic contribution of liberalism, wrote Bell, was to separate law from morality. Following the Reformation and its religious wars, in his view, no group, be it Catholic or Protestant, could use the state to impose its moral conceptions on all the people. These theoretical formulations of modern liberal society were completed by Kant, who, separating legality and morality, defined the former as the rules of the game. So to speak, law dealt with procedural, not substantive, issues. The latter were primary matters of conscience with which the state could not interfere. Bell's conception of pluralism was closely related to his understanding of the prevailing consensus in American society. It has been one of the glories of the United States that politics has always been a pragmatic give-and-take rather than a series of wars to the death. Democratic politics means bargaining between legitimate groups and the search for consensus. For Madison, factions, or divergence of interests, being rooted in liberty, were inevitable, and the function of the republic was to protect the causes of faction, i.e., liberty and the diversity in the faculties of men. For only through representative government can one achieve consensus and conciliation. The consensus view of American politics was supported by the historical interpretations of Louis Hortz, Daniel Boorstin, and Richard Hofstadter, among others, who rejected the progressivist historiography of Turner, Beard, and Parrington, with its emphasis on the relativism of ideas and the conflict of economic interests, and expounded a view of the American past that effectively excluded all ideologies except a tradition of liberal consensus. In Hortz's view, the absence of feudalism in early America meant an almost exclusive predominance of bourgeois liberalism in the tradition of John Locke from colonial times to the 20th century. Hence, American political history displayed no class conflicts, no doctrinaire ideologies, and no feudal reactionaries, and its culmination lay in the New Deal, the triumph and transformation of liberal reform. Richard Hofstadter in the 1948 preface to the American political tradition almost explicitly acknowledged the ideological purpose of the consensus school's revision of history in providing legitimization for the new managerial regime. Above and beyond temporary and local conflicts, there has been a common ground, a unity of cultural and political tradition, upon which American civilization has stood. That culture has been intensely nationalistic and for the most part isolationist. It has been fiercely individualistic and capitalistic. In a corporate and consolidated society demanding international responsibility, cohesion, centralization, and planning, the traditional ground is shifting under our feet. It is imperative in a time of cultural crisis to gain fresh perspectives on the past. The fresh perspectives on the past, that is, would function as the historiographical rationalizations of the emerging managerial regime. The pluralism that liberalism had historically supported was thus not entirely open. It was open only to legitimate groups, in Bell's phrase, which presumably meant those that accepted the limitations of the procedures and goals of the competitive political process and were prepared to bargain within and abide by the consensus that imposed the limits. A group that did not accept these limits, that sought to impose its moral conceptions on all the people, was an illegitimate participant in the competition. By the mid-20th century, however, the historic liberal consensus had become somewhat more narrow, as Bell expressed it. Few serious minds believe any longer that one can set down blueprints and through social engineering bring about a new utopia of social harmony. At the same time, the older counter-beliefs have lost their intellectual force as well. Few classic liberals insist that the state should play no role in the economy, and few serious conservatives, at least in England and on the continent, believe that the welfare state is the road to serfdom. In the Western world, therefore, there is today a rough consensus among intellectuals on political issues, the acceptance of a welfare state, the desirability of decentralized power, a system of mixed economy and of political pluralism. In that sense, too, the ideological age has ended. The mid-century consensus, then, consisted of acceptance of the structures of the managerial regime and their pluralistic functioning, the welfare state, mixed economy, and the decentralized power of mass organizations as described by the pragmatic, non-ideological liberalism of the era. Those groups that were not legitimate participants in the competitive process were those that did not accept the procedures and goals of the competition or did not accept the content of the managerial consensus and the legitimacy and irreversibility of the managerial regime. Such groups were, in the term habitually used by consensus liberals, extremists. The Communist Party was one such extra-consensual group, as well as other totalitarian parties, and the far-right following of Senators Taft and McCarthy was another, because these forces seemed to reject the regime as well as the rules of the competitive process in toto. Other elements that lay outside or on the fringe of the consensus were those groups, on the left, that still adhered to progressivist ideology, professed a commitment to social engineering and social amelioration, and sought to expand one sector of the regime, the state, at the expense of the others. On the right, those who rejected the managerial regime as the road to serfdom and who criticized the regulatory and interventionist functions of the managerial state were also on the fringe of the consensus. In the ideology of corporate liberalism, an ideological cluster largely identical to consensus liberalism, writes historian Ellis Hawley, radicalism and authoritarian conservatism stood outside the contest, useful chiefly as demonologies to be associated with one's opponents. While the physical suppression of the extremists, such demonologies described, was neither desirable nor possible without fundamental alterations in the structure of the state, in the 1950s and 1960s, extremism was the subject of much analysis and discussion, often in clinical terms that questioned the mental balance of the adherents of eccentric or dissident viewpoints, which tended further to delegitimize extremist criticisms of the regime and to exclude those who expressed such criticisms from political and cultural participation. Seldom did the exponents of consensus liberalism seek to refute or reply substantively to the criticisms voiced by extremists. The way to fully refute a man, wrote Louis Hortz, is to ignore him for the most part, and the only way you can do this is to substitute new fundamental categories for his own, so that you are simply pursuing a different path. The managerial regime, in the course of its period of consolidation, sought to use consensus liberalism to substitute new fundamental categories and to establish a different path along which only its elite and its adherents and supporters could travel. Those who could not adapt themselves to the new categories and travel the managerial path by virtue of their interests as social groups, their ideological commitments, or their cultural formation were effectively excluded from the pluralism and the open society of the managerial consensus, which was never as stable or as broad as its champions wanted to believe. The relatively closed consensus that the liberalism of the 1950s endorsed also connected with the elitist content of liberal ideology in this period. While progressivist liberalism had defended the political role of the masses in conflict with bourgeois elites, consensus liberalism retreated from this democratist position and exhibited a hostility toward mass political movements. In part, the change in liberal attitudes toward the common man was the result of the fear of the mass movements that had been mobilized by National Socialist and Fascist regimes in Europe and of fears of similar movements led by Joseph McCarthy and the far right in the United States. But progressivist liberalism also, despite its support for the extension of mass democracy, had contained the elements of elitism in its faith in the capacity of specially trained social engineers to reform and ameliorate society. Whatever the immediate source of the elitism of consensus liberalism, it was an idea that had precedence in progressivist thought and indeed in the liberalism of the Enlightenment. Moreover, it was highly compatible with the interests of the managerial elite as well as with the pluralism and consensus on which liberalism of the 1950s centered. The emphasis of contemporary liberal thought, wrote Peter Bachrach, a critic of consensus liberalism, in 1967, is no longer upon extending or strengthening democracy, but upon stabilizing the established system. The focus, in short, is upon protecting liberalism from the excesses of democracy rather than upon utilizing liberal means to progress toward the realization of democratic ideals. Political equilibrium is the fundamental value of the new theory. Thus, the political passivity of the great majority of the people is not regarded as an element of democratic malfunctioning, but on the contrary, as a necessary condition for allowing the creative functioning of the elite. In consensus liberal thought, mass participation in politics itself bordered on being an illegitimate intrusion of often irrelevant or destabilizing forces that distracted the elite from its implementation of the managerial agenda and created the risk of destroying the consensus, challenging the structures of the managerial regime, and endangering the fulfillment of the agenda. The retreat of consensus liberalism from progressivist and anti-bourgeois ideas and values did not, then, weaken its attachment to and defense of the managerial regime of mass organizations and their elites. Since the new elite was already dominant, though not perhaps as securely as it wanted to believe, it was unnecessary to continue to challenge bourgeois ideology, except where it persisted in movements or interests that resisted assimilation into the new regime. The process of assimilation was assisted by the depiction of the regime as an adaptation of the bourgeois and classical liberal values of balance and pluralism. Bourgeois forces that would have resisted or rejected the regime and its anti-bourgeois impetus could more easily accept it if they could be convinced that its structures and functioning were consistent with their own basic ideas and values. Managerial elements, too, if they were not comfortable with the anti-bourgeois implications of progressivist thought and the direction of the managerial forces they controlled, and if they retained an attachment to the bourgeois order, could more easily accept the dynamic of mass organization if they could believe their actions were compatible with a continuation of bourgeois interests and ideology. The process by which a new elite imitates or usurps the ideology, institutions, values, and styles of an old elite that it has replaced is not unknown in history and is analogous to the phenomenon noted by Oswald Spengler under the name of pseudomorphosis in cultural history. Just as a new culture may imitate the forms of an older civilization that it is displacing, so new elites may imitate the forms of older elites that they are supplanting. By the term historical pseudomorphosis, I propose to designate those cases in which an older alien culture lies so massively over the land that a young culture, born in this land, cannot get its breath and fails not only to achieve pure and specific expression forms, but even to develop fully its own self-consciousness. All that wells up from the depths of the young soul is cast in the old molds, young feelings stiffen in senile works, and instead of rearing itself up in its own creative power, it can only hate the distant power with a hate that grows to be monstrous. In the late 19th century, the bourgeois elite, as it consolidated its power, adopted a pseudomorphosis of the aristocratic elites of the prescriptive regimes it had earlier challenged and displaced, and a similar process appeared in the Augustan political revolution in ancient Rome. Thus, Augustus Caesar, having established his own autocratic power in Rome on the basis of a new elite, made use of the republican forms of the old regime and even of its deceased apologist, Marcus Porcius Cato, to rationalize his monarchy. Despotism, wrote historian Ronald Syme, enthroned at Rome, was arrayed in robes torn from the corpse of the Republic. Thus did the consensus liberalism of the 1950s array the new managerial regime in the ideological and rhetorical robes of the moribund bourgeois order. Yet consensus liberalism did not, for the most part, formally reject or seek to refute the scientistic, meliorist, hedonistic, and cosmopolitan premises of progressivist ideology, and the major exponents of consensus liberalism sometimes expressed similar ideas even while denying them. Thus, Arthur Schlesinger, Jr. expressed his certainty that history has equipped modern American liberalism with the ideas and the knowledge to construct a society where men will be both free and happy, an affirmation that was essentially indistinguishable from the meliorist and utopian ideas he sought to moderate. Similarly, Niebuhr, while criticizing the idea of a world state as impractical, nevertheless endorsed a form of cosmopolitanism as essential to modern American global responsibilities. Modern technical achievements, he wrote, have accentuated the interdependence of men and nations, and the strategy of bringing power under social and political review is a possibility for the international community, even in its present nascent form. It is a wholesome development for America and the world that the United Nations is becoming firmly established, not so much as an institution but as an organ in which even the most powerful of the democratic nations must bring their policies under the scrutiny of world public opinion. Daniel Bell also harbored presuppositions closely related to meliorist and cosmopolitan ideas. He criticized aristocratic and romantic theories of mass society on the grounds that they reflect a narrow conception of human potentialities, and he noted, in contemptuous tones, among the middle-sized business concerns more of which are predominantly family enterprises, the resistance to governmental intervention in the economy and the resentment of social change. The very amorphousness of society, the rise of new and threatening interest groups, the emergence of social movements and of ideologies heightened the anxieties of people who, within their small ponds, once had power and now find themselves in the currents of swift-moving streams. It is among this group that one finds the fierce Taft partisans, the crabbed, small-town, mind. Galbraith praised the opulence of the American economy as the basis for the social reforms of the managerial state. The costs of free education, social security, assistance to farmers and like measures of domestic welfare have been deeply disguised by the general increase in income, and opulence thus provided a basis for the hedonistic ethic of mass consumption and the satisfaction of material wants by the social programs of the managerial state, as did Keynesian economic theory in general. The root evil, to Keynes, wrote Bell, was the bourgeois virtue of thrift, the penny wisdom of Gladstonian finance. And the necessary intellectual task of the generation was to exorcise that ghost. Keynes's great work on the general theory of employment, interest and money was not only an economic tract but equally a savage sociological polemic against the Puritanism, which has neglected the arts of production as well as those of enjoyment. Keynesian theory, with its reliance on mathematical analysis of the economy and its commitment to centralized economic planning, presupposed much of the scientism of progressivist ideology, and indeed consensus liberalism itself was largely the construct of social scientists, who tended to regard their own beliefs as scientific while sociologizing and psychologizing contrary ideas expressed by bourgeois dissidents. While a Christian realist, like Niebuhr, was more skeptical of scientism and the technocratic mentality, the social scientists among the exponents of consensus liberalism generally presupposed a tacit faith in the application of science to social arrangements for the goal of gradual and managerially directed social change. Consensus liberalism generally performed two major functions for the managerial regime in the period of its consolidation. First, it legitimized the regime in terms acceptable to bourgeois elements by presenting the regime and its functioning as a continuation and fulfillment, with adaptations, of bourgeois liberalism. It thus served to minimize social conflict between the dominant managerial elites and the remnants of the bourgeois order, to disguise the conflicts between them that actually persisted, and to assimilate elements with bourgeois attachments into the consensus on which the regime operated. Second, consensus liberalism sought to limit or stabilize the expansion of the mass organizations of the regime and to communicate the need for stabilization to the elite itself in all sectors. The ideology of consensus liberalism also instructed the various sectors of the regime that their interests were secure only in their relationships with the other sectors and could be effectively pursued only if the interests of the other sectors could also be satisfied and if the mass organizations of one sector did not dominate and exclude the others. It was the common recognition of this mutual interdependence that constituted the core of the consensus to which liberalism appealed. The pluralistic consensus served to exclude from the dominant culture and the political process those groups that did not defer to and accept managerial interests. The consensus was thus limited largely to the mass organizations and their elites and to those groups that were attached to or accepted their permanent dominance and imperatives. Those groups and social forces that did not accept or defer to managerial interests and their ideology were excluded, ignored, or analyzed in terms that effectively delegitimized their participation in the open society and discouraged their aspirations to significant power. Consensus liberalism, then, served the interests of the managerial elite in its period of consolidation, just as progressivist liberalism had served its interests in the course of its period of emergence in the early part of the century and in the Depression and Second World War. American progressives in the post-war era who expressed disappointment or bitterness at the retreat of liberalism from the continuation of the aggressive pace of its reforms failed to understand the political and social functions that liberalism performed as an ideology of the managerial elite. Their failure is hardly surprising, since the progressivist understanding of the social functions of ideas was largely applied only to the ideologies of their opponents, and they normally failed to apply their skepticism toward bourgeois ideologies and formulas to their own liberal ideas. The social and political meaning of liberalism and its rise in the 20th century was not the promotion of social justice, reform, or the other values that it overtly professed, however, but rather the rationalization of the emergence and consolidation of social, economic, and political power by the new social force of the managerial elite that found the ideology of liberalism useful to its own aspirations and interests. It is doubtful that liberalism of any kind, progressivist or consensus, would have enjoyed much success had its ideas and proposals not been congruent with the interests of an ascendant and eventually dominant social force. In this respect, liberalism was as much of a mask for interests as were the bourgeois ideologies and moral codes that it criticized and rejected. Economic, cultural, and political consolidation. Just as changes in managerial ideology in the post-war era reflected changes in the interests of the managerial elite, so corresponding developments in the mass state, economy, and culture of managerial society generated a style of behavior that was characteristic of an elite in a period of consolidation. The managerial elite consolidated its power and position by perpetuating the national and even international dominance of the mass organizations it controlled, and the process of consolidation involved retaining the organizational and policy framework of the New Deal, adapting it to the more normal economic and international circumstances of the late 1940s and 1950s, and developing ideological rationalizations for it through the consensus liberalism that prevailed in this era. In the economy, legislation and policies that encouraged and sustained oligopoly, concentration, and massive scale and contributed further to the fusion of state and economy perpetuated the mass corporations and unions as the dominant organizational forms. Although the managerial elites of corporations and unions retained mutual antagonisms and distrust, and though they disagreed strongly over the content of economic policy, a consensus between them evolved in the period of consolidation that balanced their interests and tended to reconcile them to acceptance of a framework of legislation and policies that reflected the basic interests of each group. In the culture, increasing subsidization by government and the development of mass media in corporate and bureaucratic forms perpetuated the dominance of the mass organizations of culture and communication and enabled them to resist challenges from smaller organizations that were not under managerial control. In the state itself, the bureaucratic elite of the executive branch consolidated its power by routinizing the charismatic authority of managerial Caesarism into a permanent bureaucratic structure that operated according to managerial interests and imperatives and became the central organ of the fused economic political cultural apparatus that constituted the managerial regime. In the period of consolidation, then, the state served as the principal structure by which the dominance of the mass organizations of the regime was perpetuated. The economy that emerged from the end of the Depression and the Second World War exhibited increasingly oligopolistic trends, was dominated by mass corporations and labor unions, and operated quite differently from, and was adverse to the interests and values of, the entrepreneurial capitalism of the bourgeois order. In industry after industry, writes Robert Heilbronner, economies of large-scale production have brought about a situation in which a few large producers divide the market among themselves. In the absence of a multitude of competing small firms, the competitive economy of the bourgeois order, the relevance of the bourgeois ethic, the values of which were centered on competition, and the power of consumers to determine allocation of resources and the prices of goods and services all ceased to pertain. In oligopolistic markets, the preeminent large firms determine prices, and smaller firms within the industry follow their lead. Although competition continues to exist among large firms, it does not resemble entrepreneurial competition, in which the bourgeois virtues of frugality, foresight, prudence, utility, and deferral of gratification reinforced economic incentives to lower the costs of production for the purpose of underselling competing firms. The incentives as well as the mentality of modern corporate managers thus differ from those of bourgeois entrepreneurs. In Heilbronner's description, he knew management now adopted a new strategy for corporate growth, or rather, abandoned an old one. Advances in technology, changes in product design, vigorous advertising, the wooing of businesses to be acquired in other fields, all these provided ample outlets for the managerial impulse toward expansion. But one mode of growth, the mode that the founders of the great enterprises had never hesitated to use, was now ruled out. Growth was no longer to be sought by the direct, head-on competition of one firm against another in terms of price. In the absence of consumer control of allocation of the factors of production and of prices, the great corporations today do not merely fill the wants of consumers. They themselves help to create these wants by massive efforts to interest the public in buying the products they manufacture. The need of oligopolistic economies to create wants, to stimulate demand, is the economic basis of the hedonistic ethic that animates the system of mass production and consumption, and the origin of the imperative of managerial capitalism to erode the more restrictive and ascetic values of the bourgeois moral and cultural order. It also is the source of the imperative of managerial economic structures to fuse with the mass state in formulating policies that will sustain the level of aggregate demand through the manipulation of fiscal and monetary policy and provision of an income floor for the stimulation of mass consumption and, at the same time, to fuse with and rely on mass media for the dissemination of propaganda for their mass products in the form of advertising and public relations. Mass labor unions, themselves integrated with the state through New Deal labor legislation, play an important role under oligopolistic conditions, partly by increasing the purchasing power of their members but also by helping to eliminate the competition of smaller firms and by encouraging concentration. As Daniel Bell wrote in the 1950s, in oligopolistic markets, i.e., in industries dominated by a few giant firms, the unions eliminate wages as a competitive factor by pattern bargaining, that is, by imposing wage agreements on all firms in the industry. While, theoretically, bargaining is still done with individual firms, in practice, as is seen in the case of steel, the agreement is industry-wide. In the highly competitive or unit-size fields, the unions have stepped in and provided a monopoly structure to the market, limiting the entry of firms into the industry, establishing price lines, etc. This has been true most notably in the coal industry, in the garment industry, and in the construction trades. Mass corporations and unions and their leadership thus share common interests in perpetuating their organizational and operational scale and in carrying out the imperatives of massive scale in the encouragement of concentration, the integration of state and economy, the oligopolistic control of prices and markets, the stimulation of mass demand, and the abandonment of bourgeois ideology and moral codes that restrict and constrain these imperatives. Moreover, the leadership that emerged in mass labor unions in the post-war period itself resembled the managerial elite in the corporations. The shift in favor of what the public thought of as the economic and political power of labor meant in actuality a shift in favor of the power of the management of labor unions. There had already developed the same kind of potential divergence of interest between the managements of labor unions and the rank and file as had developed between the management of corporations and the stockholders. Once entrenched, the management of a national labor union customarily perpetuated itself. Members of the managerial hierarchy almost never became ordinary workers again. Thus, labor unions were acted upon by the same forces that tend to perpetuate the power of managerial groups in almost all organizations, including cooperatives and farm organizations. The common interests shared by the managerial elites of mass unions and corporations served to unite them against the dissimilar interests of smaller entrepreneurial firms. Although the elites of unions and corporations were comparatively slow to perceive their common interests, and although each in the post-war period often demanded more power than the other could afford to grant, the decade following the end of World War II witnessed the development of a consensus between the leadership of labor and corporations that partially satisfied the interests of each. The regularization of power relations between corporate and labor elites and the basis of the consensus between them was established by legislative and policy developments that consolidated the innovations of the New Deal and further integrated the mass organizations of the economy with the mass state. New Deal interventionist and regulatory policies were adopted largely as emergency responses to the Depression, and the return of prosperity at the end of World War II led to a questioning of the need for such policies on the part of some political and business forces, as well as a demand for their continuation and extension by organized labor and its allies. The Truman administration clearly sympathized with labor, though it found itself obliged for national security and political reasons to resist the more extreme demands of the unions. The Eisenhower administration clearly supported business, though it too found compromises with labor unavoidable. The conventional dichotomies between labor and management, public and private, and government and business, however, are less meaningful than the dichotomy between managerial and mass-scale organizations, on the one hand, and bourgeois and small-scale organizations, on the other. In this perspective, both the Truman and Eisenhower administrations may be seen as the political expressions of the new managerial elite that straddled and transcended the mass corporations, the mass unions, and the mass state, and their policies questioned, criticized, and resisted by bourgeois economic and political forces reflected the interests and imperatives of the managers and worked to the disadvantage of the declining bourgeois elite and its order. The consensus within the managerial elite on economic policies that evolved in the period of consolidation retained the general framework of the New Deal and adapted and regularized it for the more normal economic and peacetime conditions of the post-war era. The consensus rejected the more extreme demands of organized labor as well as entrepreneurial and bourgeois demands for a complete elimination of New Deal interventionism, and the consensus involved the acceptance of the permanent economic and political role of labor by managerial corporations, the acceptance of a permanent and increasing role of the state in economic affairs, and the acceptance of managerial capitalism by labor and its political and ideological allies. Thus, in the Truman administration, groups such as the Committee for Economic Development, SED, and the Business Council, composed largely of representatives of the managerial corporations and their ideological and political supporters, were able to modify the original version of the Employment Act of 1946 and remove its commitment of the federal government to the guarantee of full employment, a demand of the unions. Nevertheless, the act has finally passed, committed the government to a continuing role in promoting employment, production, and purchasing power, and created the Council of Economic Advisers, CEA, as a permanent institution by which the presidency could exert power in the economy. The Employment Act, one of the truly historic pieces of American economic legislation, thus institutionalized the basis for the fusion of state and economy that the New Deal had formally inaugurated on a large scale, and it provided the foundations for further integration of state and economy in the future. The whole concept was vigorously opposed by the entrepreneurial firms that largely composed the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, and the passage of the Employment Act represents a rejection of the bourgeois concept of the limited, neutralist state and an acceptance on a permanent basis of the managerial concept of the activist, interventionist, and expansionist state. Passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1948 represented a partial victory for entrepreneurial and bourgeois forces against the power of organized labor, although the act also received the support of corporate managerial forces as an effort to restrict but not to reject labor as a part of the managerial consensus. Entrepreneurial forces originally regarded the act as a step toward the dismantling of the power that labor had acquired in the New Deal legislation of the 1930s. Once it became clear that liberal forces were unable to marshal sufficient congressional support to repeal Taft-Hartley even after unexpected Democratic victories in the 1948 elections, the alliance of convenience regarding labor relations policy between the relatively conservative NAM and Chamber of Commerce and the comparatively moderate Business Council and SED swiftly broke down. From this time forth, big business-backed organizations like the latter made no effort to expand the scope of their victories. Having used Congress to deny the post-war industrial initiative to the AFL and the CIO, larger corporations and their leaders were generally content to live with a status quo in which powerful trade unions figured prominently. Antitrust legislation enacted in 1950, the Selleck-Fover Amendment to the Clayton Act, while restricting mergers of competitors and the creation of monopolies, did nothing to reduce existing concentration and in fact encouraged the expansion of mass corporations, through mergers with non-competitive firms, into conglomerates. Moreover, the legislation served to perpetuate oligopoly by protecting existing large firms from absorption by their competitors. Between 1951 and 1960, writes Heilbronner, 1/5 of the top 1,000 corporations disappeared, absorbed within the remaining 4/5. This concentration, however, occurred in different and non-competing industries through the conglomerate merging of corporations in different markets and resulted in the stabilization of concentration within industry. Antitrust legislation and its judicial and administrative interpretation played a significant role in sustaining and perpetuating the dominance of the managerial corporations in the economy and in encouraging their tendencies to conglomeration. Legislation such as the Employment and Taft-Hartley Acts and the Selleck-Fover Amendment served to establish the managerial elite of the mass corporations and unions as the dominant forces in the economic sector of the managerial regime, though labor leaders were a lesser, limited, but assimilated element of the elite, and each group came to accept the interests of the other as a legitimate part of the managerial consensus on economic policy. The Eisenhower administration eagerly accepted and continued the consolidation of mass organizations and their elites in the economy. In President Eisenhower's mind, The federal government was there, was very big, and was going to remain big. Instead of trying to dismantle the government, it was the task of intelligent conservatives to enable the government to do its job in cooperation with private interest groups, utilizing as much private, as opposed to bureaucratic, advice as possible. Thereby, a federal government which had become big in large part as a reaction to the failures of private power would remain big in conjunction with powerful organized interest groups. For all the rhetoric of the administration about private groups and free enterprise, the conjunction of the private mass organizations of the economy and the public mass state contributed to the fusion of state and economy still further. The leading members of the Eisenhower cabinet reflected the managerial orientation of the administration. The most influential members on domestic and defense policies were George M. Humphrey, president of the M.A. Hanna Company, and Charles E. Wilson, president of General Motors, both of whom were leaders of the Business Council and became respectively secretaries of the Treasury and Defense. Although Humphrey and Wilson both retained bourgeois preconceptions in favor of balanced budgets and small, limited government, they were decidedly not businessmen of the 1920s type. They were part of the new, more adaptable managerial class, and both had taken the lead among top corporate managers in making important concessions to organized labor in 1947 and 1948. Wilson's well-known and much caricatured remark during his Senate confirmation hearings "What is good for the United States is good for the General Motors Corporation, and vice versa," reflected the orientation of the Eisenhower administration toward the interests of mass corporations, as did the advice to farmers allegedly offered by Secretary of Agriculture Ezra Taft Benson, "Get big or get out." The provisions of the Smith-Lever Act in 1955 encouraged the consolidation of large agricultural business concerns, and, in sociologist Alan Carlson's words, federal policy was reshaped, often in subtle ways, to encourage the consolidation of the surplus agrarian population into other jobs. So far from reducing the role of government in economy and society, in the course of the Eisenhower era, Eisenhower signed a major public housing law, the first civil rights law since Reconstruction, sponsored a program of federal aid to education, inaugurated an expensive new public works program in highways, and increased Social Security benefits 3 times. At the end of the decade, Americans had a national government very much like the one Truman headed while Eisenhower was still President of Colombia, a large and complex government with a wide array of social responsibilities. It intervened everywhere to promote welfare, prepare for welfare, regulate and subsidize enterprise, promote science and education. While the public rhetoric of the Eisenhower administration often reflected the bourgeois and entrepreneurial values and ideology that persisted among most Republicans and many Americans, its actual policies promoted the consolidation of the mass structures of the managerial economy, continued the interventionist and activist role of the federal government, institutionalized the apparatus of managerial control of economy and society, and helped to crystallize a consensus that reconciled the managerial elites of unions, corporations, and government to the mutual acceptance and common recognition of their shared interests. In a very real sense, wrote Eric Goldman, the Truman and the early Eisenhower years blended into one development. It was the Truman administration that began codifying New Dealism in domestic affairs, slowing down its pace, pushing its attitude only in areas of outstanding need. The Eisenhower administration, whatever its modifications, continued the codification in domestic affairs and extended the breakaways in the foreign field. The codification of the New Deal by the Truman and Eisenhower administrations in domestic and especially economic policies represented the consolidation of the power of the managerial elite in the mass economy it had come to dominate. Legislative enactments of this period perpetuated the power of mass unions and corporations and the mass state in the economy, and the acceptance of the economic and social activism of the state by the managerial elite of the corporations perpetuated the close relationship between the corporate elite and the fused political economic apparatus. The consolidation of the dominance of the mass cultural organizations in the post-war period is suggested by the dramatic increases in federal aid to education in these years. Although the Roosevelt administration increased federal grants in aid to state and local governments for educational and research purposes, the total sum provided by the federal government for these purposes increased from $25 million in 1945 to $49 million in 1951 and rose to $122 million in 1952 and to $363 million by 1960. The student population enrolled in degree programs in institutions of higher learning also increased from 1 to 3.5 million between 1944 and 1960. While the number of colleges and universities increased only slightly in the period from 1945 to 1960, the number of faculty members within them more than doubled. The federal support of educational costs for veterans in the GI Bill accounted for a large part of the expansion in the student population and thus for the increases in the scale, facilities, employees, and functions of educational institutions. Federal support for research was oriented largely to scientific and technical efforts, and the establishment of the National Science Foundation in 1950 encouraged this trend toward the development of fields essential to managerial skills and functions. Governmental grants to and contracts with universities for research and other purposes and governmental aid for the costs of education thus served to consolidate the dominance of the mass educational organizations and contributed to the concentration of cultural and intellectual life within their bureaucratized framework. The increasing level of financial support for universities by the federal government corresponded also to the needs and interests of the managerial elite in the state and corporations as well as to those of the managerial intelligentsia. It was the Manhattan Project, the V-12 program, the GI Bill of Rights, Reichsschakbasen, following close upon the participation of the academic community in the New Deal, that catapulted the university into its present headlong rush. To that momentum was added, after the war, the impetus of a world power that must continue to mobilize academic men for global advice and activity. The managerial elite in the mass media also consolidated its dominance in the post-war period, particularly through the development of the new medium of television, which quickly assumed the organizational form of the managerial corporation. Although the limited geographical range of television signals suggests the possibility of a highly localized industry, the economies of program production and the regulatory policies of the Federal Communications Commission, influenced by the interests of the major networks, created a national oligopolistic industry that depended upon a mass audience and promoted the uniformity and homogeneity of the content of programming. All of television in its first 25 years, writes Ben H. Bagdikian, was fashioned by the idea of one big national audience, with advertising, economics, and ratings attuned to audiences in multiples of 1 million, which in most communities cannot be matched by local programming. The rationale of one big national audience inevitably meant that in order to evoke and maintain the interest of so large a single audience, all national programming, and, because of its dominance in competition, all local programming, would have to find the lowest common denominator of interest, which is action, conflict, sex, violence, and entertainment of the most general kind. Because of corporate policy and its influence on regulation, television, became a medium dominated by standardized national programming. The corporate form of the television industry and the highly technical nature of production and programming contributed to the managerial control of the new medium, but the principal regulatory decision that perpetuated the dominance of mass organizations in the medium was the ruling by the FCC in 1948 to freeze applications for licensing of new television stations and to limit programming to very high-frequency (VHF) bands. The freeze was lifted in 1952. But most television sets in private homes had been designed by that time to receive only VHF transmissions. By 1964, only 10% of television sets in use were capable of receiving ultra-high frequency UHF, and stations that used UHF for broadcasting were unable to find viewers. The early restriction to VHF, which is limited to 13 channels, contributed to the dominance of the television industry by the oligopoly of 3 networks. On UHF band 70 channels are available, and the control by the major networks of 3 of the 4 to 6 VHF channels on which broadcasting is technically feasible without interference effectively prevented the development of a locally based television industry and promoted the homogenization of the content of the medium. In the shortage of channels, the earliest corporations developed monopoly and near-monopoly domination. With a small number of channels, the dominance of national programming was inevitable. The professional polish and access to talent of national organizations could not be matched by individual local stations, and for that reason the national programs would attract a larger audience. Because it could attract a larger audience, it could sell its advertising time for higher prices, which further increased the gap in resources between local and national programs. Governmental policy thus served to perpetuate the dominance of the mass media and cultural organizations, as it did that of the mass economic organizations. Politically also, The post-war era was a period of consolidation in which the formal structures of the mass state were stabilized and perpetuated. As in ideological and cultural affairs and the economy, the result was not the immediate continuation of managerial expansion but the consolidation of what the new elite had acquired. Once a new social force has become a dominant minority as an elite through the charismatic authority of a Caesarist leader, its members need, in Max Weber's words, to have their social and economic positions legitimized. They wish to see their positions transformed from purely factual power relations into a cosmos of acquired rights, and to know that they are thus sanctified. These interests comprise by far the strongest motive for the conservation of charismatic elements of an objectified nature within the structure of domination. One means by which power originally acquired by charisma is objectified or institutionalized is bureaucratization. The power that at first derived from the personal charisma of the Caesarist leader is transformed into permanent, rationalized, organized structures of administration. Following the death of Franklin Roosevelt, the principal Caesarist leader of the managerial elite, and the passing of the emergencies of war and depression that had created opportunities for his rise and the ascendancy of the managerial elite in association with him, the new elite routinized its power into the permanent structures of the federal bureaucracy and thus perpetuated its control of the mass state. Neither Harry Truman nor Dwight Eisenhower displayed the charismatic qualities of Franklin Roosevelt's public personality. Although Eisenhower was an extraordinarily popular president, the public image that he projected and cultivated was that of a decent, trustworthy, and avuncular administrator rather than that of a dynamic, self-reliant, omnipotent leader. Truman, while he often appealed to the role of spokesman for the masses that Roosevelt performed, was more successful in presenting himself as the honest common man unwillingly called to great responsibilities. The lack of charismatic qualities in both Truman and Eisenhower conjoined with the end of the war and the Depression to threaten the abandonment and dismantling of the mass state that had been created in the course of the New Deal. Such a reversal of the development of the managerial state, however, was directly contrary to the interests and aspirations of the managerial elite, which had depended on the mass political apparatus and its functions for its own power. Further expansion of the state, however, through a continuing assault on the bourgeois institutions that limited and constrained government, and through a democratist Caesarism that used the executive branch in alliance with the mass population as the spearhead of the assault on the bourgeois order, was not in the immediate interest of the managerial elite. In the late 1940s and 1950s, the principal interest of the new elite lay in preserving the expanded apparatus of the state against bourgeois counterattacks, in rationalizing and regularizing the apparatus and its functions to meet the interests and needs of each sector of the elite, in legitimizing the functions of the apparatus in the absence of war and depression, and in perpetuating the apparatus for the preservation and transmission of managerial power. In short, while the managerial elite in the period of consolidation had no interest in dismantling or reducing the expanded scale and functions of the state and its executive branch, it also had little interest in continuing the expansion of the state at the same pace as in the period of its emergence, and it principally sought to perpetuate, stabilize, and assimilate the political power it had acquired. The perpetuation of the expanded size and power of the central state was achieved through a series of legislative enactments in the post-war period. The Employment Act of 1946 established the Council of Economic Advisers, which became under Arthur Burns in the first Eisenhower administration and later under James Tobin and Walter Heller under President Kennedy, a center for Keynesian economic policy and an instrument for governmental manipulation of the economy. The Council of Economic Advisers, writes Louis M. Kohlmeyer, Jr., has become a super-economic planning bureau, and the president has become the economic as well as the political chief of state. The independent regulatory agencies created by Roosevelt were retained in the post-war era, and the Administrative Procedures Act of 1946 sought to rationalize their functions. The act tended to isolate the regulators more from the executive and legislative branches by recognizing them as an independent entity in government and institutionalizing them in the form, though not the substance, of courts. The creation of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare in 1953 established a permanent bureaucracy for the administration of the welfare and social engineering functions of the managerial state. In foreign affairs and defense policy, the National Security Act of 1947 established the Department of Defense and the Joint Chiefs of Staff under it, and the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Council under the Presidency. The bureaucratic apparatus created in this legislation went far to commit the United States to a globalist defense and foreign policy under the control of the presidency and the managers associated with it, but it also acted as a constraint on irregular or excessive international policies and action, adventurism, and encouraged the bureaucratization and routinization of global policy. A parallel development occurred in the Department of State with the creation of the Policy Planning Staff under Secretary of State George Marshall for the planning and projection of American foreign policy in the future. The offices of the staff were adjacent to that of the Secretary, and under its first director, George F. Kennan, it played a major role in designing the policy of containment which in the era of managerial consolidation committed the United States to global activism, in contrast and in opposition to bourgeois nationalist and isolationist policies, but also to the limitation of global commitments. In the United Nations Participation Act of 1945, Congress acknowledged the President's authority to commit U.S. troops to military actions under the UN Charter without prior congressional approval, and the same authority was granted in the ratification of the North Atlantic Treaty. President Truman successfully used this power in committing American troops to the Korean conflict, despite strong congressional opposition. The legal and political relationships between the central and local governments and the executive and legislative branches also tended to consolidate the power of the managerial presidency and the bureaucratic elite under it. The 22nd Amendment to the Constitution restricted the president to 2 terms of office, but, while it limited the degree to which a charismatic leader could protract his control of the executive branch, it did nothing to reduce the power of the office itself. Reliance on the veto to control legislative enactments became a major instrument of the presidency. Franklin Roosevelt used the veto power 631 times in the course of his presidency, more than any other president, and was the first president to veto a revenue bill. President Truman used the veto 250 times in 7 years, while Eisenhower exercised it 98 times in his first 3 years in office. By contrast, 7 of the first 16 presidents never used the veto, and the other 9 used it only 48 times. The resistance of the executive to legislative power was paralleled by the increase in Supreme Court decisions striking down congressional actions as unconstitutional. Between 1900 and 1940, the court delivered 49 opinions declaring congressional legislation unconstitutional, in contrast to only 2 such decisions prior to the Civil War and about 20 between 1865 and 1900. Since the 1940s, the rejection of congressional, as well as state and local, legislation as unconstitutional has become commonplace. While the Supreme Court limited the expansion of presidential power in domestic affairs in its rejection of Roosevelt's National Industrial Recovery Administration and Truman's seizure of the steel industry in 1952 as unconstitutional, it recognized the expanded role of the presidency in foreign affairs. In the case of U.S. v. Curtiss-Wright Export Corporation in 1936, the court accepted the plenary and exclusive power of the president as the sole organ of the federal government in foreign relations, a power which does not require as a basis for its exercise an act of Congress. The court from the 1930s became more subservient to the executive branch, and its decisions increasingly conformed to managerial values and interests. Franklin Roosevelt's court-packing bill, despite its rejection by Congress, and his subsequent appointment of 5 Supreme Court justices within 3 years, precipitated what became the crucial turning point in modern constitutional history. The court's expansive interpretation of the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, even before Roosevelt's new appointments, launched the court on its new affirmative course of applying, implementing, and extending federal economic power, while the development of the incorporation doctrine, by which the Bill of Rights could be used to strike down state and local statutes, instituted a nationalization of the Bill of Rights against the states. The court thus became an effective instrument of managerial forces by which local, bourgeois resistance in local and congressional institutions to centralized managerial power and cultural homogenization could be overcome. The continuing erosion of congressional, state and local, and private and social power, generally the political basis of the bourgeois sub-elite in relationship to the executive, central, and public power of the managerial state, was evident in the 1940s and 1950s in the expansion of foreign and domestic intelligence functions under the CIA and FBI, of government secrecy, and of the claims of executive privilege in conflicts between the executive branch and congressional investigatory committees. Although these executive powers had expanded during World War II, their retention and acceptance in law, court decisions, and the deference of congressional and political leaders in the post-war era represented a crystallization of executive power on a permanent basis in peacetime. The growth of the federal budget in the amount of money authorized and expended, the technicality and complexity of governmental functions, and the inability of congressional authorities to comprehend and evaluate the budget intelligently contributed to the yielding of the budgetary powers by Congress and their effective transfer to the presidency. Moreover, the executive branch possessed a number of devices by which its control of the budget and public expenditures were maintained. Even with respect to the squabbles on secondary points, Congress has no effective means to enforce its fiscal decisions on the executive, to discover whether these have been faithfully carried out, or to punish the bureaucracy and the executive if there have been violations. By such devices as have already been mentioned, transfer of appropriations, coercive deficiencies, manipulation of unexpended balances, vaguely defined lump sum appropriations, government corporations with separate bookkeeping plus the expanding use of contingent and discretionary funds, and the spread of secret agencies, like the Central Intelligence Agency, with deliberately concealed budgets. By these and a dozen other tools in the accountant's box, the bureaucracy has to a very considerable degree freed its fiscal operations from congressional bonds. Moreover, the presidency increasingly stood out, in Arthur Schlesinger's phrase, in solitary majesty as the central focus of political emotion, the ever more potent symbol of national community. The presidency was thus able not only to mobilize political, economic, law enforcement, intelligence, military, and international resources but also to manipulate mass emotions and loyalties and thereby to transcend and circumvent the intermediary institutions of the bourgeois order and appeal directly and effectively to the mass population through overtures to public opinion, popular mandates, national security, and the national purpose. Truman's attempt to seize the steel industry, his direct appeal to the mass population in the 1948 election, and his dismissal of General MacArthur were all instances of the use of the presidency not only as the locus of national leadership but also as an instrument against bourgeois interests, beliefs, values, and institutions and were consistent with managerial interests, as was Eisenhower's use of federal troops in the desegregation of Little Rock public schools. The overriding of private property in the public interest in the steel industry seizure, the appeal to the masses against bourgeois political resistance in the 1948 campaign, the limitation of military efforts in Korea, and the centralized enforcement of federal laws at the expense of state and local authority all reflected the enduring interests and ideology of the managerial elite against those of the declining elite of the bourgeois order. Despite the persistence of Caesarist elements in the role of the presidency as a locus of national leadership, the consolidation of the executive and bureaucratic functions of the mass state under the control of its managerial elite reduced the dependence of the elite on the charisma of individual presidents and the national and international emergencies of war and depression that had created opportunities for the acquisition of managerial power. Managerial consolidation of power in the state thus perpetuated the power of the presidency as it had been developed by Roosevelt in the emergent phase of the managerial revolution, but it also subordinated and transformed this charismatic, Caesarist power by embodying it in permanent and bureaucratic structures, depersonalizing it and regularizing and limiting it in law and administrative routine. The regularization of managerial power in the state, as in the economy, prevented it from being jeopardized by excessive or irregular expansion, permitted it to be used in the interests of all sectors of the new elite, removed it beyond the reach of bourgeois forces, and established the institutional base for further expansion and acceleration at the appropriate time. The managerial consolidation of power in the economy and government was not complete, however. Bourgeois forces retained considerable power through the Congress and state and local governments as well as in entrepreneurial sectors of the economy, and in the late 1940s and 1950s they mounted a counterattack on managerial structures and policies. The persistence of bourgeois beliefs and habits of thought among many Americans and even among many managers assisted the bourgeois resistance and retarded the progress of managerial consolidation. Bourgeois interests, however, were largely concentrated on domestic and economic issues. They displayed comparatively little interest in foreign affairs, except to resist the international activism that the managerial elite sought to institutionalize, nor did bourgeois elements possess much control or oversight of the conduct of foreign policy. While managerial consolidation in domestic affairs was sometimes successfully resisted or modified by bourgeois efforts, then, the new elite was most successful in consolidating its control of foreign and defense policies, which it used to institutionalize a globalist orientation that corresponded to its interests as an elite. The consolidation of managerial globalism. The commitment of the managerial elite to globalist or internationalist foreign policy develops from the colossal scale and span of the mass organizations under its control. Multinational corporations operate on a global scale with financial assets and resources that rival those of sovereign states and perform functions that transcend the legal, political, and social boundaries of states. The mass organizations of culture and communication are able to communicate with and to integrate on a verbal and symbolic level large masses of human beings that transcend conventional national and cultural barriers and categories, and the prospect of global coordination through mass communications technology became possible with the technological and organizational advances of the 20th century. The mass state itself is part of an interdependent global complex of other mass states and transnational structures, each of which contains mass populations, commands massive amounts of economic resources, spans massive distances and territories, and controls massive levels of lethal force. Whether mass states are in conflict or comity with each other, their relationships are conducted by managerial groups through the instruments of mass organizations, armed forces, intelligence services, diplomatic and commercial bureaucracies, and regional and transnational organizations, and are dependent on the technical and managerial skills of these groups. The managerial regime and the mass organizations of which it is composed therefore cannot operate within the constraints of the traditional nation-state. Their tendency is either to break down and replace traditional nationalist organization or to adapt it to new functions consistent with the interests and imperatives of the elite. In the hard managerial regimes, the tendencies of the regime to break down and expand beyond traditional national constraints take the form of imperialism, conquest through war, and absorption of physical territories by the apparatus of the regime. Although J. A. Hobson, Lenin, and their followers regard the globalism of the soft managerial regimes and its predecessor under financial capitalism as a form of imperialism, the expansionary tendencies of soft managerialism are distinct from the imperialism of prescriptive and bourgeois societies as well as from that of hard managerial regimes. In the soft regimes, the tendencies toward expansion are present, though military conquest and formal annexation are far less common and indeed almost unknown, and the soft regimes employ military force reluctantly and usually only for defensive purposes in what appear to be emergencies or through miscalculations of policy. Managerial globalism does not rely on force or coercive means for its expansion, as imperialism historically has, nor does it seek the formal political absorption of new territories and populations or the development of colonies of its own population. Soft managerial regimes expand organizationally, through the organized manipulation of the economies, societies, cultures, and governments of nations and regions that are formally outside their apparatus. Managerial globalism thus tends to assimilate non-managerial societies by developing the infrastructures of mass organizations in the states, economies, and cultures of local areas and by instigating the emergence of local managerial elites. New managerial regimes are thus integrated into the global economy, communications networks, and transnational political structures under managerial dominance. The goal of the elite is not the physical conquest of foreign territories and populations but their assimilation as homogenized mass markets, mass audiences, and world citizens within the structures of mass organizations. Moreover, managerial globalism, unlike imperialism in the Hobson-Lenin theory, is only in part economically motivated. Its principal impetus is the inherent expansionist dynamic of managerial elites, which must continually promote the enlargement of mass organizations and the role of managerial functions in order to secure and enhance their own rewards and power. Thus, the expansionist force in managerial globalism is not the nation from which the managerial elite derives nor any political cultural entity, as in historic imperialism, but the elite itself, which increasingly becomes an autonomous global force, transnational and cosmopolitan in its ideology and interests and, even in the developed managerial societies, increasingly alienated from the historic institutions and values of pre-managerial society. Indeed, so far from representing the imperialist expansion of the United States or other Western nations, managerial globalism promotes the erosion of national power and national identity in the face of the expansion of the power of the transnational managerial elite and its apparatus of mass organizations. The cosmopolitan elements of managerial ideology correspond to and reflect the managerial interests in transnational, supranational, and globalist operations. Just as mass organizations in the state, economy, and culture within a society tend to break down and homogenize the traditional and bourgeois institutions and systems of beliefs and values, so on a transnational scale they tend to break down and homogenize the traditional cultures and institutions of non-managerial societies. Managerial forces instigate the replacement of traditional social forms and beliefs by a cosmopolitan identity that abandons or minimizes national, social, class, tribal, racial, religious, and kinship identities and substitutes a collective, universalist, and cosmopolitan identity as man, humanity, humankind, one world, or the global village. The response to the homogenizing, cosmopolitan, globalist tendencies of Western managerial regimes in non-Western societies has been the differentiation of small parts of the population from the larger society as a local managerial elite and the development of reactive movements against the managerial West in the form of messianic religious cults, charismatic leaders, and extreme nationalist, racialist, authoritarian, and militarist regimes that mobilize the society against Western influences, while making practical use of Western technological and managerial resources. What Barry Rubin calls modern dictatorship in Third World political cultures developed as a result of Western technological, economic, and managerial modernization. Modern dictatorships do not stem from underdevelopment but rather are products of the modernization process itself. As the Third World adopted statehood, telecommunications, modern dress, assembly lines, United Nations membership, professional armies, and 20th-century business methods, it reshaped and reinterpreted these things to fit the existing culture. The point here is that change was neither as total nor as westernizing as had been predicted. Instead, the result was a hybrid of traditional society and imported new ideas and material goods to produce something quite new. Traditional political structures were modernized into new forms of authoritarian rule. In short, the result of the efforts of the soft managerial regimes to unify non-managerial societies through the expansion of modernization has been the development of hard managerial regimes with shallow roots in their societies, hostile to Western soft managerialism, and alienated from their own culture and populations. The globalist tendencies of the managerial regime in the United States were evident as early as the imperialism of Theodore Roosevelt, under whom managerialism appeared to be developing as an incipient hard regime, but they acquired forms more consistent with the nature of soft managerialism in the rhetoric and policies of Woodrow Wilson. Bourgeois resistance to the Versailles Treaty and the League of Nations rejected the cosmopolitan and globalist framework of Wilson's foreign policy, and managerial elements that shared Wilson's goals were unable to assert or implement them openly until the advent of the Second World War. In the aftermath of World War I, progressivist liberalism retreated from the internationalism of Wilson, but advocates of international activism organized themselves into the Institute for International Affairs, which contained British as well as American diplomats, intellectuals, and businessmen who had worked on the Versailles Settlement and the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, in New York. The two organizations merged in 1921 under the title of the latter group, and throughout the 1920s its members sought to establish its authority on foreign policy among businessmen, politicians, and intellectual leaders. It included politicians of both parties and exponents of a variety of schools of thought, and under the label of educating and informing the public about world affairs the CFR played a major role in popularizing and pressing for an abandonment of isolationism. It sought to promote reconciliation between the Soviet Union and the United States, opposed protective tariffs, and in the 1930s, with financial aid from the Carnegie Corporation, sought to dispel isolationist sentiment in the nation through the creation of local councils on foreign relations throughout the country. The CFR exerted considerable influence on Franklin Roosevelt and his foreign policy, and its studies on national self-sufficiency led to the establishment of the Export-Import Bank and Trade Agreements Act of 1934. As the war drew to a close, council members in study groups and within the government played leading roles in planning the architecture of the post-war world, the reconstruction of Germany and Japan, the founding of the United Nations, the establishment of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. The CFR was not, however, merely a group of concerned citizens committed to international activism. By the 1950s it was heavily dependent on financial contributions from the larger managerial corporations, financial institutions, and foundations, and its early history reflects considerable influence by J.P. Morgan and Company. The Morgan Bank, wrote historian Carroll Quigley, has never made any real effort to conceal its position in regard to the Council on Foreign Relations. The list of officers and board of directors are printed in every issue of Foreign Affairs and have always been loaded with partners, associates, and employees of J.P. Morgan and Company. The British counterpart to the CFR, the Royal Institute for International Affairs, was the creation of a group centered around Alfred Milner, who, Quigley noted, was an early example of what James Burnham has called the managerial revolution. Although the Morgan interests properly belong to the large-scale financial capitalism that preceded managerial oligopoly, they underwent much the same processes of organizational enlargement and the separation of ownership and control that precipitated the managerial revolution in non-financial enterprises, and the Morgan Bank was particularly influential in instigating the managerial revolution in the economy. By installing professional managers with no proprietary stakes themselves in the enterprise, writes Daniel Bell, unable therefore to pass along their power automatically to their sons, and accountable to outside controllers, the bankers effected a radical separation of property and family. The business interests represented in the CFR have therefore been almost exclusively managerial or closely related financial capitalist interests, and the intellectuals and political leaders associated with it have usually been drawn from the managerial intelligentsia of the larger universities and foundations and have represented managerial interests in government. The international activism that the CFR advocated and sustained between 1919 and 1945 was thus largely an expression of the organizational interests of the managerial elite. Commercial intercourse with the Soviet Union, free trade, and the coordination of international commercial and financial relations reflected the global interests and operations of the managerial elite in mass corporations. The expansion and coordination of international political, economic, and military power reflected the interests of the elite of the managerial state, and the activism of state and corporation on a global scale created increasing demands and rewards for the verbal and technical skills of the managerial intelligentsia. Ideological themes associated with progressivism and cosmopolitanism, world peace, human progress, human rights, and international community also reflected these interests and contributed to the expansion of the managerial state through its global activism in foreign policy. The end of the Second World War, which James Burnham had called the First Great War of Managerial Society, brought the soft managerial regime in the United States an effective global hegemony. The sudden acquisition of global power confronted the managerial regime with the challenge of assimilating and organizing it. Persistent bourgeois forces in American political life expressed skepticism about the prospects of continued internationalism and the erosion of national sovereignty that such global power would involve, and these forces resisted policies, treaties, and legislation that drew the country out of its isolationism and into the transnational commitments of the new regime. Bourgeois resistance to globalism conjoined with the managerial need to assimilate global power to facilitate consolidation of the hegemony of the managerial regime and the establishment of instruments for preserving and organizing it. The United Nations, the Bretton Woods Agreement, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and similar transnational structures provided the machinery for preserving and gradually extending managerial global dominance and for moving away from traditional and bourgeois concepts of the self-sufficient, sovereign nation-state conducting a foreign policy in accord with its national interests. The new transnational structures were founded on the cosmopolitan premise that national interest should be subordinated to the interests of a larger identity. It was a premise contained in the preamble of the founding document of the Institute for International Affairs. Until recent years, it was usual to assume that in foreign affairs each government must think mainly, if not entirely, of the interests of its own people. In founding the League of Nations, the Allied powers have now recognized that national policies ought to be framed with an eye to the welfare of society at large. The subordination of national interests to those of society at large paralleled the subordination of individual economic interests to collective interests that characterized the fusion of state and economy within the managerial regime. It was an idea also that lay at the root of the International Military Tribunal and its trials of Nazi officials in Nuremberg. The concept of crimes against humanity, undefined in the existing legal codes of nation-states, established a precedent for the internationalization of law and the further subordination and erosion of national sovereignty. The principal formulation of managerial globalism /7 bin the West /7D in the period of consolidation, however, was the policy of containment /7 by med at Russian Soviet communism /7D, generally associated with George F. Kennan, its chief architect and exponent. Kennan provided a conceptual framework for containment in terms of national interest, thus modifying the progressivist and internationalist premises of globalism and making globalism compatible with the muted progressivist assumptions of consensus liberalism. Despite the appeal to national interest, however, Kennan was able to redefine the term to minimize considerations of bourgeois as well as managerial ideology and to limit it to non-ideological and pragmatic ends. By diminishing the role of what he called the legalistic moralistic approach to international problems, and of ethics and idealistic considerations in the conduct of foreign affairs, Kennan not only modified the progressivist content of foreign policy but also reduced the role of traditional bourgeois ideas involving national honor, the constitutional legitimacy and propriety of international commitments, and the preservation of national sovereignty and autonomy. Kennan's pragmatic assessment of the Soviet Union and the world led to the rejection of an immediate rollback, liberation, or victory over communism as impractical and dangerous, and to recognition of the need for continuing commitment and intervention on a global scale. The conflict with the Soviet Union was thus a permanent and complex aspect of world affairs. Patient persistence by which Soviet diplomacy, is animated means that it can be effectively countered not by sporadic acts which represent the momentary whims of democratic opinion but only by intelligent long-range policies on the part of Russia's adversaries, policies no less steady in their purpose and no less variegated in their application than those of the Soviet Union itself. In these circumstances, it is clear that the main element of any United States policy toward the Soviet Union must be that of a long-term, patient but firm and vigilant containment of Russian expansive tendencies. Kennan's rejection of a crusade against communist power by military action implied a reliance on what he called the effective use of the principle of professionalism in the conduct of foreign policy. By a corps of professional officers superior to anything that exists or has existed in this field. The function of such professional experts, drawn from the managerial intelligentsia and the managerial bureaucracy and insulated from the vagaries of democratic politics and public opinion, would be to understand, interpret, explain, negotiate, and manage foreign policy in general and containment in particular. In presupposing that containment of the Soviets would require professionalism, firmness, intelligence, long-range planning, and patience, Kennan provided a formula that rationalized the dominance of American foreign policy by an elite that supposedly exhibited these virtues and skills and shunned diplomacy by dilettantism, was removed from politics and was fused with the managerial state. Containment as a whole also provided a rationalization for a continuing and deepening involvement, almost purely managerial in nature, in world affairs and for the regularization of such involvement by excluding prolonged or major military conflicts as well as by concentrating on Western Europe rather than on regions already under communist control, the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, or about to come under communist control, China and the Far East. Moreover, containment and its implications, regardless of Kennan's formulation and intentions, in practice incorporated the basic premises of progressivist liberalism. The sensible program for the United States, wrote Eric Goldman in describing the goals of containment, was a positive effort to create healthy societies, primarily through economic aid. Containment therefore presupposed the scientific and melioristic premises of managerial liberalism in its commitment to the goal of creating healthy societies by the application of managerial science to human social arrangements, and the policy provided a rationalization of the material interests of the managerial elite by legitimizing the enhancement of the power and rewards of the elite through the application on a global scale of its specialized skills. The containment policy was especially well suited for the soft managerial regime because it tended to avoid military confrontation and the use of force and relied on skills and resources economic, technological, verbal, and managerial that the soft regime could provide. By minimizing the role of military force in international policy and restricting it to police actions and defensive purposes, the new formula of managerial globalism corresponded to the patterns of behavior typical of the prevalent Class I residues in the soft managerial elite. The concept of the causes of communism presupposed by containment reflected the environmentalist premises of managerial liberalism, and these premises pointed to the solution of the problem of communist expansion. The seeds of totalitarian regimes, said President Truman in announcing the Truman Doctrine on March 12, 1947, are nurtured by misery and want. They spread and grow in the evil soil of poverty and strife, and I believe that our help should be primarily through economic and financial aid, which is essential to economic stability and orderly political processes. Managerial reconstruction of global society was initiated under the Marshall Plan and Truman's Point 4 program of exporting managerial skills and knowledge to undeveloped societies. Jonathan Bingham, an administrator of the latter project, expressed its meliorist and scientistic elements. What makes Point4 different from the ordinary concept of economic aid and makes it so infinitely appealing is that it emphasizes the distribution of knowledge rather than of money. Obviously, there is not money enough in the world to relieve the suffering of the peoples of the underdeveloped areas, but there is, for the first time in history, enough knowledge to do the job. This is indeed an exciting, even a revolutionary idea. The application of knowledge, i.e., managerial skills to human suffering would result in the amelioration of human society and assimilate underdeveloped areas. The term presupposes the normative status of developed or managerial societies, to which underdeveloped societies are to aspire within the global framework of the managerial regime. The Eisenhower administration continued and even expanded the foreign aid programs that became one of the main vehicles of managerial globalism, and it also retained the basic ideas of containment, the acceptance of Soviet power as an enduring fact of international life, the avoidance of direct military confrontation and of an unlimited rollback policy, and the belief that economic and social change under managerial supervision would reduce the appeal of communism outside the Soviet bloc. Although many corporate managers and organs of business opinion retained isolationist beliefs and were skeptical of foreign aid, continuing military expenditures, and international activism, President Eisenhower himself, like many another leader whose political career was forged during the Second World War, believed that private enterprise and public authority, working together, now had the duty to export American capital, technology, skills, and managerial techniques in order to foster economic, social, and political stability in the non-communist world. The Committee for Economic Development also consistently supported foreign aid and international activism. Throughout the 1950s, said spokesman enunciated constant support for global assistance projects and the necessity for federal involvement in them. By the end of the Eisenhower presidency, corporate managers had become far more supportive of foreign assistance programs, especially those that appeared to develop basic economic facilities, transportation, utilities, sanitation in areas unattractive to foreign investment, in the words of a said policy statement. By the end of the 1950s, the program of foreign economic aid begun under Truman had been broadened substantially by Eisenhower. Truman had created a Marshall Plan for Western Europe. Eisenhower created a Marshall Plan for the world. In both cases, the presidents and their legislative branch allies enjoyed the backing of the said and, somewhat more reluctantly, the Business Council, in expanding federal power out into the world to help contain the communist menace. In supporting Ike's foreign aid effort as in sustaining that of Truman before him, big business politicians had once again learned that a large and activist government was a tool that they, too, could use. The post-war era thus saw a consolidation of the institutions and ideas of managerial globalism, a system by which the new elite assimilated and stabilized the global power it had acquired and by which it could extend its international power in the future. Although the foreign policies and international commitments that developed in the 1940s and 1950s established a permanent involvement in and leadership of the world, and though they were resisted strongly by bourgeois elements that retained isolationist or nationalist interests and preconceptions, the adaptation of managerial globalism in the post-war period to a system that consolidated rather than expanded managerial global power was something of a retreat from the more aggressive international policy that characterized the emergent period of the managerial regime. Advocates of globalism in the period of consolidation muted the cosmopolitan themes of progressivist ideology that Woodrow Wilson had articulated, and they formulated their defense of global activism by appeal to a national interest that resembled traditional or bourgeois beliefs. Architects of containment withdrew from the unlimited crusading attitudes that had characterized Wilson's foreign policy and rhetoric and emphasized the limits of American power. Containment also acknowledged Soviet power and communist control of China as enduring facts of international life that could not be altered by naive military adventures, in contrast to the pre-World War II determination to eradicate Axis power in Europe as well as Asia. The ideas of containment thus resembled the adaptation of progressivism that underlay consensus liberalism, and the more modest goals that containment and related policies professed were consistent with the interests of the managerial elite in the period of its consolidation. The globalism of the managerial regime as it was developed in this period was thus a limitation and a consolidation of globalist activism, and it provided the first signs of the risk-aversive tendencies that characterize mature elites and, when carried to an extreme, result in cultural and political stagnation. The 1940s and 1950s were a period in which the new managerial elite in the United States successfully consolidated its power through the perpetuation of mass organizations in the economy, culture, and state, and adapted its ideology and behavior to the need for consolidation. It developed national and global structures and policies and a national consensus that enabled it to assimilate the massive resources and power it had acquired, and it temporarily reduced or withdrew from further expansion in order to ensure the survival of its apparatus of control. It made use of the mass state to secure its power through legislative and policy enactments, but its power also extended outside the state in the dominant organizations of the economy as well as in the mass organizations of culture and communication. The expansion of mass education and the development of new techniques of mass communication in television provided instruments for the further disciplining and integration of the mass population by the managerial intelligentsia. Yet, toward the end of the 1950s, a number of internal pressures began to accumulate that pushed for an acceleration of social change under managerial direction. Economic recession in 1957 and 1958 led to demands for a more aggressive management of the economy than Eisenhower and the Republican Party were prepared to undertake. The Soviet launching of Sputnik in 1957 precipitated demands for further development of scientific and technological education, resources, and innovation with governmental assistance. The beginnings of the civil rights movement created demands for social and ideological change that would challenge persistent bourgeois beliefs and power at the local level and throughout society, as did the discovery of poverty as a social problem by Michael Harrington and others. John Kenneth Galbraith in The Affluent Society criticized the mass pursuit of consumer goods, largely a creation of managerial capitalism, as an outmoded remnant of pre-managerial economies and called for a reorientation of values toward public expenditures for education, health, scientific and technological progress, and the elimination of poverty and inequality. Walter Lippmann and other critics of the era of consolidation called for a national commitment to great purposes. The demands and pressures for a resumption of innovation, reform, and acceleration derived largely from the managerial elite, were articulated by the managerial intelligentsia, and pointed toward ideas, policies, and organizations that would further enhance the power, status, and rewards of the elite. The particular pressures for the acceleration of the regime were the manifestation of the inherent tendency to expand and promote social change under the direction and control of the elite. The Kennedy administration was committed to the resumption of managerial acceleration and entered office with the support of the elite or eager to have its support and to promote its agenda and its interests. Both Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson presided over a concerted effort to expand managerial power at all levels of society and throughout the world. The period of acceleration was to be, in the words of the poem written by the senescent Robert Frost to celebrate its beginning, a golden age of poetry and power, in which the poetry of revived progressivist optimism would conjoin with the power of the managerial regime to promote and manage the amelioration of mankind. Within a few years of its inception, however, the Golden Age would collapse before the assaults of ideological movements of left and right that rejected the managerial consensus and represented the first major resistance to the managerial elite and its regime. Chapter 7. Acceleration and Resistance. The dynamic of acceleration. Virtually all elites seek to consolidate and crystallize their power and to resist challenges to the institutions on which their power rests. The elite of the soft managerial regime is no exception, and after the period of its emergence in the Great Depression, the New Deal, and World War II, it too began to retreat from the innovative and expansive tendencies that it originally displayed and to stabilize and perpetuate its power in permanent institutional forms. Unlike most other elites of the past, however, the soft managerial elite cannot remain permanently in a phase of consolidation and stability. Its power rests ultimately on the application of managerial skills in the mass organizations of the state, economy, and culture, and the larger, the more complex, and the more extensive these organizations become, the more power and rewards will accrue to those groups skilled in the techniques by which these organizations are operated and directed. The soft managerial elite thus possesses a vital interest in continuing to encourage the enlargement of its mass organizations and in continually extending their reach, and this interest, as well as the very momentum of expansion and enlargement, generates within the mass organizations of the regime tendencies of continuous enlargement and a continuous extension of the scope of their power. These tendencies mean that political jurisdictions and authorities, sectors of the economy, and cultural institutions that lie outside the reach of mass organizations are absorbed within the regime as the organizations expand. The dynamic of enlargement also ensures that the managerial regime will be in continual conflict with non-managerial forces and institutions, that the managerial intelligentsia will continually formulate new rationalizations for the need for enlargement and for the absorption of non-managerial elements, and that these rationalizations will seek to discredit non-managerial ideologies. The dynamic of enlargement also means that pressures for a continuing process of innovation will develop. The enlargement of mass organizations involves the expanding application of managerial techniques and skills to social, political, economic, and cultural relationships and institutions, the discrediting of old relationships and institutions, and their reorganization by means of the skills and functions that the elite performs. As Kevin Phillips has argued, there is a close relationship between the knowledge elite, the managers and theoreticians who deal in ideas and methods, and accelerated social change. The soft managerial regime is thus engaged in a process of continuous and permanent revolution, innovation, and social change that reinforces and enhances the dominance of its elite and challenges the power of non-managerial groups that resist innovation and absorption. This process is consistent with the manipulative personality type and patterns of behavior that characterize the soft managerial elite. It is because the members of the soft managerial elite are predisposed to unskilled in manipulative rather than coercive styles of power that they are able to exploit the processes of enlargement and innovation to their own advantage and the enhancement of their own power as an elite. The dependence of the soft managerial elite on continuing enlargement and social change means that it can never become thoroughly conservative and that the period of consolidation in which it seeks to stabilize its power must be limited and temporary. While conservation and perpetuation of the mass structures on which the power of the elite rests is in the interest of the elite and the structures themselves cannot remain secure unless they continue to expand and to generate social change. The bureaucratic elite of the mass state, skilled in the design and management of social engineering through the administrative and legal apparatus of government, must seek new social and economic problems to solve. The elite of the mass corporations, skilled in the mass production and distribution of goods and services, must develop new goods and services and new methods of producing and distributing them. The elite of the mass organizations of culture and communication, skilled in the techniques of mass communication and manipulation, must invent and disseminate new ideas, information, tastes, and values. The structures by which these innovations are implemented remain intact, however, and while the elite possesses a vital interest in conserving and perpetuating these structures, it also possesses an equally vital interest in using them to promote innovation and in continuing to enlarge them. These two general interests are capable of creating a dilemma or contradiction within the soft managerial regime, for it is possible that the process of innovation will generate changes that threaten or challenge the mass organizations and their elite. This possibility means that the process of innovation is not unlimited, and the boundaries of the pluralism and open society which the ideological formulations of the soft regime defend are found precisely at that point where innovation or variety might jeopardize the basic structures and mechanisms of the regime and the interests of the elite. After the emergence of the managerial elite as a dominant minority in the wake of the Depression and the Second World War, the soft managerial regime entered a period of consolidation in which it sought successfully to perpetuate and stabilize its power. By the end of the 1950s, however, the dynamic of continuing expansion, enlargement, and innovation created irresistible demands for the acceleration of the regime. These demands arose from the interests of the managerial elite itself, and they found political expression in the administrations of Presidents John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson and in the domestic and foreign policies, rhetoric, and imagery associated with them. In many respects, the period of acceleration resembled the period of emergence of the managerial elite and the formation of its regime. In the Kennedy-Johnson era, the Caesarist tendencies of the managerial state reappeared after a period of routinization, and these tendencies were coupled with political efforts to enlarge the mass base of the managerial state and to extend its scope. In this era also, managerial globalism became more assertive, and the period witnessed an intense effort to extend the soft managerial regime on a global scale, in contrast to the more passive globalism of the period of consolidation under Truman and Eisenhower. Culturally and ideologically, the early 1960s saw a revival of explicit progressivist themes that were reminiscent of the orientation of managerial thought toward challenge and conflict during the period of managerial emergence. The size and scope of mass organizations in the economy and culture as well as the state also expanded in the 1960s, and the three sectors of the managerial regime became increasingly fused or integrated. While the period of acceleration of the 1960s began as a kind of managerial renaissance, a golden age of centralized, technocratic, and utopian planning that sought to satisfy the aspirations of the elite for further enlargement, it ended in what appeared to many members of the elite as the beginning of a new dark age, with the apparent breakdown or failure of many managerial policies and with the emergence of new political forces that challenged the regime and its claims to power. These forces, the new left of the 1960s and what came to be called in the 1970s the new right, were largely the product of the managerial regime itself, and their appearance illustrates the propensity of the process of continuing innovation that is necessary to the soft regime to generate forces hostile to the regime. Since the challenges issued by the new left and the new right, the soft managerial regime has been unable to recover fully, and since the late 1960s it has sought to assimilate and deflect these two challenges. Hence, the regime has been forced into a protracted period of consolidation and has been unable to accelerate at the rate its elite demands. On the one hand, the conflict between the need to deal with the challenges to the regime through consolidation and assimilation, and, on the other, the need to continue acceleration, enlargement, expansion, and innovation has resulted in an increasingly profound crisis of the soft managerial regime. The acceleration of the managerial regime. In the late 1960s, a series of events created opportunities and incentives for the managerial elite in the United States to press for an end to the period of consolidation and a resumption of acceleration. The recession of 1957–58 led to demands for a more active management of the economy than the Eisenhower administration was prepared to undertake, and these demands emanated even from corporate managers, who ordinarily harbored a residual distrust of governmental intervention in the economy. Moreover, the discovery of poverty and racial segregation as social problems through the activism of the civil rights movement created an opportunity for the managerial intelligentsia and the bureaucratic elite of the managerial state to design and implement social and political change and to resume the managerial challenge to the bourgeois order. In international affairs, the Soviet launching of Sputnik in 1957 instigated demands from all sectors of the elite to expand federal and corporate spending on defense, education, and technological research in aerospace and communication science. Communist seizure of power in Cuba, the successful War of Liberation in Algeria, and the rise of a similar movement in Indochina generated fears within the soft elite of the United States that the hard managerial regime of the Soviet Union would make strategically irreversible gains in the Third World and that these areas would be lost to the soft managerial globalism of the West. Much of the foreign and defense policy of the Kennedy-Johnson era was inspired by the opportunity to challenge hard managerial expansionism by the extension of the soft managerial infrastructure throughout the world. Aside from the specific events that encouraged the acceleration of the managerial regime, however, a cultural trend appeared among intellectuals and publicists that was critical of the complacency, affluence, and lack of purpose that characterized the period of consolidation. This new trend of the late 1950s promoted a public commitment to national and international goals in place of the apparent aimlessness of American culture and politics of the preceding period. The critical weakness of our society, wrote Walter Lippmann in a column of the late 1950s, is that for the time being our people do not have great purposes which they are united in wanting to achieve. The public mood of the country is defensive, to hold on to and to conserve, not to push forward and to create. The cultural drift that Lippmann and others noted at the end of the decade was due mainly to the atmosphere of the era of consolidation that had lasted since 1945. But it was due in part also to the moribund condition of the bourgeois order, which had ceased to be able to sustain its moral, cultural, and ideological fabric, but was still too powerful to permit the rise of a purely managerial culture in its place. The social and cultural life of the United States in the 1950s was characterized by the assimilation of bourgeois and non-bourgeois segments of the population into the organizational framework of the managerial regime. This framework consisted of an economy of affluence and mass consumption of technologically advanced goods and services, of high vertical and horizontal mobility, of the organization man and his mass workplace in office and factory and his mass suburban communities, of the formation of mass audiences by television and other communications technology, and of mass education for the practical purposes of occupational skill and mobility with a university degree as its goal. The persistence of bourgeois values and ideology in the mass society over which the managerial regime presided and the pseudomorphosis of bourgeois ideology affected by consensus liberalism in the 1950s prevented the full development of a managerial culture that would categorically break with the bourgeois order and assert its own vision of man and society. The demand for accelerating the managerial regime was not only a result of the needs, interests, and aspirations of the elite for expanded power and rewards, but also a reflection of its desire to create a new managerial culture that could replace the deracinated and defunct bourgeois order and would contain, rationalize, and elevate the new mass society spawned by the managerial regime while transforming the regime into a new and autonomous managerial civilization. The period of acceleration that began in the early 1960s exhibited an intellectual and cultural atmosphere that encouraged this creative aspiration. In many respects, this atmosphere, closely associated with the Kennedy administration and largely the product of a fairly small number of Northeastern urban intellectuals, academics, and verbalists in the mass organizations of culture and communication, resembled that of the emergent phase of the managerial regime. It was an atmosphere characterized by the themes and values of innovation, change, reform, expansion, optimism, conflict, challenge, adventure, and dynamism, and it contrasted with the skeptical and risk-aversive consensus liberalism that predominated in the 1950s as the ideology of managerial consolidation. The ethic of acceleration that prevailed in the 1960s was not only characteristic of the Kennedy and Johnson administrations and the rhetoric of their leaders, but also is evident in the foundation of the space program, the Peace Corps, and the Special Forces, the rise of the Civil Rights Movement, the early phase of the mass youth culture of the era, the New Left, and the economic growth and cultural confidence of the era. The ethic of acceleration was embodied in a revival of progressivist ideas which, despite their incompatibility with much consensus liberal thought, had remained latent or muted in the 1950s and were now resuscitated and grafted onto the framework of consensus liberalism. The latter remained the general ideological rationalization of the managerial regime and functioned as a means of legitimizing its basic structures, but progressivist ideas were necessary for the acceleration of these structures toward fulfillment of new managerial goals. The environmentalist premises of progressivist theory were basic to the attack on racial discrimination and poverty and the ideas and institutions that sustained them, as well as to much of the foreign policy of the era. Environmentalist social science encouraged the optimism of the 1960s through the idea that social problems could be alleviated by the reform of the social conditions that caused them. It thus revived the scientistic and meliorist or utopian elements of progressivist thought and supported the belief that the application of managerial skills by the state to social problems was the principal means of realizing social amelioration and producing the new civilization of the managerial order. "Is a new world coming?" asked Lyndon Johnson in his inaugural address in 1965. "We welcome it and we will bend it to the hopes of man." The environmentalist critique of social institutions also rejected particularist loyalties and identities and supported a cosmopolitan ethic that questioned or discarded racial, class, regional, and national categories and relationships and asserted a universalist and humanist view of man and society. Cosmopolitan values and goals were essential to the civil rights movement, egalitarian policies and programs, and the globalism of international policies that pursued a transnational integration of the world through the development of managerial infrastructures. Although managerial liberalism in the 1960s was highly critical of the affluent society, hedonism, and mass consumption of managerial capitalism, the basis of much of its criticism was that the persistence of large numbers of Americans in poverty prevented universal participation in mass affluence. If liberal John Kenneth Galbraith was critical of the culture of affluence, liberal Leon Kieseling defended it and the essentially hedonistic ethic that supports it. Poverty, in Kieseling's view, could be reduced in the future mainly as it had been in the past by large increases in production for private use and hence in general living standards. Thanks in large measure to Kieseling, the issue of faster economic growth became a deepening liberal concern as the decade, the 1950s, neared its end. Even in Galbraith's critique of affluence, the focus was on the undesirability of private consumption and the desirability of transferring funds to public works which would satisfy the material wants of the poor and assimilate them into the disciplines and ethic of mass hedonism. The liberal defense of economic growth and mass consumption in the 1960s thus served to rationalize the hedonistic ethic of managerial capitalism. The revival of progressivist ideas, the demand for reform and change, and the confident faith that managerial skills and techniques applied through government and other mass organizations could ameliorate human society were manifestations of the ethic of acceleration in the 1960s. Managerial liberalism in that decade did not carry the implications of progressivist ideas too far, however. The liberal program contained no hint of radicalism, No disposition to revive the old crusade against consolidated power, no desire to stir up class passions, redistribute the wealth, or restructure existing institutions. The reforms they, liberals, advocated were piecemeal and implied no basic dissatisfaction with the existing capitalist system. At the end of the decade, the 1950s, as at the beginning, the intellectuals were holding fast to the vital center. Liberalism did not endorse a more radical challenge to the system, of course, because it was the principal ideological defense of the system and because the system, the soft managerial regime of integrated mass organizations and their elite, operated to implement the changes that managerial intellectuals and other members of the elite sought. The managerial intelligentsia that articulated the liberalism of the 1960s was an organ of the mass structures of the media, whether in educational institutions or the mass communications industry, and its members participated in and benefited from the managerial state and the managerial corporations. The acceleration, expansion, and innovation that managerial liberalism advocated functioned to protect and advance the regime and to enhance the power, rewards, and status of its elite, including those of the intellectuals who formulated and espoused it. The main targets of managerial liberalism were the institutions, ideas, values, and social and political forces that resisted acceleration and lay beyond the power of the regime in the period of consolidation. The most significant obstacles to the regime and its agenda were in the American South, where private institutions and local governments remained bulwarks of bourgeois power and supported racial segregation, in entrepreneurial sectors of the economy where the persistence of social and economic class and hard property generated resistance to managerial power, in electoral districts where local political bases made congressional opposition to the managerial state possible, and in local law enforcement and the national military services where non-managerial elements retained control of the instruments of force. The acceleration of the regime in the 1960s was directed toward the eradication of these independent power bases and centers of resistance to managerial power and to the extension of managerial power over them, and the ethic of acceleration was generally invoked to rationalize their assimilation within the regime. Once the progressivist premises of this ethic were articulated, however, they could not be applied as selectively as most of the elite wished, and by the later part of the decade, the New Left was using environmentalist ideas and progressivist values to challenge managerial liberalism and the regime that liberalism rationalized. The political dimensions of the period of acceleration involved a massive expansion in the scale and functions of the managerial state and a resurgence of managerial Caesarism. After the comparatively lackluster executive leadership of Truman and Eisenhower in the era of consolidation and the routinization of charismatic leadership in the managerial bureaucracy, both Kennedy and Johnson adopted a style that presented the president as the leader of the nation, actively pursuing specific and far-reaching goals and motivating more passive political forces to support these goals. In the Kennedy administration, the president spoke for the people. Almost alone in the government, it sometimes seemed, he proposed national solutions for pressing problems. Congressmen and bureaucrats were too narrow-gauge, tied to special interests. The White House staff, inspired by this truth, grew larger as presidents searched for the instruments of control. The portrayal of executive power as independent of and superior to special interests is itself a characteristic of Caesarism. The special interests that Kennedy sought to overcome or energize included the federal bureaucracy, which was perceived as having acquired its own interests and momentum in the 1950s. Kennedy sought to animate the permanent government of the bureaucracy with a presidential government of his own appointees, committed to his own goals and values and loyal to his person. He sought control of the bureaucracy through political appointments, close supervision of bureaucratic action, and the creation of new agencies. Lyndon Johnson held a similar view of presidential power as the ultimate source of decision in government. There are many who can recommend, advise, and sometimes a few of them consent, Johnson said in 1966, but there is only one that has been chosen by the American people to decide. Under his administration, due largely to his own political power and skills, presidential and federal power and functions expanded far more than under his predecessor. The Caesarist tendencies of the Kennedy-Johnson era were closely linked to the environmentalist ideas and their meliorist utopian implications that returned to life in the 1960s. Utopian imagery was present in the slogans of the New Frontier, Camelot, and Great Society, and the War on Poverty, originating with efforts to apply social science and managerial techniques to juvenile delinquency, proceeded from the assumption that crime, poverty, and urban decay were the products of a social environment that could be ameliorated by the managerial state. David Hackett and Lloyd Olin, who devised and implemented the original concept of the program, saw themselves as revolutionaries on a mission to root out the causes of delinquency and reshape complex institutions according to the specifications of science. The revival of managerial Caesarism under Kennedy and Johnson was not principally directed at the bureaucratic inertia that had developed in the period of consolidation, however, but at the persistent power base of bourgeois and anti-managerial forces in local and state government and in private institutions. The strong and explicit support of the civil rights movement and civil rights legislation by both presidents placed them in alliance with a new mass political base among American blacks and other racial minorities, and in an adversarial relationship with the local and private power bases they challenged. The alliance of strong and charismatic leaders with a mass base against an elite or sub-elite that controls intermediary institutions is also a distinctive characteristic of Caesarism, and the extension of the managerial state into these institutions served to create a new political coalition for the managerial elite and its agenda. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 enabled the federal government to forbid the denial of equal accommodations by private facilities and to oversee desegregation of educational institutions under local and state authority as well as private institutions. It thus challenged the traditional bourgeois idea and institution of property and local authority and promoted their assimilation within the managerial regime. Desegregation of schools and other public institutions served to disseminate cosmopolitan and environmentalist ideological values throughout the mass culture. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 enabled the managerial state to determine a significant portion of the electorate in districts that were generally outside its scope and thus to weaken the political opposition to the regime that the representatives of such districts often expressed. By the 1970s, the Congress, historically the locus of bourgeois political resistance to the managerial bureaucracy of the executive branch, had itself become an institutional bulwark of the managerial regime. The Great Society programs enacted during the period of acceleration in the 1960s caused the proliferation of managerial functions and services in the federal government and considerably enhanced the role of congressional offices in administering the disposal of federal benefits to their constituencies. Congressional offices thus became involved in the managerial functions of the executive branch itself and acquired a strong interest in perpetuating and expanding these functions. The volume of casework for constituents and constituency projects, wrote political scientist Samuel G. Patterson in 1978, has expanded a great deal in the 1970s as the coverage of welfare laws and veterans' benefits has been enlarged and as federally funded projects in states and communities have proliferated. A study of Senate staff activity conducted in 1972 showed that 2/3 of the staff dealt with constituency projects once a day or more, and more than 40% of the Senate aides estimated that they handled casework more than once a day. The dramatic enlargement of congressional staffs from a total of 1,150 employees for House and Senate combined in 1930 to 5,804 in 1967 and to 11,694 in 1986 enabled congressional offices to manage the increase in constituent services, and also to play a more significant role in overseeing and influencing governmental policies and functions. Congressional research and information agencies such as the Congressional Research Service under the Library of Congress, the General Accounting Office, the Office of Technology Assessment, and the Congressional Budget Office facilitated both congressional bureaucratization and the involvement of the Congress in administering the managerial state. The proliferation of congressional staff represented the emergence of a bureaucratic elite in the legislative branch fused with the managerial state that is analogous to the emergence of a similar elite in the bureaucracy of the executive branch of the state. Moreover, demographic changes in the composition of the electorate, increasing urbanization, and the enfranchisement and intensified activism of ethnic and sexual minorities as well as innovations in the techniques of campaign management served to remove bourgeois representatives from rural and provincial congressional seats, homogenize and manipulate the mass electorate, and infuse into Congress managerial elements that were more supportive of such functions of the managerial state as social and economic regulation, provision of social services, the enforcement of civil rights laws and policies, and the general use of the state as an instrument of social manipulation and reconstruction. Given the assimilation of Congress by the managerial state in the period of acceleration, The apparent congressional resurgence against presidential power in the 1970s was less of a renaissance of an institution under bourgeois control than an effort by congressional managerial forces to resist the attempts of the Nixon presidency to circumvent what had become an intermediary entrenchment of the managerial elite. The principal legislation of the congressional resurgence, the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 and the War Powers Resolution of 1973, sought to restrict presidential attempts to control or redirect congressionally appropriated funds and to inhibit presidential use of military force abroad. By preventing the executive from controlling the disposition of appropriated funds, managerial elements in Congress could perpetuate the functions of the managerial state in which they had acquired an interest in preserving. By limiting the use of force, they could not only gain influence in the direction of foreign and defense policy but also reduce the role of force in international policy and promote the role of manipulative skills and cosmopolitan or globalist values and institutions. Congressionally enacted legislation on campaign spending in the same period restricted the use of private funds for electoral purposes and established a regulatory agency, the Federal Election Commission, to oversee enforcement of the legislation. The new restrictions served to reduce the role of bourgeois and entrepreneurial propertied interests in campaign politics, although the emergence of political action committees to circumvent these laws and mobilize the financial resources of corporate and labor organizations permitted an enhanced electoral role for managerial interests, as well as for those non-managerial forces that were able to organize such PACs. The managerial assimilation of Congress during the period of acceleration in the 1960s thus represents the tendency of what Max Weber called routinization, by which the charismatic qualities of Caesarist leadership are institutionalized into more enduring and regularized or intermediary structures. In both the Nixon and Reagan presidencies, anti-managerial forces in the administration sought to penetrate or circumvent the intermediary structures of the managerial regime, not only Congress but also the mass organizations of culture and communication through their own Caesarist populist tactics. In neither administration, however, were anti-managerial elements sufficiently powerful to sustain such efforts, and neither Nixon nor Reagan was successful in dismantling or reconstructing the mass structures of the regime. In addition to diminishing the resistance to the managerial regime in Congress, the period of acceleration in the 1960s witnessed a vast expansion of the scale, costs, personnel, and functions of the managerial state. The federal government, busied itself with macroeconomic manipulation of varying degrees of effectiveness, was deeply involved in transportation, energy, communications, natural resource use, education, public health, research, even the arts, as well as expanding public welfare programs, and it had begun to consider manpower, population, and land use issues. While the beginnings of many of these programs were small in themselves, their authorization often modified by compromise with political opposition or special interests, and their implementation often mismanaged by their administrators. The functional enlargement of the managerial state in the period of acceleration served to popularize and legitimize the technocratic ideas and goals of the regime and to establish new structures that sought to realize them. The effort to accelerate the regime also involved an extension of the managerial state at the federal level into local and state law enforcement authorities, jurisdictions that often remained under anti-managerial bourgeois control and, as instruments of coercion, represented a significant aspect of the social struggle for power. The Kennedy administration sought the upgrading and standardizing of criminal justice throughout the nation, and though this effort was not successful during Kennedy's life, the Johnson administration supported similar measures with more success. The President's Commission on Law Enforcement and Administration of Justice, appointed by Johnson, issued a report in 1967 that found the causes of crime in poverty and held that crime flourishes where the conditions of life are the worst, and that therefore the foundation of a national strategy against crime is an unremitting national effort for social justice. By portraying crime as a national problem rather than one of the local and state jurisdictions in which it occurred, by attributing its causes to the social and economic environment, and by offering a solution in the form of a national effort for social justice, the report offered a justification for the extension of the managerial state into local and state law enforcement matters. In general, the Commission found that law enforcement agencies had fallen behind the times and had failed to make use of new techniques and equipment, and that there was little employment of systems analysis, data processing, modern scientific analysis, and new training procedures. The Commission warmly endorsed federal programs to reduce delinquency and crime and urged that they be intensified. It said that the federal government can make a dramatic new contribution to the national effort against crime by greatly expanding its support of the agencies of justice in the states and in the cities. The extension of the managerial state and the employment of managerial skills to deal with crime were embodied in the original version of Johnson's Safe Streets and Crime Control Act, though congressional action altered its provisions considerably. Nevertheless, other legislative proposals of the administration provided federal funds for local and state police agencies, thereby initiating their assimilation into the managerial apparatus, and for crime prevention and rehabilitation, and attempted to enact a federal gun control statute. The federal crime control and law enforcement measures of this period not only challenged persistent non-managerial power in these areas and extended managerial power, but also were consistent in their encouragement of technically and administratively sophisticated skills in law enforcement and in their application of social science to crime and its causes, with the Class I psychological type and behavioral patterns characteristic of the soft managerial elite. Decisions of the Supreme Court in the same period, particularly the Miranda and Escobedo cases, had the effect of establishing homogeneous national standards of law enforcement to which local and state agencies were required to conform, as well as of supporting managerial Caesarist tendencies generally. While the court was not a direct extension of the managerial state, presidential appointment of its members on political grounds effectively transformed it into an institution that increasingly reinforced managerial power and its expansion. By 1965, the court had generally put a judicial seal of approval upon a variety of new frontier programs and objectives, carried on and in some cases implemented further by President Johnson. Chief Justice Warren had utilized the judiciary as a constructive policymaking instrument in a wide range of areas. Intent more upon social ends than upon legal subtleties and refinements, and candidly prepared to say so, he had pushed the nation, through his court's legal rulings, to take public actions that Congress was unprepared to recommend and the executive was incapable, unilaterally, of effectively securing. The revolution in American law, which Warren and the court during his tenure did not initiate but carried to its furthest extent, was a principal means of transforming the nomocratic government of the bourgeois order into the teleocratic managerial state, prepared to pursue specific goals and purposes and using public law as an instrument to achieve them. The acceleration of the managerial state in domestic affairs paralleled its acceleration on an international level. Kennedy entered office with explicit and repeated commitments to enlarge the global role of the United States, and the ways in which he did so reflected the managerial character of his globalism. The most striking manifestation of this character was the archetype of managerial liberalism. Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara, the former president of Ford Motors, and, according to Robert Kennedy, the man whom President Kennedy regarded as the most valuable public servant in the administration and the government. The Secretary instigated and presided over a far-reaching transformation of the Department of Defense and the military services that was intended to complete their managerialization. McNamara and his kids from corporate management confronted the bewildered generals and admirals with a dazzling and mysterious array of programming, planning and budgetary techniques that successfully challenged the heretofore almost unchallenged expertise of the career military men. For a few years, these techniques, supported by a massive use of computers, even offered some hope that the leaders of government would at last gain control of the enormous and complex apparatus of government. But that hope petered out late in the Johnson administration, at about the same time as did the hope for victory in Vietnam, which, to so large an extent, had been based on these managerial miracles. Because of McNamara's managerial and technical expertise, he exerted influence outside the Defense Department on other matters such as civil defense, space policy, intelligence and paramilitary operations, foreign aid, and foreign policy, and President Johnson, seeing in McNamara's budgetary techniques an instrument for presidential control of the federal bureaucracy, sought to apply them throughout the government. While resistance to communist expansion was a main theme of Kennedy-Johnson globalism, the means of resistance was through the export and development of managerial infrastructures in underdeveloped countries and the amelioration of their social problems that supposedly encouraged communism. The utopian and environmentalist premises of managerial globalism and the techniques that embodied them were central in the escalation of American involvement in Vietnam. In February 1965, Johnson convened a meeting of military, diplomatic, and technical leaders in Honolulu to plan the objectives of the coming war effort. "We are here," stated the recently elected president, "to talk especially of the works of peace. We will leave here determined not only to achieve victory over aggression but to win victory over hunger, disease, and despair. We are making a reality out of the hopes of the common people. As Francis Fitzgerald explains, the United States was not going into Vietnam merely for crass power objectives, but for the salvation of the Vietnamese, who, like the majority of mankind, lived in poverty and ignorance. The fight against communism demanded not only military power and determination, but all the prowess of an advanced industrial society and the generosity of a nation that led the world in its search for peace, prosperity, and freedom. One section of the final declaration read, "The United States is pledged to the principle of the self-determination of peoples and of government by the consent of the governed. We have helped and we will help the Vietnamese to stabilize the economy, to increase the production of goods, to spread the light of education and stamp out disease." One of the first projects that Johnson proposed to implement his utopian objectives was a billion-dollar American development project for Southeast Asia, centering on a vast TVA-like development of the Mekong River. Not only did managerial methods and premises govern the social and political objectives in Vietnam, but also they enveloped the use of military force. As Colonel Harry Summers has written, the rationalistic economic approach dominated military strategy formulation throughout the Vietnam War. The rationalistic system introduced by Secretary McNamara did an excellent job in getting control of the lines of supply. It was and is a useful system for preparing for war. But while it was efficient in structuring forces in preparation for war, it was neither designed for, nor was it capable of, fighting the war itself. British defense analyst Gregory Palmer found that the rationalistic approach is characterized by the pretension to universality of its solution, its intolerance of tradition and authority, quantification, simplification, and lack of flexibility. The fatal flaw was that consistency was a premise of rationalistic policy, and the one thing war is not is consistent. The application of managerial military and social engineering techniques to Vietnam was only the most visible illustration of the activist managerial globalism of the era. Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, motivated largely by fear of communism in Latin America after the victory of Castro, proceeded from similar assumptions, as did the United Nations Development Decade, the Food for Peace program, and the Peace Corps. The goal of all these policies and programs was to transform the 1960s into a historic decade of democratic progress, as Kennedy described the alliance. Since democratic progress was to be achieved by the development of managerial infrastructures in third world governments, economies, and social institutions, and of managerial elites in underdeveloped states that would be interdependent with the emerging global managerial elite centered in the advanced states, these policies amounted essentially to a systematic effort to integrate the non-communist world within the global framework of the soft managerial regime. Outside the sector of the state, but closely linked with it, other managerial structures also expanded in size, functions, and power in the 1960s. The mass organizations of culture and communication became the dominant institutions in the transmission of ideas, information, and values. In the decade between 1954 to 55 and 1964 to 65, the number of state colleges and universities with enrollments of over 10,000 increased from 18 to 59, comprising over 55% of such institutions. By 1967, institutions of higher learning included more than 7 million students, of whom nearly 1 million were pursuing advanced degrees, and some 500,000 faculty members. Two students of the educational system found that the large campus has become the dominant environment in public higher education today, that managerial innovation is a much more pronounced characteristic of large campuses than it is of small ones, and that federal aid to universities effectively encouraged the managerialization and bureaucratization of higher education. The expansion of universities, however, was only one aspect of the general enlargement of the mass organizations of culture and communication, including the corporate communications industry and tax-exempt or public research institutions. The inhabitants, beneficiaries, and directors of the mass cultural organizations were primarily the managerial intelligentsia, who enhanced their incomes, power, and status as mass communications, education, research, and information expanded. In the 1960s, a new professional and social stratum emerged in American culture that was closely related to the managerial intelligentsia and to other components of the managerial elite and contained both the producers and consumers of the products of the media. These people were members of minorities, especially Jews, raised in metropolitan areas, who had received college educations, were liberal cosmopolitan in orientation, and had chosen the professions rather than traditional business careers. The new Metro-Americans were still a relatively small portion of the population of the 1960s. The total number of technical and professional employees, occupations requiring at least some college education, had grown from about 3.8 million in 1941 to over 8.5 million in 1964. Nonetheless, their values and attitudes were beginning to have an impact on newspapers, magazines, and even television. For one thing, their numbers were now large enough to provide an audience for more sophisticated films and periodicals, as well as for journals that took a less parochial and narrowly patriotic view of American institutions. The professional intellectual and verbalist groups in the 1960s discovered a hero in John F. Kennedy, whose Harvard education and reputation for intellectualism contributed to his personality cult, and intellectuals either directly participated in government in his administration or benefited from it through increased governmental aid to education and research or through the high value that the Kennedy administration placed on intellectuals and the patronage it gave them. The creation in the 1960s of the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Endowment for the Arts served to fuse the managerial intelligentsia more firmly with the managerial state. The intelligentsia provided the managerial state with ideological rationalizations through adherence to an articulation of managerial liberalism. Not until the Vietnam War controversy and the new left of the later 1960s did the intellectual and verbalist groups begin to question and then challenge openly the dominant ideology, structures, and dynamic of the managerial regime. In addition to mass universities closely connected to the managerial state and publicly funded endowments for the intellectual, scientific, and artistic professions, tax-exempt foundations and think tanks also emerged as powerful cultural and intellectual forces integrated with the managerial elite. In the Depression and afterwards, college administrators, academics, foundation managers, and civil servants began to form a growing managerial network. The reorganization of the foundation world's infrastructure paralleled that of large industry as ownership became further separated from management. The effective control of foundation financial resources by managerial elites meant that these resources could be used for supporting the design and management of social change in conformity with the interests and values of the elite. Instead of simply ameliorating distressing social conditions, foundations channeled efforts to correct them through planned social reforms. These led initially to foundation-sponsored social science research and thus ultimately to foundation involvement in the public policy process. Up-to-date foundations believed in developing pilot programs to serve as prototypes for much larger government-funded programs. The shift in purpose led foundations to urge the government to assume the burden of developing massive programs for social change. The acceleration of the regime was less popular with corporate managers, who retained a distrust of the Democratic Party and of governmental regulation of the economy. Nevertheless, Kennedy himself spent an inordinate amount of time courting corporate managers, trying to bring them into his coalition, and supporting policies in their interests. Despite the skepticism of corporate leaders, major corporations participated in the war on poverty by administering urban training centers for the Job Corps. In soliciting corporate support, Kennedy generally avoided progressivist themes and emphasized the pragmatic goals and methods of his administration. He and his advisors worked closely with the Business Council, and Lyndon Johnson hosted a meeting with 89 members of the Business Council at the White House 12 days after Kennedy's death. Most of the managerial elite in the corporation supported Johnson over Goldwater in 1964, and several of the more prominent corporate leaders supported Humphrey over Nixon in 1968. Managerial corporations also expanded during the 1960s. By 1971, the process of corporate concentration that began in the 1940s had resulted in the 100 largest manufacturing corporations owning over 49% of the assets of all such firms, more than the top 200 corporations had held in 1948. The pace of this centralizing activity grew all through the 1960s. Between 1963 and 1966, the value of assets acquired by the big mining and manufacturing companies averaged $4 billion to $5 billion a year. This rate rose to $10 billion in 1967, then to $15 billion in 1968, and reached an all-time peak rate of $20 billion in the first quarter of 1969, before the break in the stock market brought mergers to an abrupt halt. The process of concentration was of little concern to the Kennedy administration, which did not enforce antitrust legislation vigorously and in some specific cases encouraged or subsidized monopolies of large corporations. Moreover, the close cooperation between government and corporations in the 1960s promoted further the fusion of state and economy and the unification of the managerial elites of both sectors. The two-way exchange of senior personnel between government and business has vastly improved communication between the two sectors and implicitly reflects a new appreciation of the commonness of the problems confronting executives in managing big organizations, whether they happen to bear a public or private label. This new interdependence is still in a formative state, but it was encouraged to such a degree by Lyndon B. Johnson and accepted so heartily by so many businessmen that it appears almost certain to be a permanent feature of the American way for years to come. The fusion also served to promote the cooperation of corporate managers with government in managed social change through the resolution of problems like job training, civil rights, lower-income housing, city rejuvenation, education, and water pollution, and in developing what George Champion of the Chase Manhattan Bank called in 1967, an exciting and challenging new concept of the relationship between the public and private sectors of the American economy. Corporate participation in public programs for social reform and engineering illustrates the support of the managerial elite in the corporations for continuing social change and the expansionist dynamic of the soft managerial regime. Nor did the Kennedy era display any sympathy for declining entrepreneurial capitalism. Kennedy's economic policy in general reflected the almost total abandonment of the entrepreneur by the liberal and corporate establishments, writes Don Gewirtz. Dismissing the old concerns about corporate concentration, Kennedy saw economics as consisting essentially of technical problems, solvable only by the close cooperation of both corporate and governmental experts. The political leaders, corporate executives, intellectuals, and verbalists who presided over and assisted the acceleration of the managerial regime in the 1960s did so not primarily because the expansion of mass organizations and managerial control was in their material self-interest as a social and political force, but because their ideological preconceptions and assumptions, not always on a conscious level, led them to perceive problems and solutions and to frame questions and answers in a perspective that rationalized the acceleration. The ideology of the soft managerial regime and the deeply rooted perspective it generated were consistent with the basic psychological type and the patterns of behavior that predominated in the elite. No doubt there were members of the elite who considered or advocated actions that were not consistent with this perspective and the psychological type associated with it, and occasionally their dissent prevailed. But the ideology evolved, long before as well as during the period of acceleration, in accordance with the interests of the elite and the structures and methods on which its power was based. Deviation from these interests could not prevail for long or become a general pattern because it would have created dysfunctions in the apparatus of the elite, weakened or destabilized its dominance, and eventually led to its decline or replacement by alternative groups. The ideology of the regime, identifying in a coded form the interests of the elite for its members, was an adaptation to these interests. It was sufficiently vague in its philosophical and scientific underpinnings to be flexible under differing circumstances and to be appealing to a wide range of the population, and it was sufficiently successful through its codes in both disguising and communicating the interests of the elite and the kind of behavior that was consistent with them to provide a usually reliable guide to action. By the late 1960s, however, the pace of the managerial regime began to decelerate. The deceleration was due not only to the periodic need of the regime to consolidate and assimilate new power and resources acquired in a preceding period of acceleration, but also to the emergence of social and political forces that challenged both the ideological defenses and the basic apparatus of power of the regime. These challenges were not merely accidental but were deeply related to the structures and dynamics of the soft managerial regime, and the power that they acquired in the late 1960s and 1970s forced it into a protracted crisis and a further period of consolidation. In the era that began approximately with the national election of 1968, the principal problem for the managerial elite and its regime was to counter the challenges mounted by the new left and the new right and to assimilate the social forces behind them into its framework of political, economic, and cultural power. The resolution of this problem was difficult and has not yet been fully achieved, because the challenges were the most serious encountered by the regime, because its internal vulnerabilities retarded the effort to assimilate the challenges, and because in some respects the forces behind the challenges cannot be assimilated and are incompatible with soft managerialism. The protracted crisis of the regime caused by the emergence of anti-managerial forces jeopardizes not only the functioning of the regime of mass organizations but also the basic interests of its elite and thereby its very survival, and it also endangers the emergence and efflorescence of a new managerial civilization in which a soft managerial elite would predominate. The New Left Challenge. The New Left of the 1960s originated within the managerial elite itself, and more especially among its younger members within the academic institutions of the mass cultural and communications organizations. Except for political alliances with black nationalist movements which often broke down over differences in political objectives, the adherents of the New Left never extended beyond the managerial elite, and their activities flourished almost exclusively within the sectors and regions of the mass society that were most closely linked with and controlled by the managerial regime: the mass universities and urban conglomerates of the northeastern United States and the similar region on the west coast. The principal reason for the emergence of a section of the managerial elite in the New Left as an anti-managerial political movement lay in what Stanley Rothman and S. Robert Lichter called the erosion of the American social myth that occurred in the post-World War II era and particularly in the late 1950s. What Rothman and Lichter mean by the American social myth is mainly the cultural and ideological formula of the equilibrium between managerial and bourgeois forces that developed in the period of consolidation as consensus liberalism. While this equilibrium and its rationalization served the function of perpetuating the managerial regime and reconciling the bourgeois sub-elite to acceptance of it, the dynamics of the managerial regime, its propensity for continuing enlargement, expansion, and innovation rendered a permanent equilibrium impossible and eroded its ideological consensus. The managerial elite, because of its group interests and its disaffiliation from bourgeois and pre-managerial institutions, seeks an acceleration of the regime it controls and a renewed challenge to bourgeois institutions that constrain its acceleration. The erosion of the consensus was thus not contrary to but consistent with the basic interests of the elite and the regime it dominated. In its origins, the New Left was part of the demand for the acceleration of the managerial regime and the abandonment of consolidation that developed within the elite in the late 1950s and early 1960s. The rejection of the consensus ideology or American social myth, write Rothman and Lichter, was most pronounced among professional people in the service sector of society, which was rapidly growing. The new critics were concentrated in areas associated with the creation and dissemination of knowledge, especially the universities and the media. The influence of this segment of the population was growing even as its members became more liberal and cosmopolitan. For one thing, more and more Americans were enrolled in colleges and universities. For another, with the advent of television and rapid technological advances in transportation, Americans and the rest of the world were becoming ever smaller. Indeed, the events and cultural styles of New York and Washington spread to backwater, small communities with a rapidity which would have been inconceivable even 25 years earlier. Those members of the elite who were most skeptical and hostile toward the compromise with bourgeois forces and who demanded a rejection of the compromise and its ideological formulation were also those who were most intensely subjected to the cosmopolitan and homogenizing influences of the expanding mass media. They included the younger generation of the elite, formed in the mass educational institutions and by the new medium of television, as well as the intellectual and verbalist professions generally, which derived their income, power, and status from the mass organizations of culture and communication and the expansion of their scale and influence. And it was largely from these sectors of the managerial elite that the New Left and its sympathizers emerged. The New Left was thus not originally an anti-managerial force but was supportive of the regime and its acceleration toward the fulfillment of managerial goals. It became anti-managerial because the regime could not immediately accommodate its aspirations for acceleration and the fulfillment of these goals to the extent it demanded, and the resulting frustration rather quickly produced a rejection of the regime as fraudulent and repressive. Among the sources of 60s radicalism, writes Alan J. Matusow, none was more important than disillusionment with liberalism. A generation reared to believe in America as the land of the free and the home of the brave was forced by events to confront the facts of American racism, poverty, and imperialism. The same liberals who promised to abolish these evils, New Leftists came to believe, played politics with race, fought a phony poverty war, and napalmed Vietnamese. Beneficiaries of a system that seemed to do evil, guilt-ridden students committed themselves to liberate those whom America oppressed. The managerial regime, however, was incapable of fulfilling the professed goals of its own ideology. Aside from the problem of whether these utopian and cosmopolitan goals are attainable, the persistence of bourgeois power as an obstacle to managerial acceleration forced the regime to compromise with and accommodate non-managerial demands even during the period of its acceleration. Moreover, many of the members of the managerial elite, despite their commitment to their ideology and their interest in accelerating the regime, retained considerable loyalty to various bourgeois values and ideas and found it difficult to accept the unadulterated implications of acceleration and the resurgence of progressivist ideology. Finally, and perhaps most significantly, the managerial elite sought to implement its goals through the mechanisms of mass organizations and the managerial skills and functions that controlled them, and while the tendencies of mass organizations worked against the bourgeois order and its remnants and toward the implementation of managerial goals, the actual and more immediate result, and, to a large extent, the purpose, of these tendencies was to enhance the power and rewards of the managerial elite and not to fulfill literally the professed goals of its ideology. Insofar as the elite perceived that more radical efforts to fulfill its professed goals would interfere with the pursuit of its own interests, the fulfillment of the professed goals was compromised and attenuated. The frustration experienced and perceived by the New Left in the early 1960s in efforts to alleviate poverty and promote the civil rights movement led to an eventual repudiation of the managerial regime as a whole. Yet despite the rejection of the regime by New Left adherents, their ideology and activities in the 1960s in several ways were not contrary to managerial interests and in fact often assisted managerial acceleration and the challenge to bourgeois and non-managerial forces. This assistance was largely inadvertent and arose from a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the managerial regime and its dynamic by the New Left. The misunderstanding of the regime permeated New Left ideology. It consisted in the erroneous idea that the managerial regime was in fact an extension and a continuation of the bourgeois order, that its ruling class was bourgeois capitalist, and that it sustained itself in power by the same means as non-managerial elites of the past. The principal political concerns of the New Left reflected this erroneous conception of the managerial regime. Its opposition to racism, to nationalism and imperialism and the Vietnam War, to the use of force on an international or domestic level as a means of repression, and to capitalism and the middle-class values that sustained it show that the New Left misperceived the soft managerial regime as a hard regime that relied on particularist, solidarist, and ascetic ideologies and the use of force to support itself and was dominated by an essentially bourgeois elite. To a large extent, this misunderstanding derived from the rather callow Marxism that many New Leftists embraced and from New Left regurgitation of the Marxist critique of 19th-century bourgeois capitalism. Whatever the applicability of Marxist perspectives to capitalism and the state in the 19th century, their reference to their 20th-century analogues is only tangential. The dematerialization of property, the revolution of mass and scale, the dominance of managerial and technocratic functions and of those groups that perform such functions, and the reliance of the soft managerial elite on manipulative styles of power and systems of belief had by the early 20th century superseded bourgeois capitalism and the bourgeois state and had superannuated the bourgeois elite. But the misunderstanding of the New Left was also reinforced by the very considerable influence of C. Wright Mills, who seems to have coined the term New Left, who was the intellectual who most influenced the early New Left, and who heavily influenced the Port Huron statement of the Students for a Democratic Society. In Mills's theory of the power elite, managerial elements remain the subordinate or assimilated employees of a dominant, propertied class, and the recent social history of American capitalism does not reveal any distinct break in the continuity of the higher capitalist class. Aside from necessary adaptations to larger scale and more technical operations, the propertied class, in Mills's view, retained its dominance through ownership of property and through the economic, social, and political power that ownership yields, and this elite was essentially conservative in its social values and policies. Mills did not perceive that the managerial elements were in conflict with and were becoming dominant over the bourgeois forces and that their group interests conflicted with those of the old bourgeois order. The practical effect on the New Left of the influence of this erroneous understanding of the managerial regime was to misdirect its critique of the regime away from the distinctively managerial elements that predominated within it and toward the persistent but subordinate bourgeois elements of the regime. The New Left rejected the political, economic, and cultural compromises of the managerial regime with bourgeois remnants that had developed in the period of consolidation and could not be immediately overcome without destabilizing the regime itself, and it rejected the pseudomorphosis of bourgeois ideology in consensus liberalism, by which the regime sought to portray itself as the fulfillment, with historically necessary adaptations, of the bourgeois order, and with which the elite sought to placate and assimilate bourgeois elements. In rejecting the bourgeois elements in the managerial regime, however, the New Left mistakenly took such elements as the whole or dominant part of the regime and thus missed the essential distinctions between the bourgeois and managerial orders. The rejection of technocracy and of mass organizations in general by the New Left was predicated on the belief that they were the manifestations of bourgeois interests rather than the logical culmination of anti-bourgeois managerial interests and ideology, and in demanding the repudiation of bourgeois power, ideas, values, and institutions. The New Left actually assisted the process of managerial acceleration by challenging and opposing the major obstacle to managerial goals. The regime itself was eventually able to assimilate and make use of the anti-bourgeois thrust of the New Left, though it largely filtered out and ignored the New Left rejection of technocracy. The misunderstanding of the managerial regime by the New Left also contributed to its erroneous idea of the role of force in the domestic and international policies of the managerial state, and specifically the use of the instruments of force in Vietnam and against domestic dissidents. The New Left's view of what its proponents variously called the warfare state, the garrison state, or the national security state, was based on the idea that the managerial regime relies on coercion, as traditional elites and regimes often do, as a means of sustaining itself in power. In fact, the state of the soft managerial regime cannot rely on coercion to any great extent, which is why it did not simply repress the New Left, because the psychological type, behavioral patterns, interests, and ideology of the soft managerial elite are inconsistent with reliance on force and depend upon manipulation in politics, the economy, and the culture. During the period of acceleration, the managerial regime in the United States sought to extend its control of the instruments of force at the national and local levels through Robert McNamara's innovations in the Defense Department and through similar reforms encouraged by the federal government in local and state law enforcement, although it was not entirely successful in the latter effort, and the attempt to extend managerial control over the instruments of force involved a dramatic modification of the use of coercion and the way in which coercion is applied. The incompatibility of reliance on force with the mentality, beliefs, and interests of the soft managerial elite accounts for its incompetence in using coercion and its reluctance to employ force in general, and for the incompetence of its use of force in Vietnam specifically and even in the assassination plots of the CIA in this period. In the latter, no one was actually assassinated except the Diem brothers in Vietnam, who were slain by South Vietnamese military officers and not by the CIA or the American government, which neither desired nor ordered their execution. Domestically, throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the most notable instances of the use of force against dissidents, rioters, or criminals occurred in local jurisdictions and were carried out by agencies that were generally outside managerial control, by Southern sheriffs and state police against civil rights demonstrators, by the Chicago police against New Left dissidents at the National Convention of the Democratic Party in 1968, by National Guardsmen and prison guards under state authority at Kent State and Attica in 1971, by the Los Angeles Police Department against the Symbionese Liberation Army in 1974, and by National Guardsmen and local police against most urban rioters in general. It was in part the apparent brutality and immediacy of the use of force by such bourgeois, post-bourgeois, or non-managerial elements and authorities that instigated the attempts of the managerial regime at the national level to extend its control of the instruments of force in the 1960s. The New Left also displayed its misunderstanding of the managerial regime in its critique of the Vietnam War and of American imperialism. Drawing its interpretation of imperialism from Lenin and from later revisions of Lenin's theory of imperialism, the New Left failed to distinguish the motivations of managerial globalism from those of finance capitalism as well as from classic imperialism. Managerial globalism is not imperialism in the traditional sense of the expansion of a nation or a political cultural entity over new territory, nor is it motivated primarily by the need for profits from foreign markets that in Lenin's theory is the cause of capitalist imperialism. Managerial globalism is the result of the need and the ability of the managerial elite, in the state and the mass culture as well as in the economy, to extend and enhance its power by developing managerial infrastructures in non-managerial societies. By integrating such infrastructures into a transnational order, it actually contributes to the erosion of national, racial, and cultural particularisms and to their replacement by a global cosmopolitan identity within the framework of mass organizations under the direction of a transnational managerial elite. The unit of expansion is thus not the nation or culture, as in historic imperialism, but the managerial elite itself, and the transnational apparatus of the elite tends to become a new and autonomous identity. As in the extension of the managerial regime within a particular society, managerial globalism does not depend on force or profit motives deriving from ownership of hard property but on the continuous enlargement of mass organizations, on the application of managerial skills and functions to economic, political, social, and cultural relations, and on manipulative modes of control that are associated with such applications. The use of force to protect or extend managerial global projects usually represents a failure of the implementation of its extension, as it did in Vietnam, and is usually executed with a minimum of competence and with the brutality that accompanies incompetence. Like its critique of the managerial regime as a continuation of the bourgeois order, the New Left critique of American foreign policy mistook peripheral bourgeois and non-managerial elements as the core of American foreign policy. By concentrating its criticism on such elements, the New Left served to reduce their influence as a brake on the global acceleration of the regime and thereby to assist the process of acceleration. While the New Left eventually exerted a historic influence on the conduct of the Vietnam War, the use of force in international policy, and the adoption of restrictions on governmental and corporate policies and activities abroad, these reforms did not seriously challenge the framework of managerial globalism. In the late 1970s and through the 1980s, the development of human rights as a theme of American foreign policy, coupled with the rise of a global economy and with U.S. efforts to develop global democracy and a foreign policy centering on transnational issues such as environmental, legal, economic, strategic, and cultural problems, enabled the managerial regime to continue its global extension through the modernization of political and economic infrastructures in undeveloped states and thereby to encourage the emergence and interdependence of soft managerial elites in such states. Although the use of force continued sporadically, neither force nor corporate investment in the traditional sense was essential to the main line of managerial global integration. The New Left's misconceptions of the nature of the managerial regime thus actually assisted the regime in its acceleration by contributing to the rejection of bourgeois elements and the revision of consensus ideology, and the New Left did little to jeopardize the acceleration. Other aspects of New Left ideology in many respects actually resembled managerial liberalism in the 1960s. Aside from its misunderstanding of the managerial regime and its rejection of technocracy, mass organizations, and managerialism, New Left ideology incorporated most of the progressivist premises and values of managerial liberalism that re-emerged in the Kennedy-Johnson era. The New Left found in Marxism and its revisionist variations a new and more radical vehicle for the environmentalist presuppositions of progressivist and liberal theory, and it also revived and pushed to an extreme the progressivist interpretation of environmentalism as a basis for utopianism and cosmopolitanism. In this respect, it differed from managerial liberalism only in viewing the managerial regime itself as part of the bourgeois enemy, thus turning the relativist and environmentalist weapon against those whom it originally served, and in pushing the radical implications of this ideological weapon much further than the regime found it convenient or possible to go. The New Left viewed the ideas, values, tastes, manners, and morals of bourgeois society as impositions that served the interests of a dominant capitalist ruling class, and it demanded an immediate fulfillment of utopian goals by the dismantlement of the managerial regime and its replacement by participatory democracy, counter-communities, and alternative institutions that would embody cosmopolitan and utopian principles and in which the bourgeois particularist identities of class, nationality, ethnicity, and sexuality would be abolished and transcended by a cosmopolitan identity. The environmentalist premises of New Left ideology also supported an explicit defense of hedonism, especially among the countercultural movements, that was based on the rejection of conventional moral values as repressive and relative. Nor did the New Left and the counterculture, for all their repudiation of technocracy and their indulgence of irrationalism, entirely reject the scientism of progressivist ideology. Marxism itself claimed a scientific basis and rationalized the application of science to society, and much of the New Left critique of the managerial regime and bourgeois persistence also claimed a foundation in social science. Countercultural Dionysianism, developed in the Marxian Freudianism of Herbert Marcuse and Norman O. Brown, often degenerated into a nihilistic denial of order in external reality, but at its more sophisticated levels sought in contemporary science, especially cosmology and psychology, an affirmation of the mystical worldview it tried to articulate. The defense of the use of drugs by the counterculture generally involved an appeal to science, as did the ecology movement and the liberation movements for women, racial groups, and homosexuals. A cliché of the era reveals the persistence of scientific and technocratic categories in the mentality of the New Left and the counterculture, that if the United States could place a man on the moon, it ought to be able to abolish poverty, war, hunger, and racism. The assumption of the popular slogan is that the economic, political, psychological, and moral problems of human society are analogous to the purely scientific and technical problems of engineering and astronautics, an assumption that is a characteristic feature of managerial scientism. The principal difference between the ideology of managerial liberalism and that of the New Left was the rejection by the New Left of mass organizations and managerialism. Managerial liberalism defended mass organizations and the managerial and technical skills that controlled them as the practical, scientifically valid, and rationalistically designed and administered mechanisms for the realization of progressivist values and objectives. The rejection of managerialism by the New Left was clearly contrary to the interests of the managerial elite, yet militant New Left utopianism and cosmopolitanism presented no serious threat to the elite or the regime it dominated. The alternative institutions that the New Left and the counterculture advocated were based on a naive utopianism that was far too exotic to exert wide appeal and was too simple to present a serious alternative to mass organizations and their disciplines. New Left and countercultural alternatives flourished in the late 1960s only because they continued to depend on managerial infrastructures and bourgeois institutions. They indirectly made use of the products of managerial capitalism and relied on protection from the managerial state, and they depended directly on the social and cultural disciplines and the conceptual and practical skills inculcated in their adherents by the managerial educational and cultural organizations. The utopian communities and movements of the 1960s were incapable of generating their own discipline or of sustaining themselves independently of the society they rejected, and most of them eventually collapsed or degenerated under the burdens of the crime, drugs, and deviance that they regarded as liberating and were incapable of controlling. Yet while New Left and countercultural primitivism did little to threaten or challenge the managerial regime, it did contribute to the criticism of bourgeois values and the power of bourgeois forces, and this aspect of New Left ideology was promoted and disseminated by the managerial media, which sought to challenge bourgeois obstacles to managerial acceleration. The exotic utopianism of the New Left and the counterculture was not therefore a threat to the managerial regime, and it assisted the regime in its own challenge to bourgeois ideology and institutions. Thus, although the New Left repudiated the managerial regime and its ideological defenses, several characteristics of the New Left prevented it from becoming as serious a challenge to the regime as most of its adherents and many of its critics believed it was. Its misunderstanding of the regime, its hostility to the bourgeois forces that also were enemies of the managerial elite, its support for basic progressivist ideas and values that were consistent with managerial ideology and interests, and the general irrelevance of many of its exotic activities and beliefs often assisted the acceleration of the regime. Such characteristics prevented the New Left from evolving a serious and enduring anti-managerial ideology and consciousness, from creating practical alternatives to managerial structures, and from developing a mass base outside the elite, and in large part these characteristics reflected the origins of the New Left in the managerial elite itself. The New Left presented more of a challenge, however, through the persistence, intensity, and militancy of its ideology and activism, and through the political and cultural influence that it was able to gain. By developing and articulating the progressivist elements that it shared with managerial liberalism, the New Left was able to challenge the credibility of managerial ideology and thus to threaten the formulas by which the regime legitimized itself. The New Left's general argument against managerial liberalism as it had developed by the 1960s was that liberal claims were fraudulent and a mask for self-interest, and although its critique of liberalism was erroneous in seeing it as a defense of bourgeois capitalism, the corporate liberalism, that New Left theorists such as Carl Oglesby and James Weinstein dissected was sufficiently similar to managerial ideology to wound it seriously and come close to discrediting it. The response that the managerial elite was forced to issue to the New Left attack on its formula of legitimacy was to reformulate its ideological defenses in such a way as to satisfy the aspirations and demands of the most radical members of the elite in the New Left, and at the same time to re-legitimize the mass organizations of the regime and their managerial control. The New Left's challenge to the ideological defenses of the regime was never a serious threat to the regime and its elite, however, and in many ways the challenge to consensus liberalism was compatible with the tendency to acceleration that prevailed in the 1960s. The regime easily deflected and assimilated the New Left challenge and did so with minimal modification of its own functions and structures. The means by which the regime responded to the New Left was a classic illustration of the manipulative style of dominance on which the soft managerial elite relies. The process of assimilation was successful because most of the adherents of the New Left movement were drawn from the managerial class, exhibited the same psychological type and patterns of behavior that distinguished the elite of soft managerialism, and had been formed in the intellectual and verbal categories of the elite in the mass organizations of culture and communication of the regime. Since the premises and values of the ideological formulas of the regime resembled those of the New Left, the adaptation of managerial liberalism to express New Left ideas and goals was not difficult. Since many of the demands of the New Left overlapped with managerial interests and ideology, the regime could make concessions that allowed New Left adherents to participate in the managerial political system and incorporated some reforms that they demanded increased political attention to the minority groups that the New Left championed, restrictions on military, police, and intelligence agencies and on the international commitments and policies of the managerial state, and modification of the national security state through the abolition of conscription and the expansion of civil liberties and cultural openness. Such reforms and modifications tended to placate the mainstream of the adherents of the New Left and afforded them the opportunity to advance within and to exert influence upon the managerial regime, to work within the system to change the system, in a phrase current in the late 1960s and early 1970s, when the process of assimilation was occurring. The presidential campaign of Senator George McGovern in 1972 drew many New Leftists into the political and communicational structures of the regime. The Watergate scandal appeared to legitimize some of the New Left complaints of the fraudulence, repressiveness, and corruption of the regime. The ensuing reforms and restrictions on the intelligence and law enforcement functions and the foreign and military policies of the managerial state reflected the influence of the New Left, but these adaptations also represented the resistance of managerial elements in Congress and the bureaucracy to anti-managerial tendencies in the Nixon administration. In the administration of President Carter, a number of former New Leftists actually obtained fairly prominent and influential positions, and the institutionalization of more radical attitudes on college campuses was facilitated by an influx of radical academics into social science and humanities departments all over the country. The counterculture itself also was assimilated into the framework of the regime. Both the cosmopolitanism and the hedonism of the counterculture served the managerial imperatives of the homogenization and disciplining of mass society by the mass organizations of culture and communication and the hedonistic ethic of managerial capitalism. The adherents of both the New Left and the counterculture represented a vast market of young consumers, whose affluence, leisure, and sophisticated and unconventional tastes and values were manipulated and profitably exploited by the increasingly dominant service sectors of managerial capitalism. So far from being a formula of rebellion, as Mark Hughes and Brown believed, the hedonism of the counterculture was the principal means of its assimilation within the mass economic apparatus and was part of the manipulative discipline that under managerial capitalism replaces the internalized bourgeois ethic of deferred gratification. Not least among the reasons for the waning of the impulse of the counterculture was the ease with which the dominant culture absorbed it. Indeed, despite the generational warfare that marked the late 1960s, hippies were only a spectacular exaggeration of tendencies transforming the larger society. The root of these tendencies, to borrow a phrase from Daniel Bell, was a cultural contradiction of capitalism. By solving the problems of want, industrial, i.e., managerial, capitalism undermined the very virtues that made this triumph possible, virtues like hard work, self-denial, postponement of gratification, submission to social discipline, strong ego mechanisms to control the instincts. As early as the 1920s, the system of mass production depended less on saving than consumption, not on denial but indulgence. Such tendencies toward hedonism and an ethic that rationalized it were not confined to the young and the dissident but were increasingly common among older and more mainstream groups. Parental discipline declined, sexual promiscuity rose along with the divorce rate, worker productivity fell, ghetto obscenity insinuated itself into standard speech, marijuana became almost commonplace, sexual perversions were no longer deemed so, and traditional institutions like the army, the churches, and the government lost authority. Dionysus had been absorbed into the dominant culture and domesticated, and in the process routed the Protestant ethic. The ethic of hedonism and the decomposition of the bourgeois ethic of deferred gratification were part of the erosion of the American social myth and the attempt to replace it with a new myth that reflected the interests of the soft managerial elite and the new civilization that it sought to create. There were, of course, some in the New Left who did not fully conform to the Class I residues that prevailed in the elite and whose disposition to violence reached pathological levels in the early 1970s. Such terrorist groups as the Weathermen and their satellites, however, were not serious challenges to the regime, regardless of the threat to life and property they presented. By adopting the tactics of violence, these groups immediately isolated themselves from the mainstream of the managerial regime as well as from the mainstream of the New Left, and their absurd plan of precipitating People's War or underground insurgency in the United States was easily countered by the regime and crippled by its own futility. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, when several of the leaders of the Weathermen surrendered to authorities, long-standing legal charges against most of them were dropped or reduced, and they were simply sent home, to be assimilated by the apparatus at which they had hurled a few stones. The participation in the managerial regime of many of the remaining adherents of the New Left through political action, academic or journalistic careers, or actual office holding had the effect of muting their repudiation of the regime and its ideology, and the adaptation of managerial ideology to accommodate some New Left demands tended to resolve the challenge to legitimacy the New Left had presented. Yet, despite its reforms and adaptations, the managerial regime did not significantly change. Mass organizations were not dismantled, and the application of managerial skills to their direction and control and the continuing extension of such skills throughout mass society were not abandoned. Indeed, in the 1970s, the rapidly emerging, post-industrial economy and society increasingly relied on technocracy, the knowledge sector, and manipulative disciplines that were made possible by managerial technique and new communications technologies. Post-industrialism encouraged the processes of continuous innovation, displacement of non-managerial institutions and values, and the manipulation and integration of mass society through the disciplines of a hedonistic ethic, cosmopolitan identity, and melioristic political and social aspirations to be achieved through the scientific application of managerial functions and techniques. Although the challenges mounted by the New Left never actually threatened the basic functioning of the regime, they did succeed in discrediting certain policies and practices of the managerial state and much of the managerial formula of legitimacy. But this challenge was in some respects consistent with managerial interests, and the regime experienced no real difficulty in adapting to it and assimilating most of the New Left within its own organizational and ideological framework. The regime was able to assimilate the New Left rather easily precisely because the New Left was part of the managerial elite, displayed the same psychological and behavioral dispositions, and shared many of the same ideological presuppositions. The latter, instilled in the following of the New Left by the mass educational institutions in which they had been instructed and reinforced by the mass organizations of culture and communication in which they had been socialized, acted as a homing device by which the regime manipulated them back into its apparatus and turned their energies and aspirations to its own uses against persistent bourgeois forces and other non-managerial centers of resistance. Confronted by a challenge from forces that are essentially similar or identical to the main body of the managerial elite, the soft managerial regime displays a capacity to use its manipulative style of dominance effectively to respond to and assimilate the challenge. When it is confronted by dissimilar forces that exhibit no affinities for or attraction to its manipulative techniques, however, the managerial regime may find the challenges issued by such forces less tractable and more of a threat to its structure and the techniques by which it holds power. The failure of the bourgeois resistance. While the managerial regime was able to assimilate the New Left because its adherents originated from the managerial elite and expressed goals and values consistent with the interests of the regime, assimilation of the New Right resistance was more difficult. The mass following of the New Right did not derive from the managerial elite and shared less in common with it, and it was thus far less assimilable by and more of a threat to managerial interests. Nevertheless, the regime eventually absorbed much of the new right political movement, or at least its leadership, though the anti-managerial constituencies of the new right were not assimilated and continued to present a potential threat to the managerial regime. The new right was not an expression of bourgeois interests and values but represented post-bourgeois aspirations, and its emergence in the late 1960s and its successes in the following decade suggest that post-bourgeois strata in American society were beginning to form a distinct identity and consciousness that differentiated them from both bourgeois and managerial social forces. Post-bourgeois groups originated in the dissolution of the bourgeois order in the early 20th century when the revolution of mass and scale, the formation of mass organizations under managerial control, and the impact of depression, war, and governmental extension into social and economic processes pulverized the bourgeois order, eroded its social fabric, displaced the bourgeois elite from national dominance, and challenged the legitimacy and credibility of bourgeois ideology. The American middle class ceased to be an economically and culturally autonomous social group and, while it regained affluence after World War II, was integrated into and disciplined by the managerial economic, political, and cultural apparatus. Yet managerial control of the post-bourgeois social strata was incomplete, and throughout the 1950s and 1960s these strata displayed proclivities to resistance to the managerial regime. The regime alternately ignored, manipulated, or suppressed these tendencies, and the social force that consistently sought to make use of them was the bourgeois sub-elite, which retained a large degree of independence from the managerial regime and continued to resist its power. Although the interests and values of the bourgeois sub-elite and those of post-bourgeois strata were not identical and often were antagonistic, their common opposition to managerial predominance and post-bourgeois retention of bourgeois values were sufficiently strong to create the basis for their common participation in a political movement. In the 2 decades after World War II, post-bourgeois groups lacked sufficient identity to assert their own interests and values separately from those of the bourgeois sub-elite, and their alliance with bourgeois forces served to infuse into them an ideological content that later distorted and deformed their distinctive identity and the new right political movement associated with it. The political movement that they and the bourgeois sub-elite formed in the 1950s and 1960s, with the latter force predominant in it, came to be known as conservatism, and until the emergence of new left and new right opposition to the managerial regime in the late 1960s, it constituted the only major challenge to the regime. The central political and cultural conflict in the United States from the 1930s until the 1960s was a struggle for power between the managerial elite, based in the mass economic, political, and cultural and communicational organizations, on the one hand, and the bourgeois sub-elite, based on smaller, more compact, localized, private, and social organizations in entrepreneurial firms, local communities, and local electoral districts and political institutions, on the other. Ideologically, the struggle for power took the form of the conflict between managerial liberalism, which expressed and rationalized the interests of the managerial elite, and bourgeois conservatism, which expressed and rationalized the interests of the bourgeois sub-elite. Politically, the conflict was expressed in the rivalry between the Taft wing of the Republican Party, representing bourgeois interests and values, and the Eastern wing, led by Thomas Dewey, Wendell Willkie, Dwight Eisenhower, and Nelson Rockefeller, and representing managerial interests. In the Democratic Party, there was a parallel division between the dominant northeastern section of the party, also an expression of managerial interests, and its southern and western branches. In international affairs, the conflict revealed itself in the contest between an isolationist, nationalist, and anti-communist foreign policy that reflected the interests and values of the bourgeois sub-elite and its allies, and a globalist, internationalist, and cosmopolitan foreign policy, supported by managerial forces and expressing their interests and ideology. Constitutionally, the struggle for power between bourgeois and managerial forces appeared in the conflicts between the managerially dominated executive branch under the presidency and the federal bureaucracy, usually in alliance with the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary, and Congress and state and local governmental levels, which generally represented bourgeois forces. There also was a geographical dimension to the conflict, with the managerial elite and the mass organizations under its control being situated principally in the northeastern United States and especially in its mass urban conglomerations, and the bourgeois sub-elite retaining influence over rural and more compact power bases in the less urbanized South, Midwest, and Far West. The geographical division between managerial and bourgeois forces tended to import into the conflict the subcultural values and traditions of these regions as well as economic and political interests peculiar to them. Despite the loss of its dominant position, the bourgeois subelite retained considerable private wealth, social status, political influence in Congress and local political institutions, and regional cultural power, but the diversity and localism of the structure of its power and the individualism of its ideology and worldview presented disadvantages in its conflict with managerial forces. Political leaders representing bourgeois interests and values tended to be concerned principally with issues directly relevant to their constituencies and districts rather than with national or international issues that served to coordinate a mass following and gain the support of managerial forces. Similarly, entrepreneurial capitalists, whose wealth derived from locally based, privately owned and operated, and usually comparatively small firms or industries, directed their attention to their own personal, corporate, or community concerns and tended to take little interest in more national, international, or abstract economic and political issues that did not directly affect them. Bourgeois cultural institutions in churches, schools, and newspapers focused on local matters and displayed little of the cosmopolitanism of the intellectual and cultural vanguard of the managerial regime. Ideologically, bourgeois individualism and particularism served to legitimize parochialism and self-serving behavior within the bourgeois subelite and its supporters. Thus, the political and economic competition of bourgeois forces against the managerial elite, controlling mass organizations and resources of colossal reach and scale, was difficult. Both the structure of bourgeois power and interests and the basic bourgeois mentality enhanced the disadvantages of bourgeois competition with and resistance to the regime, and insofar as the managerial elite was able to establish standards of taste, high culture, and public discourse, it could delegitimize bourgeois opponents that did not or could not conform to such standards. The bourgeois resistance to managerial power was closely related to the private business interests of entrepreneurial capitalists, who mainly provided financing for resistance efforts. They showed little inclination or capacity to connect their narrow interests with larger questions framed by ideas and values that were more attractive to intellectual and cultural elites than those of traditional bourgeois ideology. The principal vehicle for entrepreneurial capitalist interests in the early 20th century was the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, which faithfully recapitulated the laissez-faire and anti-union ideology that reflected the economic interests of most of its components but exerted no cultural influence beyond such components. Not until the Depression and the New Deal did the bourgeois elite begin to appreciate the broader dimensions of the managerial challenge, and only in the 1930s and 1940s did it begin to mount a more aggressive, though still not very effective, resistance to managerial forces. The New Deal exposed a cultural, intellectual, and political, as well as an economic, schism between bourgeois and managerial groups. What Digby Baltzell called the schizophrenia within the business community that the New Deal produced was largely a division between bourgeois and managerial interests. While Roosevelt at first attracted broad support among businessmen, the radical appearance of his administration and the enactment of labor and social security legislation alienated many entrepreneurial capitalists, high bourgeois, and corporate managers who retained bourgeois values and beliefs. Real schizophrenia within the ranks of the business community came, by and large, but of course not entirely, from the conflict between this old stock concentration in the older, more production-oriented seats of economic power and the newer consumer and communications branches of the business community. The latter sectors were more likely to support the New Deal economically because of its efforts to redistribute wealth and place purchasing power in the hands of the masses of consumers, and the nature of the schizophrenia which divided the business establishment during the 30s was nicely illustrated in the career of Gerard Swope. He and such men as Owen D. Young and Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., were leaders of the managerial revolution which took place in American business leadership between the two wars. The distinction between older, production-oriented sectors and newer, consumer-oriented sectors tended to correspond to the division between corporations in which entrepreneurial and bourgeois interests remained dominant or influential and those in which managerial leadership had already emerged. The latter depended on a high level of mass consumption to sustain their growth and on massive and complex marketing systems to distribute, and advanced technologies to produce, their goods and services, and the size, scale, and complexity of such functions intensified their need for managerial and technical skills. Because such corporations tended to be newer, they tended to be less encumbered with the dominance of individual entrepreneurs, their families, and their bourgeois ideological reflexes. The political divisions among businessmen in the 1930s did not exclusively correspond to the organizational distinctions among their businesses, however. The high bourgeois elite was divided between those who had absorbed progressivist ideas and who supported the New Deal for non-economic reasons and those who remained attached to traditional bourgeois beliefs and values, even when their economic interests had become dependent on managerial capitalist corporate activities. Corporate managers themselves often retained or had acquired bourgeois values and also opposed the New Deal policies because of such preconceptions and mental habits. Nevertheless, as John Kenneth Galbraith notes, there was distinct correlation between acceptance of the New Deal and managerial business firms, on the one hand, and resistance to it and entrepreneurial firms, on the other. The opposition to the rising power of the state in the decisive years of the 30s, like the opposition to the rising power of the unions, was led not by the mature corporations but by the surviving entrepreneurs. The names of Ernest Weir, Thomas Girdler, Henry Ford, the DuPonts and Sewell Avery are associated with this resistance. General Motors, General Electric, U.S. Steel and other mature corporations were much more inclined to accept such innovations as NRA, to be more philosophical about Roosevelt and otherwise to accommodate themselves to the New Deal. Other reasons besides economic interest attracted corporate managers to the New Deal and repelled bourgeois and entrepreneurial elements. The managerial corporation and its elite had less interest in the institution of hard property and the rights of ownership than entrepreneurial and bourgeois elements and were not significantly threatened by the extension of governmental power into property relationships. The progressive and cosmopolitan ambience of the New Deal was consistent with the meritocratic values of corporate managers whose proficiency in managerial and technical skills rather than social status, family connections, and adherence to bourgeois social and moral codes was the basis of the advancement of their careers. According to Baltzell, the ethnic tolerance and pluralism encouraged by the New Deal also attracted new managerial elements. It was the members of the newer ethnic minorities, especially the Jews, who supported the New Deal because they had taken the lead in developing these newer, consumer fields, partly because of the caste monopoly of the older centers of production and commercial banking maintained by established members of the old stock upper class. For converse reasons, cosmopolitan and meritocratic values, ethnic pluralism, and the challenge to property rights contributed to the resistance to the New Deal by bourgeois forces. The principal vehicle for bourgeois resistance to the political phase of the managerial revolution in the New Deal was the American Liberty League, or founded in 1934 and supported mainly by businessmen and self-employed professionals to resist the growth of what has come to be known as the welfare state. The major contributors to the ALL were drawn from the high bourgeois elite, although managerial executives who adhered to bourgeois political and economic ideology also were supportive of it, and the League acquired sizable contributions from smaller businessmen throughout the country. Nevertheless, the League was never a broad-based organization and was unsuccessful in its efforts to attract a mass following and rejuvenate bourgeois beliefs. The League reached its maximum membership, which involved nothing more than sending one's name and address to its national headquarters in Washington, of 124,856 in 1936 and subsequently declined until it was disbanded in 1940. In the 6 years of its existence it collected and disbursed nearly $1,200,000, and most of its money was spent on the salaries of its staff, building up its state organizations, and promoting its propaganda. One of its principal supporters was Pierre S. DuPont, who, with a handful of other men of wealth, virtually sustained the League in the mid-1930s. Fewer than 24 bankers, industrialists, and businessmen contributed over half the League's funds for 1935, and nearly 30% of all League funds for that year was from the DuPont family. In 1936, approximately two-thirds of the money came from 30 men contributing $5,000 or more apiece, and one of every $4 spent was from the pockets of the DuPonts. After 1936, contributions to the ALL dwindled, and businessmen who pledged contributions often failed to make them. Pierre DuPont himself was an outstanding example of an entrepreneurial capitalist who came to depend on managerial functions. With two cousins he had purchased control of the family firm in 1902, had developed it into a major corporate enterprise, and had himself instituted a managerial reorganization of the company. He and his family continued to own, operate, and direct the firm as managers themselves, though their fortune eventually became dependent on managerial capitalism. At DuPont, owners still managed in 1917. Pierre and his brothers maintained control through an intricate network of holding companies. Nevertheless, the only DuPonts to serve on the executive committee were experienced managers. By the 1930s, top managers outnumbered the family on the DuPont board. In recent years, DuPont, so long cited as a preeminent family firm, has become managerial. Still owners, DuPonts no longer manage. They no longer make significant industrial decisions. Despite their dependence on and benefits from managerial capitalism, DuPont and most of his family retained the beliefs and values of the high bourgeois elite, and their support of the all and other anti-Roosevelt activities reflected their adherence to bourgeois ideology as large-scale entrepreneurs. John J. Raskob and Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., who were professional managers active in the all, were closely tied to the DuPont family through the latter's controlling interest in the General Motors Corporation, which Raskob and Sloan had directed. The narrowness of the base of the all means that it cannot be considered to have represented any significant social force, although its undiluted assertion of bourgeois ideology reveals its social composition. The facile transparency of its propaganda and the vast wealth of its major contributors and supporters account in large part for its failure to mobilize more effective resistance to the New Deal. Nevertheless, while the ideological content of its propaganda was conventionally bourgeois, the League sought to use moral, religious, patriotic, and constitutionalist themes as well as appeals to laissez-faire economic principles to attract support and build a case against Roosevelt's policies. The all launched the most intense and concentrated campaign to propagate conservative political and economic thought that the United States had ever witnessed, and it espoused a philosophy that was at once a combination of social Darwinism, laissez-faire economics, Old Testament apocalypse, and constitution and ancestor worship. It combined these bourgeois themes with a ferocious hatred of Roosevelt as a class renegade and insinuations of communist influence in his administration. Through such appeals to values not directly connected to bourgeois economic interests and through its use of mass propaganda, the all sought, albeit unsuccessfully, to attract and mobilize mass support for the bourgeois order and to develop a more aggressive and mass-oriented resistance to managerial power than was typical of earlier bourgeois efforts. Yet by the end of World War II, high bourgeois resistance to the managerial regime had dwindled, and support for resistance efforts became concentrated among a handful of wealthy high bourgeois and entrepreneurial magnates and middle-class entrepreneurs who retained a commitment to the traditional bourgeois worldview and to their group interests as small businessmen. The revival of the national economy after the war, the emergence of a corporate culture under managerial dominance, and the dependence of the higher reaches of the bourgeois sub-elite on managerial capitalism and the managerial regime served to prevent any serious attention among high bourgeois elements to continuing resistance to managerial power. Thereafter, only the personal idiosyncrasies of particular members of the high bourgeois sub-elite, rather than their group interests, led them to support organized resistance to the managerial regime. The effect of this separation of high bourgeois interests from conservative resistance was to reduce the social status and organizational and financial resources of the latter and to deracinate it as a political and ideological movement that might reflect the interests and aspirations of a major social force. Although smaller entrepreneurial interests and bourgeois values remained the prevalent force in conservative ideology, and thus perpetuated the bourgeois identity of conservatism, the conservative political and intellectual movement that emerged in the 1950s was not closely tied to high bourgeois material interests and social values, and the petty bourgeois interests it reflected were not sufficiently significant or powerful to make the conservative challenge a successful one. Bourgeois conservatism thus became a socially isolated political and intellectual movement that ceased to reflect powerful interests or widely shared ideas and values, and it increasingly relied on post-bourgeois political support to mobilize resistance to the managerial regime. The major bourgeois political challenge to the regime in the post-war era was the movement led by Senator Joseph McCarthy, whose ascendancy was possible only because of the weakness of bourgeois forces. Had such forces not become moribund, McCarthy's career probably would not have been possible, and leadership would have devolved upon more typically high bourgeois figures such as Senator Robert Taft. The inability of such figures as Taft to mobilize a national following indicates not only their own weakness and social isolation but also the irrelevance of bourgeois conservatism as a formula for anti-managerial resistance. The ability of figures such as McCarthy and, later, Richard Nixon, neither of whom originated from the bourgeois elite, to assume leadership of the resistance and gain a national following outside bourgeois ranks suggests that post-bourgeois forces were emerging as the political base of the resistance to the regime. McCarthy's political following, in the analysis of Michael Paul Roggin, derived from two main sources. On the one hand, to the traditional right wing of the Midwestern Republican Party, McCarthy seemed to embody all their hopes and frustrations. To them, communism was not the whole story, their enemies were also the symbols of welfare capitalism and cosmopolitanism. These militants were mobilized by McCarthy's mass appeal. Yet this appeal had its greatest impact upon activists and elites, not upon the rank-and-file voters. And while McCarthy mobilized the Republican right wing, he did not change its traditional alliance. This was not a new American right, but rather an old one with new enthusiasm and new power. This component of McCarthy's following was largely bourgeois in its cultural and political values and entrepreneurial in its economic interests. Thus, a study of attitudes toward McCarthy in Bennington, Vermont, in 1954 found substantially stronger support for him among small businessmen, including merchants and other proprietors, than among salaried employees, including lower and upper white-collar, salaried professionals, and executives, and the data of the study indicated that small businessmen in our society disproportionately tend to develop a generalized hostility toward a complex of symbols and processes bound up with industrial capitalism, the steady growth and concentration of government, labor organizations, and business enterprises, the correlative trend toward greater rationalization of production and distribution, and the men, institutions, and ideas that symbolize these secular trends of modern society. These trends and their symbols were, we believe, McCarthy's most persuasive targets. Quite apart from the questions of communists in government and blunders or worse in foreign policy, the congruence between McCarthy's attacks on and small businessmen's hostility to the dominant characteristics and tendencies of modern society account, we believe, for much of the disproportionate support McCarthy gained from small businessmen. The institutions to which McCarthyite small businessmen were hostile were those central to the managerial regime. Communism appears to have become a symbol by which these institutions, the elite that controlled them, and the policies and ideology associated with them could be described and attacked. While conservative Republican activists provided McCarthy with the core of his enthusiastic support, non-bourgeois groups, the lower socioeconomic groups, the more poorly educated, and the Catholics were his other major source of support, while the big business and professional classes, the better educated, and the Protestants tended to oppose him. The principal reason for non-bourgeois, working and lower class, support for McCarthy appears to have been concern with the external threat of communism during the Korean War, and McCarthy's ability to elicit support among this stratum suggests the beginnings of a post-bourgeois resistance to the managerial regime. Unlike earlier bourgeois political leaders, McCarthy did not emphasize the political and economic ideology of the bourgeois sub-elite but relied on anti-communist, nationalist, and patriotic formulas that he rhetorically connected to his anti-establishment and anti-elitist appeals. While his attacks on the establishment did little to attract mass support, his avoidance of conventional bourgeois ideology allowed him to gain a following outside bourgeois ranks among elements that would have been alienated by invocations of laissez-faire economics and the minimal state. The strong opposition to McCarthy from organized labor as well as from the national media may have prevented him from mobilizing this support among workers into a more permanent and effective political movement, but by diluting, obscuring, or abandoning appeals to formulas that transparently served bourgeois economic interests and by using patriotic formulas, he was able to gain the sympathy of groups that had historically shown little attraction to bourgeois and anti-managerial ideology and thus to threaten the cohesion of the mass base of the managerial regime. Post-bourgeois consciousness in the early 1950s was not yet sufficiently strong to overcome traditional voting patterns and the mass disciplines of the managerial regime, but the rudimentary support for McCarthy among working-class elements suggests an incipient consciousness on their part that eventually evolved into an anti-managerial social and political movement separate from bourgeois forces. While opposition to and hatred of McCarthy was strong within the managerial elite in the governmental bureaucracy, the larger universities and media, and large corporations, a portion of the elite centered around Eisenhower in the Republican Party exploited McCarthy's popularity and the anti-communist issue he had developed for its own political purposes. Eisenhower himself intensely disliked McCarthy because of his attacks on General George Marshall and on Paul Hoffman, founder of the Committee for Economic Development, president of the Ford Foundation, and a principal managerial supporter of Eisenhower against Robert Taft. Despite his dislike, Eisenhower campaigned with McCarthy in Wisconsin and used the same anti-communist rhetoric in his speeches. Eisenhower's election and subsequent administration, however, in no way challenged managerial dominance but in fact consolidated it, and, as president, Eisenhower resisted and helped to undermine McCarthy. Even managerial forces outside the Republican Party, while they did not directly exploit McCarthy for their own ends, made use of anti-communist rhetoric and measures to assist their consolidation of power and to manipulate mass anti-communist and nationalist sentiments. The consensus ideology and the consolidation phase of the managerial regime thus assimilated the anti-communist and nationalist themes of the bourgeois resistance while ignoring bourgeois anti-managerial impulses. This managerial tactic of selective assimilation of challenges to the regime was consistent with the prevalent Class I residues of the elite and the manipulative style of dominance on which it relied, and it was later used in the managerial response to the New Left challenge. In the 1950s, selective assimilation was effective partly because of McCarthy's own personal and political vulnerabilities, but also because the lack of a distinct identity among post-bourgeois forces and the strength of the managerial apparatus of social control prevented the formation of a mass anti-managerial movement and allowed the apparatus of mass unions, political parties, national media, and the state to continue the integration of potentially anti-managerial forces. The ideological efforts of the bourgeois resistance in the 1950s also revealed the effect of the erosion of high bourgeois power and social cohesion. What George H. Nash calls the conservative intellectual movement, centered mainly around the journal National Review, reflected bourgeois conservative ideology in its general defense of laissez-faire economics, a minimal state, an anti-communist and nationalist foreign policy, and a cultural and moral traditionalism that derived from the ascetic individualism of the bourgeois ethic. The principal exponents of this movement, however, were distinctly different from the elite of the bourgeois order and were often alien to or alienated from it. A noticeable number of foreign-born intellectuals were present among the academics and professional verbalists who articulated conservative ideology in the 1950s and 1960s, and a strong presence of ethnic Catholics, Jews, Southerners, and ex-communists distinguished them from the typically northeastern Anglo-Saxon Protestant composition of the bourgeois elite. Moreover, conservative intellectualism in the 1950s intentionally addressed itself to the managerial intelligentsia and purposely avoided the grassroots constituencies of bourgeois and post-bourgeois social forces. William F. Buckley, Jr., the founder and editor of National Review, forcefully rejected what he called the popular and cliché-ridden appeal to the grassroots and strove instead to establish a journal which would reach intellectuals. Not all conservatives agreed with this approach, but the young editor-to-be was firm. It was the intellectuals, after all, who have midwifed and implemented the revolution. We have got to have allies among the intellectuals, and we propose to renovate conservatism and see if we can't win some of them around. The goal of converting the managerial intelligentsia to bourgeois conservative ideology was a virtual impossibility, however, since this ideology, regardless of its intellectual merits, could not express or rationalize the interests and needs of the managerial elite and was in no way attractive to it. Bourgeois conservatism as an intellectual movement thus succeeded only in marginalizing itself by becoming a dissident faction within the managerial intellectual and verbalist class and isolating itself from both bourgeois and post-bourgeois forces, and it exerted little influence on either. By insulating themselves from grassroots elements and by concentrating their efforts on the managerial intelligentsia and its ideology, leaders of the conservative intellectual movement and those few politicians associated with it were selecting only one component of the managerial regime as a focus of their resistance. Under the slogan that ideas have consequences, conservative intellectuals tended to ignore the structural and organizational foundations of the managerial regime and to emphasize only its ideological extensions. In doing so, conservative intellectuals placed the cart before the horse, since managerial ideology was not the source of the dominance of the elite but an adaptation to the regime and a reflection and rationalization of the interests of its elite. The most erudite and sharply worded critiques of managerial ideology therefore did not jeopardize the dominance of the elite, which could ignore the ideological challenge from the right because this challenge was irrelevant to and was not connected with any significant social force that resisted the organizational base of its dominance. Furthermore, by seeking a dialogue with the managerial intelligentsia and by ignoring the structural basis of managerial power, conservative intellectuals generally neglected to develop a critique of the structure of the regime and gradually came to defend the structure under the illusion that the ideology, and not the structure itself, was their main adversary. The goal of the conservative intellectual movement was to persuade the elite to change its ideological defenses to a form of bourgeois conservatism, not to delegitimize and dismantle the structures by which the elite held power. Not only was this goal futile because of the incompatibility of the interests of the elite with bourgeois ideology, it also eventually served to assimilate conservative intellectualism to the defense of the regime itself. By the late 1960s, conservative intellectuals took the lead in defending managerial capitalism, the managerial state, and much of the managerial apparatus of culture and communications against the New Left challenge, and long after managerial liberalism had ceased to defend the Vietnam War, deracinated bourgeois conservative intellectuals continued to defend the disastrous and incompetent experiment in managerial globalism. While conservative intellectuals mounted a sophisticated critique of managerial ideology, their neglect of, and often contempt for, grassroots, bourgeois and post-bourgeois resistance to the regime left this dimension of the resistance without a coherent ideology, and the adherents of the grassroots, conservative resistance generally subscribed to simplistic, conspiratorial formulas that expressed social resentments and frustrations but could not be credited by more than a small part of the politically active population. Grassroots resistance in the 1950s and 1960s thus came to be known as the radical right and was organized in such groups as the John Birch Society, the Ku Klux Klan, the Minutemen, the Citizens' Councils, and similar extremist, fringe, or violent movements. While the conspiratorial and radical ideology of such groups often contained an opaque perception of the structural basis of managerial power, the perception was so distorted and lacking in intellectual sophistication as to be worthless as a mobilizing force. The disjunction between conservative intellectualism and bourgeois and post-bourgeois political and social resistance movements thus fragmented the resistance and prevented it from effectively challenging the consolidation and later the acceleration of the managerial regime. In 1965, National Review, which remained the principal organ of conservative intellectualism, repudiated the John Birch Society in an effort to reconcile itself with the managerial intelligentsia, and it periodically repeated its exorcism of right-wing extremists, with George Wallace in 1968 and other post-bourgeois resistance movements. When, in the 1970s, a more powerful, grassroots, resistance movement developed in American politics, the exponents of alt-right, conservative intellectualism found themselves increasingly isolated from it and rejected by its activists and leaders. By the 1960s, with McCarthy dead and discredited and Nixon defeated by John F. Kennedy, the bourgeois political and intellectual resistance was in a state of collapse. Its momentary resurgence in the Goldwater campaign of 1964 succeeded only in capturing the Republican Party from its eastern, managerial wing. The unadulterated expression of bourgeois economic and political ideology by Goldwater, who differed from McCarthy and Nixon in his own high bourgeois background, found little support outside bourgeois ranks because the ideology had ceased to reflect the interests and aspirations of any significant social force other than the dwindling old bourgeois sub-elite and its fragments. Although Goldwater was supported by new entrepreneurial forces in the Southwest, as well as by old entrepreneurs, who saw in his campaign a vindication of entrepreneurial capitalist interests, his opposition to the civil rights movement received considerable support and won him the only states that he carried other than his own state of Arizona. While Goldwater opposed civil rights legislation on the basis of bourgeois constitutionalist principles rather than on overt racial consciousness, it is likely that race was the basis of the popular response to his position. Neither McCarthy nor the bourgeois resistance of the 1930s and 1940s had made any political appeal to racial solidarity and sentiment, and its presence in the election of 1964 and subsequent elections indicates a transition from a bourgeois to a post-bourgeois consciousness as the ideological formula of resistance. Whereas the former was distinguished principally by the defense of the economic and political interests of bourgeois and entrepreneurial forces, which progressively declined from the position of a nationally dominant elite to that of a sub-elite and finally to a dispersed social fossil, the post-bourgeois resistance was distinguished by its defense of a social and cultural identity, with political implications. The first national political figure to express this identity explicitly was not Barry Goldwater, however, but George Wallace, and the political movement that developed from his campaigns in 1968 and 1972 became the basis for the major anti-managerial force in the latter part of the 20th century. Chapter 8. The Post-Bourgeois Resistance. The Post-Bourgeois Proletariat. Neither the radicalism of the New Left nor the bourgeois conservatism of the Old Right succeeded in their efforts to mobilize successful challenges to the managerial regime. The New Left failed because most of its adherents derived from the managerial elite itself, shared the worldview, values, and interests of the elite, and were rather easily assimilated within the mass organizations under managerial control. The Old Right resistance failed because the bourgeois ideology that it espoused represented the interests and values of a declining social class unable to compete effectively against its ascendant managerial rival and unable to attach itself to a sufficiently significant social force outside the bourgeois sub-elite to sustain its resistance. In short, both challenges failed because they remained socially and politically isolated from the social forces that were emerging within the soft managerial regime and without the support of which no successful challenge to the regime was possible. Yet, while the New Left and the Old Right failed to overthrow or replace the managerial regime, they both enjoyed partial successes. The former, principally through its skill in manipulating the mass organs of culture and communication, was able to modify and influence managerial ideology and policies. The Old Right, mobilizing considerable financial and political resources from the bourgeois sub-elite, also was able to restrain the acceleration of the regime and to preserve significant political influence at the local, state, and congressional levels of government. But the Old Right was unable to win control of the executive branch, the core of the managerial state, because it could not mobilize a mass following in national elections, and its failure, which prevented it from seizing control of the managerial governmental apparatus and perhaps from dismantling it, was due ultimately to its insularity and its crystallized attachment to obsolescent bourgeois ideology and interests. Whatever political following it attracted on a national level was increasingly due, not to the revitalization of bourgeois conservatism, but rather to a fragile and uneasy alliance with emerging social groups that were neither bourgeois nor managerial and harbored increasingly bitter frustrations with the soft managerial regime. Joseph McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Barry Goldwater, George Wallace, and Ronald Reagan all enjoyed whatever political success they achieved because of their appeal to these relatively new socio-political forces. These new forces, the post-bourgeois groups that originated in the collapse of the bourgeois order under the impact of the revolution of mass and scale in the early part of the 20th century, are distinct from both the managerial elite and the bourgeois sub-elite. They are separate from the managerial elite because they lack the advanced technical and managerial skills, and generally lack the opportunity to acquire such skills that yield control of the mass organizations of the regime and social and political dominance. They are also separate from the bourgeois sub-elite because they lack its distinctive feature, the ownership and operation of their means of subsistence in the form of the hard property of the entrepreneurial firm. In the hierarchy of society, post-bourgeois groups constitute for the most part the working and lower middle classes, dependent for their economic subsistence on the mass organizations, corporations and unions, of managerial capitalism, and they consist in part of dislocated and declining bourgeois elements of rural or urban background as well as of equally dislocated but economically ascending working-class elements of European or native origin. They are also materially, but not entirely psychically and socially, integrated into the mass structures of the managerial state and the apparatus of culture and communication. Concentrated in mass urban conglomerations, occupying mass residential facilities in the form of apartment complexes and housing developments, commuting on mass transportation networks, producing and consuming within mass offices and factories and mass shopping centers, disciplined, informed, and entertained by the mass media of culture and communication, passively participating in the mass political apparatus, and supplied by and subordinated to the legal, administrative, and social services of the mass state. The post-bourgeois strata, despite their relative affluence, constitute a proletariat within the soft managerial regime that the regime has been unable to assimilate socially or psychologically. The proletarianization of the middle class was noted by Andrew Hacker, who remarked on the new dependency of the post-bourgeois groups that resulted from their assimilation into the mass organizations of the economy and from the dematerialization of property. Post-war America's new middle class stands in a continual condition of dependency. Its members are employees, and their livelihoods are always contingent on the approval and goodwill of the individuals and organizations who employ them. What needs emphasis is that this group lacks the significant characteristics of past middle classes in American society. It is expansive rather than attenuated, national rather than local, and propertyless and dependent rather than propertied and secure. In fact, the new middle class has many attributes in common with the traditional conception of a proletariat. And it is possible to argue that those who were once known as the working class have simply put on white collars. C. Wright Mills, surveying the emergence of white-collar groups in American society, commented on the social and psychological transformation that the decline of hard property and the entrepreneurial economy of the bourgeois order involved. Changes in the spread and type of property have transformed the old middle class, changed the way its members live and what they dream about as political men, have pushed the free and independent man away from the property centers of the economic world. The centralization of property has thus ended the union of property and work as a basis of man's essential freedom, and the severance of the individual from an independent means of livelihood has changed the basis of his life plan and the psychological rhythm of that planning. For the entrepreneur's economic life, based upon property, embraced his entire lifetime and was set within a family heritage, while the employee's economic life is based upon the job contract and the pay period. The dematerialization of property and the replacement of the entrepreneurial firm as the dominant form of economic organization by the mass corporations and unions under managerial control eroded both the economic power base of the bourgeois elite as well as the institutional roots of the bourgeois worldview. The reorganization of the population from the particularized, localized, private, and family and community-centered institutions of the bourgeois order into the massive, anonymous, highly mobile, homogenized, and routinized disciplines of the managerial regime subverted the bourgeois worldview and the ideologies based on it by rendering its ideas and values irrelevant to the actual lifestyles of post-bourgeois groups. The proletarianization of the post-bourgeois social formations thus consists not only in the disappearance of economic and social autonomy through the erosion of hard property and independent ownership, but also in the cultural dispossession involved in the deracinating transformation provoked by the revolution of mass and scale and the dominance of managerial elites. The protracted duration of the transformation, extending from the late 19th century through the 1920s and completed in the Depression and Second World War, disguised its occurrence, and the distractions of the war and the return of mass affluence afterward softened its impact on the bourgeois order. Nevertheless, the long-term result of the proletarianization of the bourgeois middle class is the emergence of a separate, distinct, and increasingly alienated anti-managerial post-bourgeois social force with emerging structural interests and a collective consciousness, neither bourgeois nor managerial, that constitutes a locus of resistance to the soft managerial regime. As Mills noted in 1951, the structural position of the white-collar mass is becoming more and more similar to that of the wage workers. Both are, of course, propertyless, and their incomes draw closer and closer together. All the factors of their status position, which have enabled white-collar workers to set themselves apart from wage workers, are now subject to decline, and Mills predicted that, in the course of the next generation, social class between lower white-collar and wage workers will probably be formed. This will not, of course, involve the professional strata or the higher managerial employees, but it will include the bulk of the workers in salesroom and office. Economically dependent on the mass organizations of the regime for their subsistence and affluence, post-bourgeois strata display little attraction to bourgeois conservatism and its emphasis on laissez-faire economics, the rights of property, the minimal state, the ethic of economic individualism, and other tenets of bourgeois ideology centered on the defense of bourgeois economic and political interests. Although post-bourgeois strata retain fragments of the bourgeois worldview, they cannot reintegrate these fragments into a replication of bourgeois ideology because their material interests and the social and economic conditions in which they live prevent the formation of a coherent bourgeois consciousness. What has persisted among post-bourgeois groups from bourgeois ideology are the solidarist and ascetic themes that emphasize community, kinship bonds, class, racial, and sexual and national identities, although these ideological fragments are reshaped in post-bourgeois consciousness to constitute an emerging and distinctive post-bourgeois social and political worldview. The general character of the post-bourgeois mentality corresponds to the ideologies and Peirtian derivations associated with Class II residues, persistence of aggregates or lions, solidarism and attachment to group identities, authoritarianism with low tolerance of deviation and the subordination of the individual to the group, a disposition to use force as a means of responding to challenges and problems, and a tendency to resist innovation and to seek to preserve old forms and Traditions, in S.E. Finer's words. While Class II proclivities, when they take ideological form, often called conservatism, they bear only a superficial resemblance to the bourgeois conservatism of the old right. The individualist and classical liberal ideas of the latter cannot encompass either the material interests or the psychic composition of post-bourgeois strata, and while bourgeois conservatism incorporates values such as patriotism and adherence to traditional morality, the logic of its ideological premises, especially when divorced from the bourgeois social institutions, moved it toward an abstract libertarianism that rejected group identities and resembled the cosmopolitan and hedonistic ethic of managerial ideology. While post-bourgeois groups display little attraction to bourgeois conservatism, at least in its pristine and coherent forms, and while they are economically dependent on the mass organizations of the regime, the predominance of Class II residues and derivations among them constitute a source of deep hostility to the cosmopolitan and hedonistic themes of managerial liberalism, a derivation associated with Class I residues in the soft managerial elite. Only in periods of crisis such as depression and war or during the era of managerial consolidation, when cosmopolitan and hedonistic themes were muted, could the regime accomplish a satisfactory integration of post-bourgeois groups or partially succeed in legitimizing its dominance among them, and even then it did so through direct appeal to their economic interests and through the manipulation of the public images of national leaders such as John F. Kennedy, who appeared to exhibit the patriotism, piety, aggressiveness, heroic leadership, courage, and attachment to family and ethnic identity that post-bourgeois groups value. Post-bourgeois groups manifest hostility not only to the ideology of the soft managerial regime and to the psychic and behavioral patterns of its elite, but also to the manipulative style of dominance that characterizes the elite and the tendency to acceleration on which the elite relies for the preservation and enhancement of its power. The managerial use of manipulation and acceleration not only alienates post-bourgeois groups culturally and morally but also threatens their economic position and social status. The acceleration of the managerial state in particular involves an alliance between the elite and the underclass, and the formulation of public policies on behalf of the underclass that contribute to inflationary and economically dysfunctional trends that erode post-bourgeois affluence and destabilize social roles. Moreover, the application of managerial skills for the manipulative amelioration of social arrangements intrudes upon and subverts the social institutions in which post-bourgeois solidarism is expressed. Characteristically, post-bourgeois hostility to the soft managerial regime thus manifests itself in anti-liberal ideologies and movements among the working and lower middle classes that emphasize group loyalty and integrity, with nation, class, community, race, family, religion, the value of the use of force to respond to challenges, opposition to politically managed amelioration and acceleration, and to both the elite and the underclass as agents of undesirable and dysfunctional social change. But support for the economic security provided by mass organizations. The anti-liberal aspects of the lower middle and working class mentality have often been noted and appear to be virtually universal in the Western world. The poorer strata everywhere, wrote Seymour Martin Lipset in 1960. Are more liberal or leftist on economic issues. They favor more welfare state measures, higher wages, graduated income taxes, support of trade unions, and so forth. But when liberalism is defined in non-economic terms as support of civil liberties, internationalism, etc., the correlation is reversed. The more well-to-do are more liberal, the poorer are more intolerant. Public opinion data from a number of countries indicate that the lower classes are much less committed to democracy as a political system than are the urban middle and upper classes. While the conventional explanations of lower-class anti-liberalism emphasize the lack of education and information available to lower levels of society, an alternative explanation is that in the soft managerial regimes of the United States and Western Europe, Class II residues and the derivations associated with them tend to be excluded from the elite and to be concentrated in the lower levels of the social hierarchy. Since soft managerial elites select their members on the basis of their proficiency in manipulative managerial skills, and since such skills are correlated with Class I residues, the latter tend to prevail within the elite and to lend it its character of softness. Skills correlated with Class II residues are of little value to the elite for the manipulative style of dominance on which it depends, and those elements of the population among whom Class II residues prevail are incongruent with the psychosocial and ideological prerequisites of the soft managerial elite as well as with its style and techniques of dominance. Those persons or groups within whom Class II residues prevail are thus pushed into the lower levels of society, which then come to exhibit the anti-liberalism that characterizes the post-bourgeois strata. This polarization of residues, with a concentration of those of one class within the elite and those of the other class accumulated at the lower levels, was explicitly predicted by Pareto and is the basis for his theory of the circulation of elites and of social revolution. Although the emergence of a distinct post-bourgeois identity is a phenomenon of the late 1960s and later decades, its rudimentary manifestations seem to have appeared for the first time in the extremist political movements of the Depression era, when the implications of the managerial revolution began to make themselves clear, at least in mythical form, to early post-bourgeois elements. For the lower middle classes, small tradesmen, clerks, white-collar workers, poor farmers, and skilled laborers, the Depression had been a shocking and humiliating experience. The loss of business, farm, job, or home, the necessity at last to go on a government dole, had political repercussions both severe and far-reaching. Some of these Americans had been traditionally conservative in social affairs, emulating the richer middle classes in their attitudes toward capitalism. But the depreciation of property values and their own personal losses during the crisis destroyed their sense of security. His disciples of Father Charles E. Coughlin were not right-wing conservatives with substantial power in the business community. Instead, they were often small businessmen who feared and mistrusted concentration and control in government or business. Lacking institutionalized roles on the political scene, they looked in time of crisis to a leader whose boldness and aggressiveness would combat the power and arrogance of the big shots and bureaucrats while not threatening the capitalist system to which they subscribed. The supporters of Father Charles Coughlin, Gerald L.K. Smith, Francis Townsend, William Lemke, and Huey Long were eventually absorbed by the national economic recovery in the aftermath of World War II, though similar forces contributed to the national following of Senator Joseph McCarthy in the early 1950s. While the core of McCarthy's support was drawn from petty bourgeois sources that themselves were in transition to a post-bourgeois identity, he also attracted lower and working class support on the basis of his anti-communism. The principal concerns of this constituency seem to have been not the internal subversion that McCarthy emphasized, but rather the external menace of communism in Korea, Europe, and elsewhere. Nevertheless, concerns over the foreign dangers of communism and the apparent failure of the managerial state to contain or defeat it connected easily to perceptions of the managerial elite in the state as weak, irresolute, and ambivalent or sympathetic to communism, and thence to increasing suspicion and resentment of the elite and its regime. McCarthy exacerbated these resentments through his rhetorical synthesis of the imagery of upper-class elite status Harvard-educated, tea-sipping diplomats and advisors in striped pants who spoke in pretentious accents and equivocating tones with accusations of disloyalty, indifferent patriotism, and sympathy for communism. It is likely that much of the massive popular support for General Douglas MacArthur in the wake of his dismissal by President Truman in 1951 also represented post-bourgeois frustrations with the perceived vacillation of a manipulative elite in the Korean War. MacArthur's explicit appeals in his public addresses to military duty, national solidarity, and victory through the effective use of military force were expressions of post-bourgeois values that contrasted with the subtleties of the containment policy and global diplomacy that representatives of the elite expressed and reflected the class I residues that prevailed within the elite. Whittaker Chambers, whose own social dislocation from his petty bourgeois roots resembled the position of post-bourgeois strata, explicitly connected the controversy over Alger Hiss with social position in relation to the ascendant elite of the managerial regime. The inclusive fact about those who supported his accusations against Hiss was that, in contrast to the pro-Hiss rally, most of them, regardless of what they had made of themselves, came from the wrong side of the tracks. No feature of the Hiss case is more obvious or more troubling as history than the jagged fissure which it did not so much open as reveal between the plain men and women of the nation and those who affected to act, think and speak for them. It was, not invariably, but in general, the best people who were for Alger Hiss and who were prepared to go to almost any length to protect and defend him. It was the great body of the nation which, not invariably, but in general, kept open its mind in the Hiss case, waiting for the returns to come in. Much of the imagery of popular discontent with the managerial elite and its internal and external policies toward communism was that of conventional class resentments. Popular anti-communist expressions focused on the wealth, social status, educational background, and appearance and mannerisms of the representatives of the elite rather than on specifically managerial characteristics or on the ideological content of the alleged communists and communist sympathizers. The persistence of such conventional resentments in popular expressions was due partly to the absence of a clear perception of the nature of the social and political revolution that had occurred, and partly to the prominence in governmental circles and the foreign policy elite of high bourgeois figures such as Dean Acheson, Averell Harriman, Alger Hiss himself, and others who had made the transition to the managerial elite, reflected its interests and worldview, and acted as the spokesman or symbols of its policies. The political use of class resentments is historically a tactic of the left for the mobilization of opposition to a dominant elite, and its relocation on the right indicates the development of a perception that a displacement of elites had occurred, even if the different character of the new elite was not yet clear to those who were beginning to resist it, and that the new elite was distinguished by its adherence to an use of liberal and progressivist ideology. Moreover, the relative absence of bourgeois economic and political themes in the form of classical liberalism and the dwindling of isolationist sentiment and its replacement by a militant, activist, and nationalist anti-communism differentiate the emerging post-bourgeois resistance to the new elite from the old right challenge mounted by the American Liberty League, which had reflected the laissez-faire economics, constitutionalism, and isolationism of the old bourgeois elite, and from the urbanized, abstract, and highly intellectualized libertarianism and artificial traditionalism of the conservative intellectual movement of the 1950s and 1960s. While popular anti-communist rhetoric of the 1950s connected with and stimulated an incipient post-bourgeois resistance, the issues on which this rhetoric focused proved ephemeral. The end of the Korean War, the election of a national military hero as president, the withdrawal of Douglas MacArthur from public life, and the condemnation and subsequent personal decline of Joseph McCarthy removed the immediate sources of post-bourgeois resentment and the most salient icons of post-bourgeois discontent, and the single issue of anti-communism was not sufficiently broad to encapsulate the full range of post-bourgeois frustrations. In the period of consolidation, the managerial elite moderated its cosmopolitan and hedonistic ethic and successfully pacified the alienated social forces that were emerging. Nevertheless, a somewhat broader and more concrete expression of post-bourgeois consciousness appeared in the person of Richard M. Nixon, the congressional mentor of Whittaker Chambers, whom Chambers included among those, from the wrong side of the tracks, who had supported the case against Alger Hiss, and who for some 25 years afterwards would build a successful political career on his ability to represent the post-bourgeois mentality that was emerging. Nixon's Chequers speech of September 23, 1952, remains one of the clearest early statements of this mentality. The occasion for the speech was the revelation by the New York Post on September 18, 1952 that a secret, $18,000 fund for Nixon, senator from California and vice presidential candidate of the Republican Party, had been established by a group of wealthy men in his home state. The revelation led to demands for Nixon's resignation from the ticket, a possibility given serious consideration by General Eisenhower and some of his close advisers. The speech, broadcast nationally on radio and television to an audience of some 55 million, responded to the specific charges against Nixon, but it departed from them to cast the speaker as a personification of post-bourgeois values. Most of the 30 minutes of the address, wrote Eric Goldman, was a story of a family, told in a tone of utter earnestness by an ordinary-looking young man in a none-too-fashionable suit. Nixon emphasized the modesty of his social origins in a petty bourgeois home, his personal struggle against adversity, his marriage, his identity as an ordinary man, and his solidarity with family and nation. His war record, in his own words, was not particularly unusual, and he and his wife were, like most young couples, with ordinary possessions: a 2-year-old Oldsmobile, a mortgage on their home, a life insurance policy, and a Cocker Spaniel, to which his children were devoted. His allusion to the dog and to the modesty of his wife's wardrobe: that doesn't have a mink coat, but she does have a respectable Republican cloth coat, concretized post-bourgeois material simplicity and domesticity, in contrast to the pretentiousness and corruption of the elite, and played on a recent scandal of the Truman administration in which an official's wife had received a mink coat allegedly in return for political favors from her husband. Nixon's determination to drive the crooks and communists and those that defend them out of Washington, his resolution not to quit the campaign, his reference to his wife's Irish background, and his peroration on America and the greatness of General Eisenhower also incorporated post-bourgeois resentments of the elite, appealed to national solidarity and ethnic identity, and evoked a psychological determination associated with Class II residues. What is absent from the Chequers speech, which received massive and enthusiastic popular support, is any reference to traditional bourgeois economic and political ideology. There was no criticism of the regulatory and economic policies of the New Deal and the Truman administration, and no invocation of the minimal state or economic individualism. Nixon presented his success in his struggle against unpromising prospects as rooted in his family, not in individual aspiration, and as both modest and uncertain, threatened by his political enemies, rather than the natural result of adherence to the bourgeois virtues. The speech also reflected post-bourgeois resentment against an affluent and powerful elite that exploits and scorns those modest Americans who fight the wars, do the work, raise the families, pay the taxes, and bear the burdens of American society. The Chequers speech thus retained the ascetic and solidarist themes of the bourgeois worldview, but it located these themes in the familiar post-bourgeois society of the Depression era, World War II, and the post-war period rather than in a mythical or moribund bourgeois order, and divorced them from the traditional values and interests of the bourgeois elite. Although Nixon's subsequent political career until its last stage after 1972 was largely one of accommodation to the managerial regime, his ability to express post-bourgeois frustrations and aspirations, later encapsulated in his "Silent Majority" and "New American Majority" slogans, made him perhaps the most useful political figure in the period of managerial consolidation. His aggressive anti-communist rhetoric helped to legitimize the Eisenhower administration against attacks by McCarthy, and his own administration of the late 1960s and early 1970s assisted the regime in its assimilation of the challenges from both the dwindling New Left and the emerging and increasingly militant post-bourgeois resistance. Only at the beginning of his second administration did Nixon display any inclination to use his post-bourgeois political base to challenge the managerial regime, but whatever his intentions after 1972, they were distracted by the rapid collapse of his presidency. While the Chequers speech and similar rhetoric used by Nixon helped form a post-bourgeois consciousness, most of his own policies and administration did little to further the political representation of post-bourgeois interests and values, which virtually ceased to be visible during the period of consolidation under Eisenhower. It was not until the mid-1960s that post-bourgeois consciousness began to assume coherent and distinctive form, and the chief precipitant of its formation at that time was the reaction among post-bourgeois social groups to the acceleration of the managerial regime and its social and cultural consequences. Several features of the period of acceleration served to call forth the post-bourgeois reaction and to instigate the birth of an enduring post-bourgeois resistance to the regime. One precipitant was the chronic inflation and economic dislocation that the social and economic policies of managerial acceleration caused. The social status and standard of living of post-bourgeois groups in particular were jeopardized by the costs of these policies, as was the legitimacy of the regime itself when it failed to provide for the economic security of these groups. Secondly, the general revival of pristine managerial liberalism, in place of the muted and qualified expression of progressivist ideas and values that had prevailed in the period of consolidation, led to public rhetoric and actions that deeply alienated the Class II sensibilities of post-bourgeois groups. In particular, the revival of progressivist environmentalism, with its cosmopolitan, relativist, and hedonistic implications, offended and challenged the solidarist values of family, community, nation, and sexual and ethnic identity, as well as traditional religious and moral bonds, and the extreme interpretations of these implications that the New Left and counterculture expressed deepened the sense of alienation on the part of post-bourgeois groups. The resurrection of cosmopolitan and hedonistic values and ideas was reinforced and intensified in the 1960s by the sudden expansion of the mass organizations of culture and communication through new technological and organizational developments, and by the embrace of cosmopolitan and hedonistic ideas and values by the managerial elite within these organizations as a means of rationalizing the interests of the elite and extending their institutional reach. Thirdly, the apparent failure of the managerial regime to deal adequately with internal and external challenges tended to delegitimize the regime among the demographic core of its habitual supporters in post-bourgeois strata. The failures were not confined to the economy but extended also to the Vietnam War, the rising urban crime rate, racial riots, the erosion of social manners, tastes, and moral standards, and the violence and offensiveness of the New Left and counterculture themselves. Most of these failures could plausibly be ascribed to the reluctance or inability of the soft managerial elite to use force competently, or to the tacit or explicit alliance of the elite with the particular groups involved in these challenges. Finally, a major source of alienation from the regime on the part of post-bourgeois groups arose as a consequence of the realignment of the elite that occurred as a result of the civil rights movement and the legal and political changes that it encouraged. Post-bourgeois groups began to perceive that the managerial elite in all sectors, but especially in the state, was neglecting their interests and aspirations in preference to those of the largely non-white underclass. The social, economic, and cultural chasms between the underclass and the post-bourgeois groups, the sudden aggressiveness of the former and of its political leaders, and the acceptance of their demands by the elite not only alienated post-bourgeois forces from the regime but also encouraged their perception of the regime and its elite as enemies. The realignment of the elite with the underclass, particularly its non-white components, was a necessary part of the period of acceleration. In order to resume the expansion and extension of the mass organizations of the regime, the elite was obliged to revive the Caesarist tactics of the period of managerial emergence. The crystallization of local and private power bases by the bourgeois sub-elite in the period of consolidation acted as a constraint on acceleration, and these non-managerial centers of power had to be overcome if the regime were to expand and if the interests of its elite were to be enhanced. The Caesarist tactic requires for its efficacy an alliance with a mass base as a means of challenging the intermediary power centers of an elite or sub-elite, and while the working class had served as a mass base for managerial Caesarism in the period of managerial emergence, by the late 1960s it was no longer suitable for this role. The working class of the early 20th century had come to constitute a substantial part of the post-bourgeois proletariat, which in the early 1960s had few economic or social grievances and sought mainly to conserve the affluence that it derived, at least indirectly, from the economic policies of the regime. Post-bourgeois elements, especially their working-class components, provided the political base of the elite in the periods of emergence and consolidation through the political influence of organized labor under managerial control, but their support of the elite and its regime was conditional upon the economic security they received, and they were not an adequate base for accelerating the regime. Only the underclass could serve as a mass political base for further acceleration, and in supporting its aspirations and sponsoring the demands of its leaders, the soft managerial elite in the 1960s essentially abandoned its historic post-bourgeois constituency in favor of a constituency composed of the underclass. Responding to the social and economic problems of the underclass involved a dramatic expansion of the social engineering functions of the managerial state and its elite and an opportunity for virtually limitless enhancement of the powers and rewards of the elite. The realignment of the elite with the underclass also involved the formulation of policies that could be rationalized only with the environmentalist, cosmopolitan, and relativist premises of progressivist managerial liberalism. Environmentalism explained the inferior performance and conditions of the underclass, offered a course of action in the form of social engineering by the state for their amelioration, challenged the prevalent values and ideas that rationalized discrimination against and negative judgments of the underclass, and provided a critique of racial solidarity while defending a cosmopolitan fraternalism among racial groups. While the realignment of elite and underclass certainly enhanced the economic and political interests of both, it precipitated a far-reaching reaction within the post-bourgeois base of the managerial regime. At first, this reaction was largely confined to the white constituents of the regime in the South, which supported Goldwater in 1964 less because of his unequivocal defense of bourgeois political and economic ideology than because his constitutionalist ideas and his commitment to the ideal of the minimal state led him to oppose federal civil rights legislation and thence, whatever his personal feelings on the subject, objectively to defend traditional race relationships. By the late 1960s, however, the post-bourgeois revolt extended not only to Southern whites but also to Northern urban ethnics, who were activated by racial riots, crime, and urban decay, the threat to ethnic identity, family, and community, and the inability or unwillingness of the elite to suppress these threats deriving from its new allies in the underclass. The post-bourgeois revolt instigated by the alliance of the soft managerial elite with the non-white underclass was the principal force behind the political support for Governor George Wallace in 1968 and, prior to an attempted assassination that was highly convenient for his political rivals in the elite, in 1972. This revolt, connecting to other social, economic, and cultural discontents, led directly to the formation of the first distinctively post-bourgeois political movement, the New Right of the 1970s and 1980s. The New Right and the post-bourgeois proletariat. Although the New Right movement that developed in the 1970s enjoyed the somewhat uneasy support of old right, bourgeois conservative intellectuals and politicians, operated largely within the Republican Party and the Reagan administration, and often expressed conventional bourgeois conservative themes, the main thrust of the movement was not conservative but radical. Its leaders frequently voiced disdain for the mainstream of both the Republican and Democratic parties, for big business, labor, media, and government, for nationally established leaders in these sectors of the managerial regime, and even for representative figures of the old right such as Barry Goldwater and William F. Buckley, Jr. The New Right thus felt little kinship with the traditional bourgeois conservatism that had provided the main vehicle of resistance to the managerial regime in the United States since the 1930s, but at the same time, it clearly exhibited little similarity to the New Left, the ideological content, agenda, and social composition of which were not only alien to the New Right but also were frequent targets of its attacks. The New Right thus occupied an anomalous position. On the one hand, it resembled radical movements of the past with its criticisms of the establishment, its demands for significant changes in political arrangements and social mores, and its use of a grassroots or populist strategy of seeking to construct a coalition of non-elite forces led by and symbolized in a charismatic leader and directed against an elite lodged in intermediary institutions. On the other hand, the New Right resembled conservative movements in its defense of traditional morality and religion, family, nation, local community, and at times racial integrity and identity. These conservative features of the New Right gave it its right-wing character and attracted bourgeois conservative figures to it, but the radical quality of the New Right strongly suggests that the movement was originally a genuinely anti-managerial force composed of groups outside the managerial elite and hostile to at least some aspects of the mass organizations by which the elite holds power and to the ideology and policies that characterize the soft managerial regime. Despite the anti-managerial radicalism of the New Right, the movement was eventually deflected from its original goals and, like the New Left of the previous decade, was assimilated by the managerial regime. The process of assimilation was completed in the course of the administration of Ronald Reagan, who, like Eisenhower and Nixon, exploited the mass following and anti-managerial consciousness offered by the post-bourgeois components of the New Right but did little to advance their goals after his electoral victories. Indeed, not only were New Right anti-managerial demands not advanced under Reagan, but also the whole anti-managerial direction of the American right, old and new, was effectively curtailed and countered in the era of his presidency. The process of assimilation by which the elite circumvented resistance from the right occurred through the separation of the largely urban, technocratic, and managerial elite that emerged within the New Right itself from its far more radical and anti-managerial constituency. The result of the assimilation was the effective decapitation of the post-bourgeois resistance to the managerial regime. The resistance still exists as a potentially radical or even revolutionary force in managerial society, but in the aftermath of the assimilation of Reagan and his administration and of most of its other erstwhile leaders by the regime and in the absence of other leaders in their place, its effectiveness as a social and political force in the future remains questionable. That the New Right was a political expression of the anti-managerial radicalism of the post-bourgeois proletariat is clear from its beginnings in the presidential campaigns and movement associated with Alabama Governor George C. Wallace. Typically, wrote demographers Richard Scammon and Ben J. Wattenberg in 1970, the Wallace voters are to the right of Republicans on race, law and order, and big government, the social issues. But they are to the left of Republicans on bread and butter economic issues. This apparent duality, schizophrenia, or contradiction in fact is a distinctive trait of post-bourgeois political consciousness which rejects the hedonism and cosmopolitanism in the ideology and ethic of the soft managerial elite that serve to rationalize its soft character and its encouragement of continuous acceleration, but also rejects the laissez-faire economics and minimal state of bourgeois conservatism. Post-bourgeois political consciousness accepts the mass organizations of the managerial regime, particularly those associated with economic functions that provide bread and butter, but seeks to rationalize them with a solidarist and ascetic or Class II ideology corresponding to the Class II residues that prevail among post-bourgeois groups. Wallace supporters in the late 1960s not only shared this consciousness but also were located in typically post-bourgeois social strata, the working and lower middle classes. While Scammon and Wattenberg characterized Wallace's following as the middle-aged, middle-class, middle-educated, working with their hands, political scientists Seymour Martin Lipset and Earl Raab found that the pattern of support for George Wallace before the beginning of the 1968 campaign resembled that of Father Coughlin and Senator Joe McCarthy, reported earlier. Wallace was strongest among the less educated, rural, small-town, and working-class population. As a spokesman of the Protestant South, he secured most of his support in the South and more from Protestants than Catholics. While Wallace's strength in the South is understandable because of his own Southern origins and identity, what was remarkable was his following among Northern industrial workers, especially given the failure of Barry Goldwater to attract such elements in 1964. Goldwater failed miserably in the working-class districts of Gary, Milwaukee, and Baltimore, which had cast large votes for Wallace in the 1964 Democratic presidential primaries. Clearly, Goldwater with his laissez-faire anti-welfare state program went counter to the desires of the less affluent for social security, trade unions, economic planning, and the like. Wallace's appeal to such post-bourgeois forces was evident in the ideological synthesis that he articulated. His rhetoric and platform accepted the mass organizations on which post-bourgeois strata were materially dependent but emphasized national, class, and racial solidarity and the use of force against external and internal enemies, and thus provided almost a definitive formulation of post-bourgeois political and social consciousness. This synthesis appealed to post-bourgeois Class II residues, and it explicitly rejected and attacked the Class I residues and ideology that are prevalent among and characterized the soft managerial elite. Wallace, like Coughlin and McCarthy, made clear his hostility to the incumbent elite, and his rhetoric about pointy-headed intellectuals and briefcase-toting bureaucrats identified and provided a metaphor for the specifically managerial character of the elite in symbols more appropriate than McCarthy's anti-communism or Coughlin's anti-Semitism could do. At the same time, the platform of Wallace's American Independent Party endorsed support for government-sponsored health care, education, welfare, assistance for the elderly, and legislation in behalf of labor unions and workers, all of which contributed to the denunciations of Wallace by bourgeois conservative leaders such as Barry Goldwater, John Ashbrook, and William Buckley as a populist with strong tendencies in the direction of a collectivist welfare state. Wallace's own personality dominated the political movement that developed around him, and he failed to institutionalize it in an enduring organizational vehicle by the time of the assassination attempt on him that removed him from the national political scene in 1972. Nevertheless, many of the distinctively post-bourgeois themes of his movement as well as its actual adherents provided the core of the new right in the early and mid-1970s. Popular protest movements against the use of objectionable textbooks in public schools, federal efforts at forced busing and affirmative action for racial integration, the Equal Rights Amendment, and the Panama Canal Treaties exhibited much of the same anti-elitist and anti-liberal themes that Wallace had expressed. Moreover, a direct connection between the Wallace movement and the New Right existed in the person and activities of political consultant Richard A. Viguerie, who had raised $6.9 million for Wallace's 1976 presidential campaign through innovative and aggressive mail marketing techniques. Wallace's campaign, writes political journalist Sidney Blumenthal, was the real making of Viguerie and the New Right, for it provided a list of 600,000 names, sifted from a larger list of contributors, that was as good as gold. This list of over 500,000 Wallace supporters and financial contributors was the hardcore of the New Right, and its exploitation by Viguerie and his clients in the late 1970s enabled the New Right to emerge as a national political force. The social composition and ideological character of the base of the New Right movement remained throughout the 1970s and 1980s what it had been under the leadership of Wallace, working and lower middle class, though with infusions from new entrepreneurial elements in the southern and western regions of the United States. The demographic core of this following has been called by sociologist Donald A. Warren Middle American Radicals, or MARS, a group defined principally by its ideology but that displays definite socio-economic correlates. Warren found that in the early 1970s MARS had an annual family income of $3,000 to $13,000, that Northern European ethnics and Italians were strongly represented among them, that they were nearly twice as common in the South as in the North-Central states, that they tended to have completed high school but not to have attended college, were more common among Catholics and Jews than among Protestants, and among Mormons and Baptists than among other Protestant sects, and were likely to be males in their 30s or their 60s. Occupationally, skilled and semi-skilled blue-collar workers were common among MARS, who are slightly less likely to be employed in clerical, sales and other white-collar technical jobs than are others in the survey. They are significantly less likely to be professional or managerial workers. Yet these objective features do not adequately define Middle American radicals. What defines them is the ideology that they harbor and which closely approximates the post-bourgeois consciousness that is neither bourgeois nor managerial and conforms to neither bourgeois conservative nor managerial liberal ideological patterns. Their view of government in particular is distinctively different from the bourgeois conservative idea of the minimal state as well as from the managerial liberal idea of an expanded state involved in the management and amelioration of the social environment. Rather, Mars are a distinct group partly because of their view of government as favoring both the rich and the poor simultaneously. Such a view, while concentrated among people actually in the middle of the social structure, can also be shared by those in the low status as well as high status positions. More importantly, Mars are distinct in the depth of their feeling that the middle class has been seriously neglected. If there is one single summation of the Mars perspective, it is reflected in a statement which was read to respondents: the rich give in to the demands of the poor, and the middle-income people have to pay the bill. The implication of this viewpoint is that there exists a systematic collusion or coalition, and perhaps a conspiracy, between the rich, the powerful as well as the affluent, and the poor, the underclass, manifested in managerial support for acceleration, and that the victims of this collusion are the middle-income strata. While MAR ideology does not endorse the bourgeois minimal state, it rejects the use of the state as an instrument of amelioration and acceleration for the advancement of the underclass at the expense and to the detriment of the middle class or post-bourgeois proletariat, and more generally it rejects the use of the state as an instrument for social amelioration and acceleration. Middle American radicals see formal organizations as not holding to clear-cut rules, due perhaps to rule-bending minorities, and as not being responsive to their concerns, due perhaps to confused goals established by both government and minority influence. They do not want these organizations to become smaller or to be restructured. Instead, they want new leaders who will seek broader goals by an equal application of the rules. Out of this desire stems a strong concern for action of some type on the part of the MAR. The MAR worldview is thus consistent with, and indeed is an articulation of the post-bourgeois consciousness that accepts the mass organizations of the managerial regime on which post-bourgeois groups are materially dependent, but simultaneously rejects the elite that controls and directs these organizations, the ideology by which the elite rationalizes its dominance, and the manipulative skills and techniques by which the dominance of the elite is maintained. It is also consistent with the solidarist ideology associated with Class II residues that prevail among post-bourgeois strata and with their rejection of cosmopolitan, hedonistic, manipulative ideology and with their support for the use of force as a response to challenges. To the MAR, the alliances arrayed against them are made up of people who possess defective character traits such as laziness, immorality, or hedonistic lifestyles, and the lower middle-class male defines all organizations which demand verbal skills and organized political activity as incompatible with his self-image. His ideal self is a physically strong, hard-working, dependable person. Social aggressiveness and verbal ability are seen exclusively as feminine attributes. In 1975, more than 43% of Mars agreed with the statement that the true American way of life is disappearing so fast that we need to use force to save it, and 42% of these believed that force should be directed against officials in positions of public responsibility. The political preferences of Mars in the mid-1970s closely paralleled their ideological profile. Nixon and Wallace received 72% of Mars votes in 1968, and in early 1972, 46% of Mars preferred Nixon and Wallace to George McGovern, who received the support of only 2% of Mars. About 1 in 5 among Mars indicated that George Wallace came closest to representing their own point of view. This level of identification with Wallace is significantly higher than that displayed by any other population group in the sample, and in a survey of candidate preferences for the forthcoming 1976 presidential elections, Wallace was favored by 51% of Mars, exceeded only by then-incumbent President Gerald Ford, who was favored by 55%, and was followed closely by Ronald Reagan, with 49%. Throughout the early 1970s, Mars were significant participants in grassroots protest actions and movements, sometimes with violent fringes, that had a new right tone: the protest against busing for racial integration in Boston, the protest against obscene textbooks in the West Virginia public schools, and the truckers' strike against high fuel prices in 1973 to 74. The social composition of the Wallace movement and subsequent New Right activist campaigns and the ideology and rhetoric of Wallace himself and his Middle American radical constituency confirm the post-bourgeois identity of the New Right. Alienated from bourgeois as well as from managerial institutions and beliefs, the post-bourgeois proletariat in the late 1960s and early 1970s was beginning to form a distinct consciousness, manifested in a radical and sometimes violent political movement. This consciousness articulated a nascent political ideology that expressed the interests, aspirations, and values of the middle-income strata and sharply differentiated these strata from the underclass and the elite. The latter were perceived as in alliance against the middle class and its values and interests and as either unresponsive and indifferent to middle-class problems, crime, inflation, the challenges to an erosion of cultural values and institutions, the threats to family, school, work, and neighborhood, or, through support for continuing social amelioration and acceleration, actively collaborating to work harm to the middle class. The acceleration of the regime in the early 1960s and the alliance between elite and underclass that was necessary for the acceleration undoubtedly was the chief precipitant of the post-bourgeois revolt, but other precipitants included the rise of the New Left and the counterculture in the same period, the economic problems of the late 1960s and early 1970s, the breakdown of order in metropolitan areas, and the failures of American foreign policy and military action in Indochina. While post-bourgeois political ideology remained amorphous in many respects and was often focused on local issues, it incorporated solidarist ideas and values of group and national loyalty, postponement of gratification, self-denial, and willingness to use force that are characteristic of Pareto's Class II residues or lions, and it strongly rejected and condemned the ideas and values associated with Class I residues or foxes that, in the form of cosmopolitanism and hedonistic relativism, characterized the ideological formula of the soft managerial elite and much of the New Left. Although post-bourgeois ideology did not fully develop in the early 1970s, it appeared to be evolving toward a distinct worldview that was militant in the ends it sought and the means it was prepared to use to achieve them, nationalist and perhaps even racialist in its affirmation of group solidarities, authoritarian in its readiness to use force against perceived enemies, and radical or even revolutionary in its aspiration to displace the incumbent elite from social and political power and to reorder the institutions by which the elite preserved its dominance. The evolution of a radical anti-managerial movement composed of post-bourgeois elements was deflected, however, by its own internal development as well as by the assimilative response of the soft managerial regime to the challenge that this movement presented. The managerial assimilation of the post-bourgeois resistance. Despite the clarity with which post-bourgeois forces were beginning to announce their presence and their goals in the New Right, the movement as it developed in the late 1970s and early 1980s began to deviate from the radicalism and anti-managerial tendencies that it displayed in the early 1970s. This deviation, finally ending in the assimilation of the New Right leadership by the managerial regime, was the result in part of changes in the composition, objectives, and mentality of the leadership of New Right organizational activities and in part of an ideological and political distraction of the New Right by its bourgeois conservative and Christian evangelical allies. The major reason, however, for the managerial assimilation of the New Right and for its failure to develop into a broad-based, enduring, radical anti-managerial movement lay in the concerted efforts of the managerial elite itself to impede it. These efforts were manifested by open resistance to the New Right by the managerial elite, but also and more effectively by the co-optation and manipulation of the movement by parts of the elite in the course of the two administrations of Ronald Reagan. The coalition that provided the social and political base of the Reagan presidency contained disparate managerial and anti-managerial forces that possessed different and conflicting interests in relation to the soft managerial regime. On the one hand, post-bourgeois forces, largely identical in composition to what Richard Nixon called the New American Majority, provided much of Reagan's electoral base. This constituency, organized in the New Right movement or sympathetic to its goals and values, lay outside of the managerial elite and displayed considerable hostility toward it. As Kevin Phillips describes it, his, Reagan's, coalition's regional base Sun Belt, Farm Belt and Western coincides with the traditional populist and anti-elitist component of U.S. political geography. Moreover, the coalition's critical new religious adherents Northern Catholic right to life and Southern fundamentalist Protestant represent constituencies whose traditionalist morality, over the last 50 years, has been complemented by support for the New Deal and economic activism. While post-bourgeois forces opposed the soft managerial regime because of the cosmopolitan and hedonistic content of its ideology, the manipulative style of the elite, its avoidance of the use of force, its encouragement of continuing acceleration and expansion of the regime in alliance with the underclass, and its support for policies contrary to their economic interests and cultural values, they were generally supportive of, and indeed materially dependent on, the mass organizations of the managerial state, corporations, and unions and the economic security these structures provide. Post-bourgeois interests thus dictate not the mere dismantlement of the regime but its transformation into a hard regime in which Class II residues prevail within the elite and is not dependent on a manipulative style of dominance that requires continuing acceleration and a continuing subversion of post-bourgeois values and institutions. The same post-bourgeois forces provided the political base of what Richard Nixon called the New American Majority. Nixon, always aware of the political significance of post-bourgeois forces, perceived the possibility of basing an administration on them alone and of challenging the managerial elite, and his apparent intention of doing so in his second term may have contributed to the rapid alienation of his managerial allies and the collapse of his government. At the beginning of my second term, Nixon wrote in his memoirs, Congress, the bureaucracy, and the media were still working in concert to maintain the ideas and ideology of the traditional Eastern liberal establishment that had come down to 1973 through the New Deal, the New Frontier, and the Great Society. Now I plan to give expression to the more conservative values and beliefs of the new majority throughout the country and use my power to put some teeth into my new American Revolution. As I noted in my diary, this is going to be quite a shock to the establishment. The new majority, of which Nixon wrote, had its roots mainly in the Midwest, the West, and the South, and included manual workers, Catholics, members of labor union families, and people with only grade school educations, who had never before been in the Republican camp and had simply never been encouraged to give the Eastern liberal elite a run for its money for control of the nation's key institutions. These groups clearly include the post-bourgeois proletariat, and Nixon's Caesarist alliance with them against intermediary institutions under managerial control was consistent with the political pattern of an emerging elite challenging the rule of an incumbent minority. Some explanations of the Watergate affair argue that the collapse of the Nixon administration was instigated or encouraged by elements in the bureaucracy of the managerial state and the mass media that perceived in Nixon's plans for massive reorganization and reduction of the federal bureaucracy and White House staff a direct challenge to their apparatus of power. A second component of Reagan's coalition, probably more hostile to the structures of the managerial regime than post-bourgeois forces, consisted of a relatively new stratum of entrepreneurial businessmen, located mainly in the South and West of the United States. While new entrepreneurial forces resembled the old bourgeoisie in that they owned and operated their own firms, had acquired considerable wealth through the exploitation of new technologies and markets, and often articulated an ideology of aggressive individualism and economic growth as a rationalization of their interests and aspirations, they lacked the connections to, and the power to dominate, local communities that characterized the elite of the bourgeois order and served to modify bourgeois individualism with an ascetic or socializing dimension. They also were strongly opposed to the whole structure of the managerial regime, and especially to its mass organizations in the state and economy, as a serious obstacle to their aspirations and interests. Regulation, bureaucracy, taxation, and labor unions represented sources of frustration to the new entrepreneurs, who, as Sidney Blumenthal describes them, possess neither authority endowed by inheritance nor authority stemming from bureaucratic function. They are envious and resentful of the Eastern establishment, which they equate with the liberal establishment. Their own rise is recent, a post-war phenomenon, and they feel excluded because of an Eastern establishment monopoly of prestige and political power. Despite their hostility to the managerial regime, their opposition was based largely on economic interests and thus was in conflict with the interests of post-bourgeois forces, which were economically dependent on the regime. Nor did the aggressive individualism, probably a correlate of Class I residues prevalent among new entrepreneurial elements, share much with post-bourgeois solidarist values and beliefs. The third component of Reagan's coalition of social and political forces consisted of those elements of the managerial elite, based mainly in the large corporations, that sought to consolidate the regime and contain the processes of managerial acceleration within the disciplines of mass organizations and managerial ideology. The same forces, organized since the early 1970s in forums such as the Trilateral Commission and the Business Roundtable, had supported the Carter administration in an effort to stabilize the acceleration of the regime, assimilate anti-managerial forces generated by acceleration, and predominate over or exclude from power those elements of the elite involved in new politics, or new left movements that advocated forms of acceleration and innovation that threatened to destabilize the managerial apparatus of power. No less than 18 top-ranking members of the Carter administration were members of the Trilateral Commission, and the Carter cabinet was overwhelmingly managerial in composition and tone. Without notable exception, wrote journalist Roger Morris of the Carter cabinet, they are a group of organizational aspirants and dependents, their lives defined and their careers thrust onward by the institutional perch of the moment in government, law firm, university, corporation. They are uniformly undistinguished outside an organizational setting, outside the expectations and rewards it gives them. They were good managers, Carter announced of his new cabinet, wishing as always to be little more himself, and knowing that it was not the meek, red outsiders, but rather the organization men who would inherit the earth. Despite the managerial predominance in the Carter administration, the effort to stabilize the regime failed, as post-bourgeois forces in the late 1970s gained increasing popular strength in their resistance to the managerial policies of the administration. In 1980, corporate managerial elements shifted their support away from Carter toward John Connally and George Bush before supporting Reagan, who relied on a post-bourgeois, entrepreneurial, and anti-managerial following and program after his nomination as Republican presidential candidate was certain. Unlike the entrepreneurial and post-bourgeois elements in the Reagan coalition, however, the managerial component had no interest in dismantling the regime or in substantially altering its functioning, nor did they seek to halt or reverse the processes of acceleration on which their position in the elite depended. They sought rather to manage and manipulate acceleration within the existing framework and disciplines of managerial organizations in the state, economy, and culture. The chief executive officers of the corporations of the Business Roundtable, writes Blumenthal, have not risen to their positions because of Yankee ingenuity, chance, or celebrity. With the growth of a national market and the rapid pace of technological development in the late 19th century, the corporations expanded and diversified. They required technical expertise, a complex hierarchical system, internal stability, and a permanent managerial elite. Although the managerial forces that joined Reagan's coalition had an interest in controlling inflation and reducing the impact of federal regulation and taxation on the corporate sector, they were principally interested in preserving the managerial state and its close relationship with the mass economic organizations and in ensuring that this relationship functioned efficiently. They, the CEOs, want big government to be the marketing agency and brokerage firm to big business. The CEOs appreciate the methods of big government when they serve their interests, because they seem so similar to those of big business. What they always want from big government is faster service and preferential treatment. They believe government should be run like a subsidiary. So they think of reforming government, not eliminating it. In the early 1970s, managerial stabilization required the assimilation of the New Left, and this was achieved by drawing the adherents of the New Left into the political routines and disciplines of the mass organizations of the managerial state and the structures of culture and communication. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, managerial stabilization required the assimilation of the New Right and the neutralization of anti-managerial demands that emerged from post-bourgeois and new entrepreneurial forces that challenged the managerial apparatus of power. This process of assimilation took place in the course of the Reagan presidency. The principal ideological vehicle for this assimilation was the intellectual and political movement that came to be known as neoconservatism. Although this movement was generally associated with a comparatively small group of intellectuals, journalists, and social scientists drawn from the managerial intelligentsia and located in the northeastern, urban universities and media, it eventually acquired close connections to the corporate managerial elite and allied with it in the effort to consolidate and stabilize the regime. The body of intellectuals and verbalists that constituted the neoconservative movement was not only drawn from the managerial intelligentsia but also was composed largely of academics and publicists who had been among the principal architects and exponents of the consensus liberalism that had served as the ideological orthodoxy of the managerial regime in the period of consolidation. The acceleration of the regime, releasing forces that challenged managerial power and ideology in the state, corporation, and mass media, threatened the positions, interests, beliefs, and achievements of those in the managerial intellectual and verbalist professions who had formulated consensus liberalism, And the articulation of neoconservatism was a response to these challenges and an attempt to resolve the crisis of the regime that acceleration had generated. The principal source of pressures for further acceleration, often in forms that would have been dysfunctional to the stability of the regime and the power of the elite, was an element of the managerial elite located mainly in the managerial bureaucracy and the mass media that came to be labeled, at least by neoconservatives, as the new class. This element, in many respects derived from or sympathetic to the new left of the 1960s, advocated or encouraged a continuing acceleration of social and political change directed especially against bourgeois remnants in the managerial regime, but also against the institutionalized apparatus and disciplines of the regime itself. The new class used its positions in the managerial state and mass organizations of culture and communication, both of which had expanded dramatically in the Great Society programs and the advances in communications technology and services in the period of acceleration of the 1960s, to challenge the balance of power within the elite and to seek to dominate and restructure the corporate sector and the national security bureaucracy of the state, and it sought to ally with the underclass and with marginal minorities to form a political base for the advancement of its power. In the 1970s and 1980s it was the source of the new politics associated with the campaigns of George McGovern, Walter Mondale, Gary Hart, and Jesse Jackson, among others, and though it often used an ostensibly anti-managerial rhetoric critical of technology and bureaucracy, it depended on them for its political movements and its own status and rewards within the regime. Rejecting most of the managerial consensus that had eroded in the 1960s and 1970s, it retained both the progressivist elements of managerial liberalism as well as the basic interests of the managerial elite into which it had been assimilated, and aspired to become the dominant component of the elite. Although neoconservative polemics often identified the new class as an enemy dedicated to continuing acceleration and destabilization, the exponents of neoconservatism were themselves closely related to the new class, which was simply a component of the managerial elite. Despite the polemics, exaggeration, and confusion surrounding the term, writes Peter Steinfels, those who use it agree on certain characteristics. First, the new class derives its power from two very different sources, from, on the one hand, expertise, technical knowledge and skills, often of a fairly advanced sort, and, on the other hand, from position, posts in large, complex organizations that both depend on the expertise of the new class and provide the necessary conditions for its exercise. Second, the new class acquires its advanced education and achieves its positions, at least to begin with, through higher education and the credentials thereby earned. The process of acceleration and the challenge to consensus liberalism from the new left and counterculture had disrupted and in many respects discredited the operative political formula of the managerial regime, and the ensuing crisis of the regime could not be resolved adequately until a new ideological consensus had been formulated that would unify the elite. Neoconservatism emerged as such an ideological formula intended to unify the elite as consensus liberalism had unified it in the period of consolidation and to resolve the crisis provoked by acceleration. What the new class needs, quite simply, is ideology, a large and coherent set of principles and symbols that will ground and guide its politics. From the neoconservative viewpoint, this ideology must integrate the restless, new class firmly into the system. In sum, the ideological offensive of neoconservatism has two purposes. One, fairly conscious, is to bind the new class to the institutions of liberal, i.e., managerial, capitalism, thus assuring that system's stability and survival. The second, less conscious, is to ensure the leadership of the policy professionals in the new class and their influential position near the pinnacles of power. Although neoconservative formulas were directed at the new class component of the managerial elite, they were far more attractive to both the corporate managerial elements in the Reagan coalition and to the new leadership that emerged within the New Right movement in the late 1970s and early 1980s than either traditional bourgeois conservatism or the radical anti-managerial and conflict-oriented ideas of post-bourgeois forces. Like the corporate sector of the managerial elite, neoconservatism did not seek to dismantle the mass organizations of the regime, as did the conservatism of bourgeois forces, or to halt its dynamic of acceleration, as did post-bourgeois forces. Neoconservatism sought to reform and stabilize the functioning of mass organizations and to provide a new legitimizing consensus for the regime that would include both the new class and the post-bourgeois resistance and to legitimize continuous but managed acceleration of the regime. Paul H. Weaver has noted the close relationship between neoconservatism and the interests of the managerial corporate system. Neoconservatives believe in institutions, prudential management of society's affairs, experts, social policy, a well-tempered welfare state, and the idea of the corporation as a quasi-public institution. They reject as simplistic the principles of limited government, individual rights, direct citizen participation, and the marketplace. The corporation stood for these same neoconservative ideals. In effect, the company was a laboratory for the study of neoconservative theory. In short, neoconservatism was a form of managerial conservatism, distinct from and opposed to the goals of the anti-managerial ideologies of both bourgeois and post-bourgeois groups. That was an adaptation of the managerial liberalism that served as the consensus ideology of the regime in the period of consolidation. Thus, Irving Kristol, often called the godfather of neoconservatism, while highly critical of the erosion of bourgeois, republican morality, and the cultural effects of the corporate revolution in American capitalism, endorsed what he called a conservative welfare state and argued that in economic and social policy, neoconservatism feels no lingering hostility to the welfare state, nor does it accept it resignedly, as a necessary evil. Instead, it seeks not to dismantle the welfare state in the name of free market economics but rather to reshape it so as to attach to it the conservative predispositions of the people. This reshaping will presumably take the form of trying to rid the welfare state of its paternalistic orientation imposed on it by left liberalism, and making it over into the kind of social insurance state that provides the social and economic security a modern citizenry demands while minimizing governmental intrusion into individual liberties. Similarly, John Podhoretz, son of neoconservative publicists Norman Podhoretz and Midge Decter and himself a representative neoconservative voice, wrote that to be conservative in the 1970s meant to conserve not only basic moral and political views, but also programs like the New Deal that had become part of the American political fabric. The conservative decision to stop warring against the New Deal was one of the most important developments in the mass acceptance of Ronald Reagan. Neoconservatism thus did not challenge the fusion of state and economy that the New Deal and welfare state symbolized and created, and which was the central organizational relationship of the managerial regime. It called for a reform or reshaping of the fused apparatus and for the evolution of what Kristol called a set of values and a conception of democracy that can function as the equivalent of the republican morality of yesteryear. A common label for the political economic order that neoconservatives articulated was democratic capitalism, in which the interdependence of state and corporation was maintained. As neoconservative Michael Novak described it, thus the full nature of the system of democratic capitalism and of its natural child, the large mass manufacturing firm, has become visible to the world. Transnational companies are not economic systems only. They require intimate contact with the political system and with the moral-cultural system of host nations. In some respects, transnationals are utterly dependent upon governments, in some respects their relations are symbiotic, and in others their power may suborn those of governments. Transnationals are clearly involved as political agents functioning within political systems. There is nothing wrong with this need for harmony between the economic system and the political system, it is wholly natural. Socialist societies solve it by subordinating economics to politics. The preferred democratic capitalist solution is coordination. Nor did the foreign policy prescriptions articulated by neoconservatives alienate the corporate managerial elite. Neoconservatism rejected the isolationism and rollback policies advocated by bourgeois conservative anti-communists and defended both the apparatus and the basic ideological presuppositions of managerial globalism as it had developed in the era of managerial consolidation. Like the architects of the containment policy, they formulated an internationalist policy in terms of national interest and sharply distinguished their idea of national interest from that of isolationist and bourgeois concepts. Neoconservatives, wrote Kristol, believe that the goals of American foreign policy must go beyond a narrow, too literal definition of national security. It is the national interest of a world power, as this is defined by a sense of national destiny, that American foreign policy is about, not a myopic national security. The concept of national interest was embedded in a neoconservative journal of that title, with Kristol as publisher and with the neoconservative former ambassador to the United Nations Jean J. Kirkpatrick and former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger as members of its editorial advisory board. The journal's co-editor, Robert Tucker, articulated a view of foreign policy as the pragmatic pursuit of national interests apart from abstract moral ideals. The proper object of foreign policy cannot be the pursuit of freedom in general. The first charge must be a more narrowly defined interest of the nation, and secondly must be the defense of one's friends and allies who are basically in accord with our outlook and institutions, and this view was reinforced by Owen Harries, also co-editor of the journal, who described himself and his colleague as both sort of realpolitik chaps, and by Kirkpatrick, who expressed much the same view. Americans are hard-headed and pragmatic in relation to domestic policy and politics, but we have tended to see foreign affairs as a kind of domain for utopianism, for universalism, rather than the protection of national interests. American foreign policy has long tended to suffer from an inadequate conception of our national interests. I believe very deeply that the national interest should be the center of gravity of our foreign policy. Despite these invocations of the national interest and realpolitik and the rejection of moralism, utopianism, and universalism, the actual content of the national interest, as neoconservatives perceived it, reflected the cosmopolitan and meliorist premises of managerial liberalism. As Cristol wrote in The National Interest in 1987, realpolitik à la Disraeli is unthinkable in America, since it runs against the very grain of our political ethos. Ours is a nation based on a universal creed, and there is an unquenchable missionary element in our foreign policy. We do aim to make the world safe for democracy, eventually, and in those places and at those times where conditions permit democracy to flourish. Every American administration in our history has felt compelled, though some have been more enthusiastic than others, to use our influence, wherever possible, to see that other governments repeat our conception of individual rights as the foundation of a just regime and a good society. The globalist content of neoconservative foreign policy in the 1980s consisted mainly in preserving and extending the international free trade system favored by the managerial elite throughout most of the 20th century and in encouraging the economic and political development, under the formula of democratization, of third world states. The latter policy, implemented principally by the National Endowment for Democracy and the Bureau of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs in the State Department, sought to accomplish the same kind of global assimilation of underdeveloped regions within a transnational managerial framework that foreign aid programs of the 1950s and 1960s had envisioned. Both these agencies were under neoconservative influence throughout most of the Reagan presidency. Although neoconservatives gained a reputation for strong advocacy of the use of force in international affairs, especially against communist or anti-American movements and regimes in the Third World, the direct use of U.S. military force in the 1980s was minimal, and neoconservative policymakers were influential in providing U.S. support to centrist or liberal elements in El Salvador, the Philippines, and Haiti, and in creating pressures for democratization and greater observance of human rights in South Africa and Chile. The anti-communism espoused by neoconservatives generally incorporated the ideas of consensus liberalism on minimizing the use of force, relying on manipulation and its institutionalized forms in mass organizations and managerial skills to deal with global problems, and applying these skills to the amelioration of social, economic, and political environments that contributed to Marxist and anti-Western movements. One of the principal documents of the Reagan era that exhibited neoconservative and managerial assumptions in foreign policy was the report of the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, issued in January 1984. The report was the work of a presidentially appointed panel under the chairmanship of Henry Kissinger, but its conclusions were strongly influenced by neoconservative Gene Kirkpatrick, who served as a consultant to the panel. While the report recognized the role of foreign military intervention and subversion by Cuba and the Soviet Union in instigating insurgencies in Central America, it emphasized that poverty, repression, inequity, all were there, stirring in a world recession created a potent witch's brew, while outside forces have intervened to exacerbate the area's troubles and to exploit its anguish. The report recommended far-ranging social, economic, and political reforms in Central America that would promote democratization, economic growth, human development and security, and would have effectively revolutionized Central American societies and governments while assimilating them more firmly within the transnational managerial regime through the development of local managerial elites in the economy, governments, and educational institutions of the region, the elimination of traditional elites by land reform and democratization, and the inculcation of the ideological premises and goals of managerial globalism in the new elites. The social and cultural ideas of neoconservatism also conformed to the interests of the managerial elite and replicated in modified form the idea of a pluralistic consensus associated with the managerial liberalism of the period of consolidation in the 1950s and 1960s. If one did not know, wrote neoconservative religious critic Richard John Neuhaus, that Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr.'s The Vital Center was written 35 years ago, she would suspect it was written by one of those who today are called neoconservatives. It is a curiosity of our time that the mainstream liberalism of a few decades ago is the neoconservatism of today. While neoconservatism offered formal defenses of institutions such as the family, community, public religion and morality, and traditional schooling, the actual content of its social and cultural theory tended to legitimize managerial control of the processes of socialization and the mechanisms of continuing but managed acceleration. Describing how the multiple pluralisms of daily life have their origin in a sturdy triune framework in the division of the political system from the moral cultural system, and of the economic system from both, Michael Novak argued that, from the stream of sparks flowing from their contacted, the pluralist system derives its energy for progress and its capacities for internal correction. It is a system intended to constitute a continuous revolution. Irving Kristol, while affirming that neoconservatives look upon family and religion as indispensable pillars of a decent society, argued that the neoconservative perspective was consistent with a state that takes a degree of responsibility for helping to shape the preferences that the people exercise in a free market to elevate them, if you will. Neoconservatives, moreover, believe that it is natural for people to want their preferences to be elevated. The current version of liberalism, which prescribes massive government intervention in the marketplace but an absolute laissez-faire attitude toward manners and morals, strikes neoconservatives as representing a bizarre inversion of priorities. The shaping or elevation of preferences by the managerial state served to rationalize the managerial manipulation of the continuous revolution engendered by the pluralist system that consisted of the fused and interdependent mass organizations in state, economy, and culture and communication. Pluralism, in neoconservative theory, thus resembled the equilibrium of the consensus liberalism of the 1950s, which also postulated a balance among supposedly separate and mutually checking, but actually fused and mutually reinforcing, mass organizations, and, also like the pluralistic consensus of the period of consolidation, neoconservative pluralism excluded those social and political forces and products of acceleration that challenged the regime, particularly the post-bourgeois political movements. Thus, Richard John Neuhaus recognized that the militant fundamentalists of the Christian right are making the most aggressive bid to become the new culture-forming elite in America, but frankly stated, I do not think they will succeed. I hope not. The Christian right, in Neuhaus's view, was incompatible with the democratic discourse and public ethic that he and other neoconservatives were seeking to formulate as the new consensus that would stabilize the regime and unify its elite as well as the social and political forces opposed to it. Neoconservatism, then, did not challenge the dynamic of the managerial regime by which continuing social and cultural innovation takes place, but it did seek to re-legitimize those structures and disciplines of the regime by which the processes of continuous innovation are manipulated and managed. For neoconservatives, unlike the managerial liberals of the period of emergence and the period of consolidation, the preferred instruments of this managed acceleration were the institutions of democratic capitalism rather than the managerial state, though the state continued in neoconservative thought to play an important disciplining function. But since the problem was one of continuing and controlling the processes of managed acceleration rather than of initiating them, these were instruments suitable to the purpose. Neoconservative William Bennett, Secretary of Education in the second Reagan administration, defended the teaching of traditional values in the educational system, but he and his neoconservative colleagues did nothing to reduce the role of the managerial state itself in education and in fact did much to extend and perpetuate it. Neoconservatives generally defended the extension of the Voting Rights Act in 1982, the establishment of a federal public holiday for Martin Luther King, Jr. in 1983, the abolition or reduction of restrictions on foreign immigration, and the elimination of traditional social, economic, regional, sexual, and racial identities and relationships that impeded the evolution, through managed acceleration, of a mobile, cosmopolitan, technologically driven culture unified by its pursuit of mass consumption and dispossessed of distinct cultural and national identity. Perhaps one of the clearest statements of this social vision was offered by George Gilder, a principal spokesman for neoconservative social and economic ideas, in the lead article in the 20th anniversary issue of the American Spectator. An onslaught of technological progress, wrote Gilder, was reducing much of economic and social theory to gibberish. Such concepts as land, labor, and capital, nation and society have radically different meanings than before and drastically different values. The worldwide network of satellites and fiber optic cables, linked to digital computers, television terminals, telephones and databases, sustain worldwide markets for information, currency and capital online 24 hours a day. Boeing 747s constantly traversing the oceans foster a global community of commerce. The silicon in sand and glass forms a global ganglion of electronic and photonic media that leaves all history in its wake. With other new technologies of materials science, bioengineering, robotics, and superconductivity, all also heavily dependent on the microchip, information systems are radically reducing the significance of so-called raw materials and natural endowments, nations and ethnic loyalties, material totems and localities. But nations are not separate, and short of a worldwide retreat to a pre-electronic age, trade will never balance again. The US, like all other countries, will again be independent only if it is willing to be poor. Listening to the technology opens us to a new sense of the music of the spheres, a new sense of the power of ideas, a new integrated vision of the future of humanity. It is the authentic frontier, invisible and invigorating, and closer to the foundation of reality and the reality of God. Gilder thus recapitulated the scientistic, cosmopolitan, hedonist, and meliorist or actually utopian premises of managerial liberalism, but he did so under the new formulas of democratic capitalism and technological manipulation of social, economic, and political environments that apparently differentiated the new vehicle of neoconservatism from the vehicle that had served in the period of managerial emergence. Neoconservatism thus did not challenge the structure or functioning of the soft managerial regime in any significant respect and in fact provided adapted rationalizations for the regime and the interests of its elite, and its exponents and architects were able to cement an alliance with elements of the corporate managerial elite that sought a means of stabilizing and consolidating the regime and of continuing managed acceleration while avoiding any far-reaching structural change in its institutional arrangements. The alliance between the corporate managerial elite and neoconservative intellectuals and verbalists was the result of a growing awareness by the elite of its need to manipulate public policies and dominant orthodoxies more effectively than was possible operating on the basis of a managerial liberal consensus that had virtually dissipated by the late 1970s. As Sidney Blumenthal notes, until the mid-1970s the corporate managers had been indifferent, at best, to the conservative intellectuals. They felt they had little need for abstract and ideological theoreticians. With the growth of the federal bureaucracy, accelerating even under Republican presidents, and the threat of economic stagnation, the corporate managers suddenly began paying attention. The increasingly technical notion of economic production had compelled elaborate planning of operations and consumer desire. Now the most advanced chief executive officers realized that policy must be influenced to make their planning successful. Economic development depends upon the ability to marshal resources, including the resources of ideas and persuasion. Corporate managers became convinced, upon hearing the conservatives tell them, that they needed to support an intelligentsia to advance their goals. From the late 1970s, major corporate and foundation donors began contributing large amounts of funds to projects designed by neoconservative activists. Thus, the John M. Olin Foundation began funding academic chairs in economics, law, and other social sciences at more than a dozen universities and think tanks for neoconservative occupants, and in 1978, with other tax-exempt institutions, the Sarah Scaife, Smith Richardson, and J.M. Foundations, it established the Institute for Educational Affairs, IEA, which acted as a clearinghouse for neoconservative projects under the direction of Irving Kristol and former Secretary of the Treasury William E. Simon. The IEA provided funds for a neoconservative journal, This World, one of whose editors was Michael Novak. The Olin Foundation provided funds for the National Interest, and its co-editor, Owen Harries, received a fellowship from the foundation the year before the establishment of the journal. Kristol himself held a chair at New York University endowed by the Olin Foundation. The Smith-Richardson Foundation financed Jean Kirkpatrick's research on Latin America and made her a member of its board, and also provided funding for Michael Novak's The Spirit of Democratic Capitalism, and other foundations that formed IEA also contributed large amounts of funds for similar neoconservative activities. There was a close connection between the managers of these foundations and the neoconservative movement. Businessman Robert Kriebel, president of the Loctite Corporation and a member of the board of IEA, remarked that business is slowly coming to realize that the long-term success of their companies depends just as much on social policy as on management. Think tanks are useful tools. The alliance between corporate managerial and neoconservative ideological forces, and the dominance of their alliance within the Reagan coalition, was further advanced by the decline of contributions to political causes by the bourgeois, post-bourgeois, and new entrepreneurial elements in the coalition. Although solicitation of large amounts of funds from grassroots sources largely outside and hostile to the managerial regime had been successful in the 1970s through direct mail fundraising in mobilizing a serious political challenge to the regime, by the mid-1980s these sources were declining in the level of their financial commitments. The leading activist organizations of the New Right, the National Conservative Political Action Committee, NCPAC, the Conservative Caucus, the Free Congress PAC, the Conservative Victory Fund all suffered from declining income and reduced operations, and contributions to NCPAC, the Fund for a Conservative Majority, the National Congressional Club, and the Free Congress PAC declined from a total of $32 million in 1983 and 1984 to $20.8 million in 1985 and 1986. Richard Viguerie and other direct mail consultants to New Right causes also lost income. Viguerie himself was forced to sell his new right-oriented magazine Conservative Digest in 1985, and he relied increasingly on non-ideological and commercial fundraising, which rose from 10 to 60% of his business. Christian evangelical organizations, perhaps the most successful and important vehicles for the mobilization of new right political causes in the 1970s, also lost income in the same period. The Reverend Jerry Falwell laid off more than 200 workers in 1986 and withdrew from politics in the following year, while the Reverend Pat Robertson's Christian Broadcasting Network reduced its budget in 1986 by $24 million in 1986 and $9 million in 1987. In the latter year, financial donations to the Oral Roberts Ministry declined by 40%, while financial support for Falwell's and Robertson's television ministries fell by 60% and 32% respectively, and contributions to new right political organizations also continued to decline. Financial support for new right causes from new entrepreneurial sources in the South and West also began to diminish. The Washington Post reported in 1986 that whereas in 1981, nearly 25% of financial donations to the Republican National Committee originated from centers of new entrepreneurial wealth in Texas and Oklahoma, and only 13.6% from New York City and its suburbs, by 1985 contributions from the two southwestern oil states had fallen to 16.1% of the RNC's large donations, and the New York City region and Massachusetts had increased their share to 19.1%. The geographic shift from the southwest to the northeast, commented the Post, has substantially changed the character of the GOP's major donor base. The number of men who achieved sudden and massive wealth in the oil boom of the late 1970s and who saw political contributions as a kind of wildcatting investment in conservatism has been sharply reduced. They have been replaced, in large part, by more establishment-type donors, the kind of financial supporters who have been associated with the old guard, traditional wing of the Republican Party dating to the days of Thomas E. Dewey and Dwight D. Eisenhower. The key organizers of the RNC's 1986 dinner were not cowboy oil men but a group of men and women with strong ties to the Ivy League and who run or serve on the boards of corporate giants. The early and mid-1980s thus witnessed a significant shift in the power of the social forces within the Reagan coalition, a shift that, the Post commented, could have long-range ideological consequences and is likely to undermine the continuing strength of the conservative movement in the United States. Although the demographic and financial resources of bourgeois, post-bourgeois, and new entrepreneurial elements, all of which harbored anti-managerial ideas and interests, have been largely responsible for Reagan's electoral victory, the force that soon came to predominate within the Reagan administration and the ideological and political organizations associated with it was the corporate managerial elite and its neoconservative ideological vanguard, both of which were based in or drawn from the northeastern urbanized centers of the soft managerial regime, and both of which reflected the interests and values of the managerial elite. Various reasons account for the decline of new and Christian right political organizations: the exhaustion of direct mail fundraising lists, the fall of oil prices in the mid-1980s and the resultant economic recession in the South and West, the decline of inflation and tax rates, and the consequent disappearance of two of the main economic precipitants of post-bourgeois activism, and the success of the Reagan presidency in reducing post-bourgeois polarization. An additional reason may lie in the differentiation that emerged between the leadership and preoccupations of the new right political movement on the one hand and the demographic composition of its mass base on the other. While the mass following of the new right remained post-bourgeois and anti-managerial in its values, interests, aspirations, and beliefs, and exhibited the psychic and behavioral patterns associated with Class II residues, the elite that emerged within the new right increasingly resembled and was drawn from the managerial elite itself. Neoconservative ideological formulas appealed to the leadership of the new right far more than the militant, confrontational, anti-managerial formulas and reflexes of the post-bourgeois strata, and the emergence of a managerial elite within the new right itself was a principal reason for the assimilation of the movement by the soft managerial regime and perhaps for the alienation of the post-bourgeois base of the new right from its leadership. The reliance by the new right on computerized direct mail fundraising and other technologically advanced communications and organizational devices drew into the movement, in leadership positions, elements derived from or susceptible to influence by the managerial elite. While these techniques were indispensable to the new right in mobilizing the financial and political base of the movement, expertise in them was largely concentrated in the urban conglomerations of the northeastern United States, where managerial power and cultural influence were concentrated, and reliance on these skills tended to differentiate the new right leadership from its mass base and contributed to the eventual decapitation and assimilation of what was originally a radical anti-managerial movement. The new leadership of the new right was part of a larger social formation within the managerial elite that came to be known as young, upwardly mobile professionals. Yuppies, distinguished by their youth, born between 1945 and 1960, and by their possession of an annual income of $40,000 or more from a professional or managerial job, consisted of some 4 million citizens in the mid-1980s, typically residing and working in major urban and suburban areas. While they derived their income, status, and power from the application of technical and managerial skills in mass organizations, they were also distinguished by their loose bonds with these organizations and by their intensely cosmopolitan and hedonistic lifestyles and aspirations. Although young, upwardly mobile professionals were often active in new politics causes and were especially attracted to the presidential campaign of Senator Gary Hart in 1984, in the same year 34% of Democratic voters who supported Hart in the primaries voted for Reagan in the general election. With the yuppies in tow, commented Newsweek, the Republican Party might achieve its long-sought realignment of the political system. Without the yuppies, the Democrats may not regain the presidency in this era. As the most visible part of the demographic bulge known as the baby boom, yuppies are likely, says Republican consultant Lee Atwater, to become the dominant political group well on into the next century. It was from this stratum that the professional echelon of the new right and neoconservative organizations, largely centered in Washington, were drawn. Describing this echelon in the Washington Post-Style section in 1985, reporter James Conaway characterized them as ambitious, rightwardly mobile and powerful. They socialize at meetings and receptions and concerts, classical, not rock. They drink scotch instead of smoking pot. They rarely sleep together and don't talk about it if they do. The trend, says another, is toward elegance, class and civilization, rather than marijuana, guitars and lumberjack shirts. It's boring, he adds, to be a proletarian. The members of this echelon and of the yuppie component of the managerial elite in general were well educated, often at Ivy League universities, managerially and technically skilled, affluent and cosmopolitan in their tastes, values, and lifestyles. We like movies and dancing, one of them told Conaway. We do liberal things, like drinking at the Third Edition, a fashionable Georgetown bar. They thus differed radically in cultural and behavioral style from the blue-collar workers and lower-middle-class core of the post-bourgeois proletariat that formed the mass base of the new right political movement, and as Newsweek noted of the political ideology of yuppies, It is by now almost a cliché that yuppie ideology juxtaposes economic conservatism with liberalism on social issues like abortion and homosexual rights. With their newfound stake in the economy, yuppies cringe at government regulation of markets. Many embrace the entrepreneurial creed of no riches without risk. But they welcome government intervention in such areas as environmental management or discrimination against minorities. At bottom, one issue animates them: quality of life, others as well as their own. Yuppie economic aspirations thus implied a skepticism towards some aspects of the managerial regime, especially the economic regulatory role of the managerial state, and in this respect resembled the attitudes of new entrepreneurial forces, though their aspirations and interests were also compatible with neoconservative managerial formulas. Their ideological proclivities were directly opposed to those of the post-bourgeois proletariat, however. The latter is wedded to the mass organizations of the state and economy and the economic security they provide, but rejects the manipulative technique and styles of dominance and the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic of managerial ideology, while yuppies reject or express indifference to the solidarist and disciplinary institutions and values prominent in post-bourgeois consciousness and seek to modify the regulatory and paternalistic functions of the managerial state on which post-bourgeois forces are economically dependent. Although the new leadership of the New Right organizations did not go so far in the mid-1980s as to reject solidarist values explicitly, it did display a tendency to de-emphasize or transmute them. Its patriotic and nationalist sentiments were expressed largely through support of technologically intensive military programs such as the Strategic Defense Initiative, the vicarious use of force by US-funded anti-communist resistance movements, and patronage of films produced by the entertainment sector of the mass media that celebrated the martial virtues, but it seldom pressed for direct and long-term use of force against foreign or domestic threats. Its affirmation of solidarist institutions and values such as family, religion, public morality, community, and national identity was largely formal and cerebral, and it rejected almost categorically any affirmation of class, sexual, and racial identity. In addition to the infusion of managerial elements into the New Right leadership, the assimilation of the movement was also facilitated by the still primitive and generally amorphous level of post-bourgeois consciousness and by support for the New Right from bourgeois conservative, new entrepreneurial, and Christian activist ideological and political groups. As New Right activism gained popular support, these groups began to attach themselves and to impart their own ideological preferences and political agendas to it, and their concerns differed significantly those of post-bourgeois strata. The ideological distortion of post-bourgeois consciousness that occurred in the 1970s and 1980s is in some respects analogous to the phenomenon Oswald Spengler called pseudomorphosis, the adaptation of the styles of an older culture by a younger one, with the effect of distorting its historical maturation that also took place with the bourgeois and managerial elites as they emerged as ruling minorities, and it is also similar to the phenomenon Marxists describe as false consciousness. Thus, although post-bourgeois strata began to perceive common interests, goals, and enemies, they were unable to formulate a coherent ideology that unified them as an emerging elite, rationalized their interests and aspirations, and distinguished them from bourgeois and managerial groups. Post-bourgeois elements generally lacked the educational training and verbal skills to articulate such an ideology, and the mutual hostility between them and the managerial intelligentsia prevented the latter from forming any connections with them. Authoritarian and extreme nationalist ideologies have been rare in American political and intellectual history and were not readily accessible to post-bourgeois activists. The ideological vacuum that existed among post-bourgeois forces was therefore filled by a variety of formulas, none of which provided a reasonably accurate analysis of their position and interests, and many of which were themselves pathological, eccentric, or useful for only limited tactical goals: conspiracy theories, racial ideologies, nostalgic indulgences, occultist and pseudoscientific doctrines, and the like. While such currents were sometimes useful for mobilizing post-bourgeois elements, they were incapable of sustaining an enduring social and political movement aspiring to challenge and transform the managerial regime. In lieu of a coherent and distinctive post-bourgeois ideology, the New Right adapted and made use of forms of old right bourgeois conservatism and the fundamentalism of the new Christian right. The former exerted little appeal to post-bourgeois working-class elements, however, since it entertained the idea of abolishing or seriously limiting the economic role of the state, restraining the power of labor unions, and restoring the institutions of the bourgeois order. The minimal, neutralist state, laissez-faire economic theory, A strict constitutionalism that reflected the interests of the bourgeois elite in reducing and controlling the size and power of government, and a foreign policy preoccupied with world communism. Opposition to federal regulation of business, for example, attracted bourgeois conservatives wedded to laissez-faire economic theory as well as new entrepreneurial elements that felt threatened by such regulation, but it did little to attract or consolidate working-class mass. Post-bourgeois forces were generally opposed or indifferent to these bourgeois and entrepreneurial concerns, and the adaptation of bourgeois conservatism for post-bourgeois new right purposes did little to advance, and much to retard and deflect, the distinctive identity of the post-bourgeois proletariat or to expand or integrate it as a distinctive social and political force. The infusion of Christian fundamentalism into new right efforts also served to deflect their incipient radicalism and to invest them with an essentially conservative religious coloration that was absent from the early new right. In lieu of a more distinctive post-bourgeois ideology, Christian fundamentalism filled the vacuum as an ideological vehicle, but since the aspirations of the post-bourgeois proletariat were essentially secular and social rather than religious and moral, right-wing Christianity, especially when packaged electronically, could not express the reality of their interests and aspirations as an emerging social and political force. While defense of traditional morality was an important theme in both the Wallace movement and early New Right efforts, the West Virginia textbook controversy, for example, there was little religious orientation to these campaigns. The cosmopolitan and hedonistic proclivities of the elite frequently alienated, challenged, and subverted post-bourgeois beliefs and institutions through the prohibition of prayer in the public schools, opposition to censorship of pornography, and tolerance for abortion, sexual permissiveness and deviance, but post-bourgeois interests in these issues reflected their defense of a concrete, secular way of life threatened by managerial acceleration and not, for the most part, religious concern. And they concentrated on the perceived challenge that obscene textbooks and permissiveness represented to their way of life and its defining values rather than on the more abstract religious and ethical dimensions of the threat. Indeed, the highly politicized and secularized content of much evangelical Christian activism and the relative absence of serious theological and devotional efforts strongly suggest that the principal momentum behind the mass following of the Christian right was the secular and political aspirations of post-bourgeois social forces, which used and were used by evangelical clergymen, and not a religious awakening. In periods of history when genuine religious movements have prevailed, such as the 4th century AD or the 16th century Reformation, discussion even at a popular level of abstruse theological topics, church history, and liturgy has been common, yet these interests seem to have been unusual among most adherents of evangelical Christian groups in the 1970s and 1980s. Although evangelicalism was able to mobilize large numbers of activists for causes related to religious and moral issues, it generally distracted the secular, radical social and political consciousness of the post-bourgeois proletariat and derailed a potentially revolutionary nationalist and populist movement by enveloping it in a false consciousness that did little to reflect post-bourgeois interests and values. Both bourgeois conservatism and evangelical Christianity thus served as expedient ideological vehicles for post-bourgeois consciousness and interests, but neither expressed or was able to develop a distinctive post-bourgeois anti-managerial identity, and the effect of both ideological currents was to draw the new right away from the goals of its early radical anti-managerial impulses. The absence of a distinctive post-bourgeois ideological vehicle and the infusion of bourgeois and Christian conservative ideological and political preoccupations into the new right served to retard the evolution of an enduring post-bourgeois consciousness, and the emergence of a yuppie elite within the new right and neo-conservative organizations served to differentiate these organizations from their largely post-bourgeois social and political base both in lifestyles and interests. These weaknesses of the post-bourgeois resistance all facilitated the assimilation of the post-bourgeois anti-managerial movement by the managerial regime. By the later 1980s, neoconservatism, providing an adapted rationalization of the soft managerial regime, had become the prevalent ideological vehicle of the new right, and new right groups had become financially and intellectually dependent on neoconservative and managerial forces. Richard Viguerie, as early as 1981, had said, "We've all got the same complaint," in welcoming neoconservatives to the new right movement, apparently under the illusion that post-bourgeois and managerial interests were consistent, and Paul M. Weyrich, executive director of the Committee for the Survival of a Free Congress and originally one of the most militant and outspoken new right leaders, in 1984 wrote of Irving Kristol's Reflections of a Neoconservative that the distinctive features of Neoconservatism, as Christol described them, come closer to a general statement of what some in the new right strain of conservatism believe than anything else in popular print. By 1986, Weyrich was collaborating with neoconservatives in the formulation of what he called cultural conservatism, a highly diluted adaptation of new right ideology that sought to legitimize the role of the managerial state in manipulating traditional values. "We believe," he said in introducing the concept, "that government not only can but must be a positive force, a force for good. If conservatives intend to seek a mandate to govern, they must be prepared to govern, prepared with a broad array of policy actions." See, cultural conservatism calls to liberals and moderates as well as fellow conservatives to join in upholding and rebuilding our national culture, the culture on which liberalism as much as conservatism depends. Although the cultural conservative formula ostensibly was intended to legitimize the role of the state in reinforcing traditional, i.e., bourgeois, values and institutions, in fact it rationalized the manipulation of traditional culture by the managerial state. As a neoconservative exponent of cultural conservatism, Chester E. Finn, Jr. wrote, "This is no static or exclusive culture, of course. It is distinguished by its ability to assimilate and be changed and improved by the customs, idioms, and enthusiasms of immigrants and refugees from around the world. We don't submerge our individual and group distinctions. But we are united by what we have in common, not by how we differ." Neoconservative Secretary of Education William Bennett also endorsed the new slogan of cultural conservatism that served as a via media reconciling the new right to its assimilation by the soft managerial regime. The result of the assimilation of the new right movement by managerial forces was the decapitation of the post-bourgeois resistance to the managerial regime and the resolution of the political challenge it issued. Whereas in 1980 only 25% of the adult population of the United States believed that the US government could be trusted to do the right thing all or most of the time, in 1984 44% believed it could be trusted. The decline of such polarization, much of which had derived from post-bourgeois frustrations, was ascribed to the Reagan presidency. Ronald Reagan himself, said historian James McGregor Burns, brought a sense of respectability and a sense of responsibility to conservatism, and by reducing inflation from 14% in 1979 to 4% in 1987, the Reagan administration removed a major precipitant of the post-bourgeois resistance. The results of the assimilation were visible in the transformation of American conservatism from a bourgeois movement that resisted the managerial state and sought its dismantlement to a movement that was content with the present structure and functions of the state and the cosmopolitan tendencies of mass culture. By 1987, the long-standing conflict within the Republican Party between bourgeois and post-bourgeois elements, on the one hand, which had supported Taft, McCarthy, Goldwater, and Reagan, and the managerial forces, on the other, which had allied with Dewey, Eisenhower, Rockefeller, and Ford, had been resolved. "It's establishment conservatism," said Lance Tarrance, a pollster for presidential candidate Representative Jack Kemp, "the days when there were two challenging factions, those days are over." Although Kemp sought to present himself as an anti-establishment candidate, his campaign and rhetoric did not deviate from the neoconservative and yuppie formulas that had come to prevail in the elite of the Republican Party and the American right. Irving Kristol was described by the Washington Post as Kemp's intellectual tutor, and as Newsweek noted in 1984 discussing the political direction of young, upwardly mobile professionals, the Republicans' best hopes for enticing the yuppie vote probably lie with 40-ish leaders like New York Representative Jack Kemp at 49, a baby boomer's older brother, and with actual yuppies like Representative Vin Weber of Minnesota, 32, whose vision of the Opportunity Society includes civil rights. The younger Republicans who have been out here, says Silicon Valley Caliph publicist Regis McKenna, are talking about opening up opportunities for minorities and women. Hey, resounding like Democrats. Kemp based his 1988 presidential campaign on appeals to young, upwardly mobile professionals, urban blacks, women, and immigrants through his vocal support for civil rights legislation, deregulation and similar economic opportunity measures, and the elimination of immigration restrictions, and he deliberately avoided appealing to the middle-class base of the Republican Party. "I don't want the Republican Party to be an all-white party, an all-white-collar party, a business party or a middle-class party," he told Republican voters in Michigan in 1987, and he promised to compete with the Democrats, not just in the Sun Belt but in the ghettos and the barrios. He also professed no opposition to the size and scale of government, as traditional conservatives had. Getting the government off the backs of the American people will be no one's slogan in 1988, Kemp said. Making government more efficient and effective will be the thing this time. I've never understood why conservatives positioned themselves against government. Paul Weyrich added, consistent with his cultural conservatism, we can't ignore problems in society and hope they go away. The truth is that some of us believe in government activism, and he argued that, too often, we, bourgeois conservatives and the new right, have attempted to reject the obligation welfare represents, the obligation to the poor, the homeless, the unemployed and the disabled. We accept the obligation welfare represents. The resistance to the expansion and enlargement of the managerial state and the defense of the bourgeois order, the distinctive features of bourgeois conservatism from the time of the New Deal, were thus abandoned, and a neo-conservative, more precisely, managerial conservative, defense of the managerial state, of its manipulative role in the economy and culture, and an appeal to the underclass were adopted by the assimilated conservative leaders of the 1980s. Whatever the future prospects of the soft managerial regime and whatever the opportunities for post-bourgeois resistance in the future, the regime was successful in the 1980s in assimilating and circumventing the post-bourgeois challenge of that decade through its manipulation of the Reagan presidency and the leadership of the post-bourgeois resistance, through its formulation of an adapted managerial ideology, and by the differentiation of the leadership of the post-bourgeois resistance from its mass base. The future of the post-bourgeois resistance. Although the managerial elite was successful in assimilating the leadership of the post-bourgeois resistance and responding to the post-bourgeois challenge, it was less successful in stabilizing the regime and formulating a new ideological consensus that would unify the elite. By the 1970s, the tendencies of the regime to continuing acceleration were threatening to become too powerful to be stabilized or contained within the prescribed boundaries of mass organizations and managerial manipulation. Technological innovation, economic change, social mobility, and cultural and intellectual ferment inevitably escaped and often challenged these boundaries and social and political forces associated with the processes of acceleration among the new class, the new entrepreneurs. Young urban professionals could not be contained within a new managerial orthodoxy. Neoconservatism, or managerial conservatism, could accommodate only some of these forces, especially those with direct interests in preserving the dominance of mass organizations, but others articulated ideologies that deviated from or challenged orthodoxies that rationalized mass organization, reliance on technical and managerial skills, and the whole rationalistic, secularist, and technological worldview on which the managerial regime was founded. Nor could managerial conservatism contain the post-bourgeois forces that persisted despite the decapitation of their political movement. While neoconservative ideology was in some respects compatible with post-bourgeois interests in its advocacy of a conservative welfare state that would provide economic security while modifying or controlling forces of acceleration that would erode and subvert social institutions and cultural values, it revealed no disposition to seek a transformation or a radical restructuring of the soft regime that would have responded to post-bourgeois aspirations and interests, and it was unable to carry out the kind of transformation of the regime that would have been necessary to stabilize it permanently and that post-bourgeois forces demanded. Neoconservatism readily identified the new class, the radical cosmopolitan and relativist formulas that the new class used, and the forces of acceleration it sponsored as enemies, but it was unable to devise a means of eliminating or permanently subduing the new class and its political and social aspirations. Michael Novak perceived that the new class is a formidable danger to democratic capitalism, since new class demands for dominance within the regime and for destabilizing forms of acceleration threaten to destroy the balance among the sectors of the regime and undermine its structure and functioning. Yet Novak was confronted with a dilemma that expressed the basic contradiction of the soft managerial regime and reflected the crisis that it experienced. On the one hand, he emphasized that the moral cultural system is the chief dynamic force behind the rise both of a democratic political system and of a liberal economic system, the source of the continuous revolution over which the regime presides. Yet, on the other hand, he also recognized that democratic capitalism is more likely to perish through its loss of its indispensable ideas and morals than through weaknesses in its political system or its economic system. In its moral cultural system lies its weakest link. Since the new class is principally located in the managerial elite of the mass organizations of culture and communication which dominate and manipulate the moral cultural system, there can be no elimination or radical restructuring of that system and its elite without eliminating the main source of continuous revolution and acceleration. The extirpation of the new class and the managerial cultural apparatus, then, would fundamentally wound the soft managerial regime, since in the absence of the acceleration and innovation the new class and its cultural apparatus generate, there would be no application for the managerial and technical skills in the manipulation of social change and the problems and conflicts that change creates. In the absence of continuous acceleration, the soft managerial elite, both the new class as well as its older siblings in the corporate and bureaucratic elites of the managerial state and managerial economy, would lose the functions that are the foundations of its power, status, and rewards as an elite. The problem for the managerial elite was not to eliminate acceleration and its sources, but to contain acceleration and its products within managerial disciplines. The new class itself was unwilling or unable to accept these disciplines, since they presented obstacles to its own aspirations to dominance and would have involved a subordination to or compromise with other sectors of the elite in the mass corporations and unions and in the older components of the managerial state, from which demands for managed and stabilized acceleration issued. Unable to resolve this dilemma, the formulas of managerial conservatism were reduced to mere exhortation in their efforts to induce the new class to support stabilization. A war of ideas is being fought in many minds and hearts, wrote Novak. Many, battling in this war, change their minds. Within us, there is a battle between the competing ideals of democratic capitalism and democratic socialism. On its outcome, the future shape of our society depends. The battle, however, was not between ideas but between two different components within the elite, each of which was wedded to apparently divergent interests and aspirations that arose from the very nature of the soft managerial regime, and although the relationship between the two components appeared to its participants as a battle, in fact it was more of a symbiosis. The forces of acceleration used managerial skills and mass organizations to generate change, conflict, and problems through which they enhanced their own power, while the forces of consolidation sought to contain, manage, manipulate, and assimilate the acceleration through the disciplines and structures of the regime that allowed them to enhance their power. Despite the adversary relationship that apparently pertained between them, then, neither component of the elite could exist or retain or enhance its power and rewards without the functions provided by the other, and though the tensions between them protracted the crisis of the regime, there could be no stable resolution of this crisis without impairing, restructuring, or transforming the regime. The permanence of the crisis and the inability of the regime to eliminate or control its tendency to acceleration mean that the managerial assault on the remnants of the bourgeois order and on the values and institutions of the post-bourgeois proletariat will continue, and that the reaction by post-bourgeois forces to this assault will revive and persist. Whereas this assault in the early 20th century, in the period of managerial emergence, took the form mainly of challenging the political and economic power base of the bourgeois elite, its political power in the local community and in congressional and legislative institutions, and its economic power in the independent entrepreneurial firm since the period of acceleration began in the 1960s. The assault has concentrated principally on the social and cultural institutions of bourgeois and post-bourgeois groups. The civil rights movement challenged not only the racial particularism of these groups but also their social, political, and intellectual foundations, extending the managerial state into the manipulation of local communities, entrepreneurial firms, and local educational institutions, and inculcating the environmentalist and meliorist premises and cosmopolitan ethic of managerial ideology. In the 1970s, feminism and the sexual liberation movement challenged bourgeois and post-bourgeois control of the processes and institutions of socialization in the family, the home, the school, and in new preschool institutions. The secularization and syncretistic tendencies of managerial cosmopolitanism challenged the persistent non-rational religious and moral premises of the bourgeois worldview, fragments of which re-emerged in post-bourgeois fundamentalism. The continuing and accelerating dematerialization of property, represented in the evolution of an international economy and new technologies and procedures for mass consumption through credit, challenges not only the economic institutions and values of the bourgeois order but also promotes the integration of the mass population into the manipulative managerial disciplines of hedonism, relativism, and cosmopolitanism. New constituencies for managerial acceleration emerged through mass immigration, providing a new underclass as the political and cultural fulcrum for the manipulative assault on the remnants of the bourgeois order and the post-bourgeois proletariat. and the prospect of new policies and programs of the managerial state on behalf of the new underclass raises the possibility of the resumption of inflation and the rise of tax rates through increased government expenditures. Managerial conservatism offers only tepid resistance to these new and continuing forces of acceleration and to those elements of the managerial elite actively promoting and using them, and it is neither willing nor able to provide a stable resolution of the challenges they create. While post-bourgeois forces may temporarily be content with the stabilization of the regime that the Reagan presidency achieved, these forces of acceleration and the challenges they represent will ensure the continuation of post-bourgeois resistance to the regime and perhaps the emergence of an enduring radical anti-managerial post-bourgeois consciousness. The decapitation of the post-bourgeois resistance by the regime in the early 1980s and the demise of its political and ideological vehicles may actually encourage a post-bourgeois radicalism in the aftermath of the Reagan administration during the 1990s, since the erosion of bourgeois and Christian conservatism and the assimilation of managerial elements in the new right may leave post-bourgeois frustrations without political expression. Post-bourgeois forces would then find it possible to develop a consciousness and an identity independent of the deformations and pseudomorphosis infused by bourgeois, Christian, new entrepreneurial, and managerial elements and to formulate an ideology and a movement that would correspond largely or exclusively to post-bourgeois interests and aspirations, challenge the soft managerial regime, and work toward the metamorphosis of the regime into an apparatus of power in which the post-bourgeois proletariat would emerge as the dominant minority. Kevin Phillips in the early 1980s suggested the possibility of a similar development in American politics before the economic recovery under the Reagan presidency helped to assimilate the post-bourgeois challenge of the previous decade. Comparing the economic dislocation and middle-class frustrations of the Weimar Republic with the contemporary discontents of post-bourgeois strata in the United States, both involve a movement to the right, politics increasingly nationalistic, return to folkways and traditional values and the rejection of avant-garde culture. Phillips argued that, in the event of the failure of Reagan's economic policies, by the 1990s the balance of power could rest with a populist or corporatist brand of conservatism that combines business interests with blue-collar and social issue constituencies. Many issues would pull the lower middle class and blue-collar electorates into this group: crime, race, nationalism. Protectionism and immigration are also issues unions share with conservatives. This aggregation would support activist government on economic matters, aiding troubled industries and farmers, while at the same time adhering to a relatively conservative position on moral issues. Despite the relative success of the economic recovery under Reagan, the evanescence of traditional conservative political and ideological vehicles and the continuing acceleration of changes perceived by post-bourgeois forces as threats to their interests and values could activate the kind of social and political movement that Phillips predicted. Whether the managerial regime in its present configuration could resist or assimilate such a radical post-bourgeois challenge remains problematical. In any case, the continuing acceleration that is now endemic in the managerial regime will generate, and is generating, changes and forces that will also challenge managerial power, regardless of the future of the post-bourgeois resistance. The possibility exists that the soft managerial regime will be unable to contain and manipulate the products of acceleration through its mass organizations and managerial disciplines, that the regime will begin to lose control of the forces it has created, and that the manipulative styles of dominance associated with the Class I residues that prevail in the soft elite will be unable to control these forces. If so, and if these new challenges can be met by a style of dominance associated with Class II residues, the unrestricted reliance on coercion and the evocation of solidarist and ascetic derivations and formulas, then the dynamics of acceleration may, through its consequences, provide an aperture in the structure of the elite through which a post-bourgeois resistance, exhibiting a prevalence of Class II residues, could enter and acquire enduring social power. Chapter 9. The prospects of the soft managerial regime. The vulnerabilities of the soft managerial regime. The revolution of mass and scale and the managerial regimes that emerged from it are the most recent and the most extreme manifestations of the world historical process that Max Weber called the disenchantment of the world. Mass organizations displace or destroy the traditional, non-rational, and personal disciplines by which the institutions of pre-industrial societies and even early bourgeois industrial and commercial society were governed. Mass organizations are operated in accordance with that intellectualist rationalization created by science and by scientifically oriented technology which Weber saw as the principal theme of modern history. The disenchantment of the world means the emergence of the belief that there are no mysterious incalculable forces that come into play, but rather that one can, in principle, master all things by calculation. Technical means and calculations perform the service. The application of technical means to human society through mass organizations is the distinctive characteristic of the managerial regimes, soft and hard, of the 20th century. The collapse of prescriptive and bourgeois institutions under the impact of mass populations, industrialization, urbanization, and technology, and the availability of new, technical means, in the form of managerial skills, permitted the emergence of new elites that perceived the processes of disenchantment and social rationalization as opportunities for the enhancement of their own power. Consequently, the new elites sought to accelerate these processes and to direct them in opposition to the social and political forces that had prevailed in the past. Weber's understanding of this long-term historical trend of disenchantment, intellectualization, or rationalization, in many respects resembles the theory of Pitirim Sorokin that the present era is one of transition toward what he called ideational culture and away from the sensate culture that, originating in the 16th century, is based upon, and is integrated around, this new principal value. The true reality and value is sensory. It is precisely this principle that is articulated by our modern sensate culture in all its main compartments, in its arts and sciences, philosophy and pseudo-religion, ethics and law, in its social, economic, and political organization, in its dominant ways of life and mentality. The present crisis of our culture and society consists exactly in the disintegration of the dominant sensate system of Euro-American culture. The sensate worldview, recognizing as real only the material, empirical, and sensory dimensions of the world, corresponds to the disenchanted, rationalized, calculative worldview described by Weber, and it also resembles the worldview dominant in the historical phase that Oswald Spengler called civilization, the terminal phase of a cultural organism. Spengler's civilization, as Sorokin described it, is characterized by cosmopolitanism and the megalopolis versus home, race, blood group, and fatherland, scientific irreligion or abstract dead metaphysics instead of the religion of the heart, cold matter-of-factness versus reverence and tradition and respect for age, international, society, instead of my country, and state, nation, natural rights, in place of hard-earned rights, money and abstract value in lieu of fruitful earth and real, living, values, mass, instead of folk, sex in lieu of motherhood. Panem et circenses in place of religious and spontaneous folk festivals, imperialistic expansion, urbanization, internationalization, the outward direction of civilization man's energy instead of the inward direction of the culture man, the cult of bigness, syncretism, lust for power, class struggle instead of quality and unity, and so on. Spengler's perception of cosmopolitanism, hedonism, scientism, secularism, mass cities and societies, abstract value, and the cult of bigness, corresponding to Sorokin's colossalism, includes the dominant features of the soft managerial regimes of the 20th century. Vilfredo Pareto also saw the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a period in which Class I residues and the findings of logico-experimental science have widened the field of their sway. We would not be mistaken, therefore, in ascribing to reason an increasingly important role in human activity, and Sorokin's characterization of the ideational and sensate cultures resembles in many respects Pareto's description of societies ruled by elites in which the residues of Class II, lions, and Class I, foxes, prevail. While these and other major social thinkers of the era tended to concur on the main features of Western society in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, they differed widely in their explanations of these phenomena and in their views of the future. Weber saw disenchantment and intellectualization as unilinear historical processes, unlikely to be reversed or halted, though periodically interrupted by irrationalist forces such as charismatic leadership. Sorokin and Spengler, however, both saw their age as the final stage of a historical cycle, likely to be replaced by a new, ideational culture or by a young cultural organism that would succeed the dying, Faustian, civilization. To Sorokin, the managerial aristocracy of present-day corporations are in the position of the decadent descendants of a full-blooded political aristocracy. Pareto himself argued that the emergent, pluto-democratic elites, in which Class I residues prevailed and which ruled through manipulation, would eventually be replaced by military elites, in which Class II residues were dominant and which would rule by force and its ideological correlates. Sorokin and Spengler viewed the era of managerial regimes as the age of the decline of the Western culture of modernity. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, however, the regime that was in process of dissolution was that of the bourgeois order, which itself was the final stage of the civilization that had arisen at the beginnings of the Western Middle Ages. The managerial elites that emerged to challenge and displace the bourgeois elite were not decadent bourgeois elements but a new social force that relied on new instruments, technologies, and organizations to gain power and attempt to form a distinctively new civilization that rejected both prescriptive and bourgeois values and institutions. The relatively compact institutions that had characterized both the medieval and early modern prescriptive order as well as the industrial and commercial bourgeois order collapsed under the strains of an unprecedented mass and scale of human numbers and their social, economic, and political interactions. The bourgeois worldview, which had become dominant throughout much of the West in the course of the 19th century and centered on a socially rooted individuality and the ideologies and political formulas derived from it, ceased to reflect the values, aspirations, and perceptions of either the masses or the intellectual and cultural elites that were emerging. Bourgeois leadership, based on locally and personally ruled organizations, proved unable to retain control of dominant institutions as they evolved into mass organizations and came to depend on managerial and technical skills that the bourgeois elite did not possess. Despite bourgeois efforts to adapt to the new mass and scale, the wars, economic collapse, and social and political movements of the early 20th centuries forced the evolution of new organizations, new techniques of social and political control, new worldview and ideology, and a new elite that increasingly found itself differentiated from its bourgeois origins. The process of differentiation involved a challenge to the remnants of the bourgeois order as well as the displacement of the bourgeois elite from political, economic, and cultural dominance, and it led to the germination of a new order, perhaps the embryonic form of a new civilization, centered on the nucleus of the managerial elite. Commentators on the revolution of the 20th century such as Sorokin and Spengler, as well as Weber, did not view the revolution as the consequence of an elite acting in pursuit of its interests and aspirations for power, but as the historical elaboration of an idea or as part of the life cycle of autonomous cultural organisms. Their concentration on the role of such abstract forces in history tended to distract them from the more central role of the new elite itself in creating and shaping the new order. The principal features of the managerial regime, including those noted by Spengler, Sorokin, and Weber, developed from efforts of the emerging managerial elite to challenge the old bourgeois elite and to acquire, consolidate, and enhance its own dominance. These efforts involved the creation of an apparatus in which managerial and technical skills could be applied to political, economic, and cultural arrangements in ways that would not only yield power to those who possessed such skills but also exclude from power those who lacked them. Mass organizations in state, economy, and culture proved to be the most effective instruments for the seizure of social power by the new elite, and continuous enlargement of mass organizations and encouragement and manipulation of social change within the disciplines of mass organizations offered the most rewarding opportunities for extending the scope of managerial and technical skills and enhancing the power of those groups that had acquired them. The conflict with the bourgeois order also involved the discrediting of the bourgeois worldview and its derivative ideology and the articulation of a new worldview and ideology that, disseminated through the mass organizations of culture and communication, rationalized the dominance of the new elite. In formulating the managerial worldview and ideology, the intellectual and verbalist classes of the soft managerial regime made use of secularist, scientific, and rationalist ideas that reflected the processes of Weber's disenchantment, Sorokin's sensate values, and the characteristics of Spenglerian civilization. These ideas, some of which had circulated in the Western intellectual milieu for centuries, informed the dominant philosophical, ethical, religious, legal, political, and aesthetic expressions and codes of the managerial era. The political, economic, and cultural transformation of the 20th century thus proceeded from the managerial elite itself and its aspirations for dominance. The institutional and intellectual cultural features of the century were the products of the internal structure and composition of the elite and the instruments and opportunities available to it for realizing its aspirations. An understanding of the formative role of the dominant minority of the soft managerial regime in shaping the revolution of the 20th century makes possible an analysis of the prospects of the regime in terms of the dynamics and the internal structure and composition of its elite. While the soft managerial elite in the Western world and particularly in the United States has constructed an apparatus of power that has created and organized resources and techniques for dominance unique in human history, and while it has so far in this century successfully challenged, displaced, or assimilated its rivals, the elite is neither omnipotent nor infallible. Its dominance is limited by the very nature of its apparatus, interests, ideology, and psychic and behavioral patterns, as well as by the social and political forces that it has created in the process of acquiring, consolidating, and enhancing its power. These limits constrain the actions, ideas, and resources the elite can use to respond to challenges in the future, and new social and political forces hostile to the elite and its regime may possess or acquire material or intellectual resources for challenging the soft managerial regime in ways to which the elite is unable to respond successfully. Indeed, analysis of the soft managerial regime in terms of the internal dynamics, structure, and composition of its elite rather than in terms of the disembodied ideas, cultural organisms, and historical cycles favored by Weber, Spengler, and Sorokin shows that it exhibits serious vulnerabilities that, if exploited by hostile social and political forces, could lead to a historically significant destabilization or transformation of the regime in the future. Pareto as well as Gaetano Mosca recognized that an elite or ruling class composed of only one or a few dominant social forces is likely to represent a danger to social and political groups outside the elite. The absolute preponderance of a single political force, wrote Mosca. The predominance of any oversimplified concept in the organization of the state, the strictly logical application of any single principle in all public law are the essential elements in any type of despotism, whether it be a despotism based upon divine right or a despotism based ostensibly on popular sovereignty, for they enable anyone who is in power to exploit the advantages of a superior position more thoroughly for the benefit of his own interests and passions. The ascendancy of a more or less uniform elite, in Mosca's view, not only allows unrestrained power to accumulate under the control of a single, dominant force, but also excludes from power and other social rewards those other social groups that possess skills, resources, and ideas that could contribute to the cultural efflorescence and invigoration of a society and strengthen its capacity to respond to challenges successfully. While the political result of a monolithic elite is despotism and the irregular and unrestrained use of power for the interests of the elite, the result for the larger social order and eventually for the elite itself is a contraction of the cultural, intellectual, and material life of the society, the narrowing of the range of resources on which its elite can draw, and the loss of the flexibility necessary for adapting to new ideas, social change, and hostile internal or external challenges, whether material or psychic. A society ruled by a contracted, monolithic elite lacks sufficient breadth and resilience to ensure its survival in the face of the diverse challenges that it may encounter in the course of its history. The elite of the soft managerial regime closely resembles the kind of contracted, monolithic social force that Mosca discussed. Unlike the aristocratic and bourgeois elites of the past, the soft managerial elite bases its social dominance almost entirely on the single social force of modern managerial and technical skills. The science of management is necessary for the operation and direction of the mass organizations of government, the economy, and the culture, and those social groups that lack proficiency in the science of management and its application to social arrangements are unable to gain leadership positions within the mass organizations and are largely excluded from power in the regime. The science and techniques of management may be applied to the direction of any mass organization, and the elite that uses these techniques to direct one kind of mass organization may also, with little variation, use them to direct others. Thus the elites of the mass political, economic, and cultural organizations are interchangeable and indeed fused or interdependent with each other. There is in fact considerable interchange among the elites of the mass managerial organizations, and the uniformity of managerial techniques tends to impart to those proficient in their application a uniform mentality, ideology, and perceived set of interests. The formal mechanisms of mass liberal democracy, regular elections, competing political parties, universal suffrage, and legal and political rights do not significantly mitigate the monolithic and uniform concentration of managerial power. While legal rights of expression provide formal protection for anti-managerial movements, the manipulation of information, images, and symbols by the managerial organizations of culture and communication and their elite tends to neutralize the political and propaganda efforts of most anti-managerial forces. Moreover, anti-managerial political movements that rely on democratic political mechanisms to restrain the power of or gain access to the elite must themselves make use of managerial skills in raising funds, manipulating public opinion, and organizing and managing campaigns in order to compete effectively in the electoral process. Since the principal sources of such skills lie in the elite itself, managerial elements are infused into even anti-managerial movements and tend to predominate in their political efforts that seek to make use of managerial skills. The electoral process at the national and increasingly at the state and local level serves to assimilate anti-managerial challenges into the elite or effectively to neutralize or manipulate their resistance. The regime successfully assimilated and neutralized the resistance of bourgeois conservatism, the new left of the 1960s, and the new right of the 1970s, and even though it accommodated some aspirations of these forces, it was able to blunt and defeat their more radical demands for the dismantlement of the apparatus of mass organizations and the end of managerial manipulation of social arrangements. The formal legal and constitutional procedures of liberal democracy are thus largely irrelevant to the concentrated social power of the managerial elite. The late Herbert Marcuse noted that democratic pluralism seems to extend rather than reduce manipulation and coordination, to promote rather than counteract the fateful integration. Democracy would appear to be the most efficient system of domination, and Gaetano Mosca, commenting on the flaws of the theory of separation of powers formulated by Montesquieu and his imitators, noted that such imitators have been inclined to stress its formal or, so to say, legalistic aspect rather than its substantial or social aspect. They have often forgotten that if one political institution is to be an effective curb upon the activity of another, it must represent a political force. It must, that is, be the organized expression of a social influence and a social authority that has some standing in the community, as against the forces that are expressed in the political institution that is to be controlled. While the anti-managerial forces of the post-bourgeois resistance constitute an organized expression of a social influence and a social authority, they are compelled to challenge the regime by means of organizational techniques and managerial skills that themselves serve to infuse managerial elements into positions of leadership, dilute their resistance, and absorb them within the apparatus of soft managerial power, the very political institution that is to be controlled. The uniformity of managerial techniques and their social applications and the concentrated power of the elite that relies on them for social dominance contrast with the diversity that characterized the elites of the prescriptive and bourgeois orders. Although these elites also predominated in their societies and imposed their interests and values on the larger social order, the decentralized, localized, and personal apparatus by which they held power tended to permit, and even require, considerably more variation in the elite itself, in the techniques by which it ruled, and in the kind of political, economic, and cultural order that it imposed or encouraged. Hence, these pre-managerial regimes often exhibited a pluralistic diffusion of power represented in the balance of local against central authorities, private and intermediary social and cultural institutions against public political and legal structures, and local, regional, and subcultural diversities. The pluralism of pre-managerial regimes, limited and contained within a unity that defined the common interests of their elites, not only allowed a wider range of competing centers of power but also yielded a social order with a broader range of resources, ideas, and skills at its disposal than the more narrow, contracted, unbalanced, and homogeneous managerial regime in which a single political force preponderates. Moreover, the comparative absence of uniform techniques and methods of dominance in pre-managerial regimes to some degree rendered membership in their elites more accessible to the non-elite than is the case in the managerial regime. While pre-managerial elites were based largely on bonds of class, region, kinship, sect, inheritance, sexuality and ethnicity, status, and external comportment and conformity with dominant social and moral codes, the specific criteria for entry into such elites varied according to local, subcultural, and personal standards. Different means of acquiring wealth through agricultural, pastoral, commercial, and industrial activities in pre-managerial economies and different avenues to political power through inheritance, patronage, war, and status served to diversify the social and psychic composition of pre-managerial elites, and the tendency to diversity within these elites was enhanced by the heterogeneous skills, techniques, and talents that these paths to preeminence demanded. By contrast, the highly centralized scope of mass organizations, the dependence of their elites on managerial skills, and the uniform and homogeneous nature of the applications of their skills tend to exclude from the managerial elite all elements of society that lack proficiency in managerial techniques and do not conform to the uniform standards and psychic and behavioral patterns for which such techniques select. Social and political forces that seek to resist or restrain managerial dominance but lack the managerial and technical skills that yield power in the fused apparatus of mass organizations are unable to gain access to or advancement within the elite. The social groups excluded from the managerial elite consist not only of the underclass but also of the bulk of the post-bourgeois working and middle classes, which depend upon wages, salaries, and benefits dispensed by the mass structures of the managerial economy but exercise little power in either the corporate or labor organizations apart from their representation by the elites of these structures. These post-bourgeois groups, materially dependent on but imperfectly assimilated into the managerial regime, generally lack access to the educational and training facilities that impart the managerial skills necessary for entry into an advancement within the elite, and the values and psychosocial character of post-bourgeois elements generally do not dispose the members of these strata to acquire managerial skills or aspire to inclusion in the elite. Nevertheless, managerial skills and the means of acquiring them are widely distributed in mass society, and the vulnerability of the soft managerial elite that its narrowness and contraction represent derives neither from the fact that the elite is a comparatively small minority of the total population nor from lack of accessibility to membership in it. Minorities appear to dominate all human societies except the most simple and primitive, and there is no evidence that highly organized societies can exist or function without elites, or that the existence of elites and unequal access to membership in them necessarily excite hostility to them or their regimes or constitute a vulnerability. A more serious vulnerability of the elite than any lack of accessibility to its ranks, however, derives from the despotic character of the soft managerial regime. The despotism of the regime, its tendency toward the monopolization of political, economic, and cultural power by a single social and political force of managerial and technical skills, and the expansive, uniform, and centralized nature of its power is a direct consequence of the contracted composition of the elite and the restriction of its membership to elements proficient in managerial and technical skills. While such skills are relatively accessible, only those who have acquired them actually are able to gain entry to the elite and perform the highly technical functions of the mass political, economic, and cultural organizations. The narrowness of the elite that results from this restriction insulates it from the influence of non-managerial social and political forces and reduces their ability to gain positions within the elite from which they can moderate, balance, or restrain its commands, whether these are in the form of statute laws, court decisions, bureaucratic directives, corporate or union policies, or the assertions of the mass organizations of culture and communication. The limited access of non-managerial forces to power and social rewards means that the regime represents at least a potential threat to the aspirations and interests of these groups, and their exclusion from the elite contributes to the frustration of their aspirations and interests and encourages their alienation from and conflict with the elite and the destabilization and weakening of the regime. Moreover, the crystallization of the power of a single social and political force, characterized by a common set of interests, ideology, style of dominance, and psychic and behavioral patterns, serves to promote the contraction of the soft regime to the point that its capacity to offer a sufficiently broad range of effective responses to the challenges it encounters is severely restricted, and its chances of survival in the face of these challenges are significantly diminished. The potential threat that the despotism of the soft managerial regime represents approaches actual tyranny through the dependence of the soft elite on manipulation as a style of dominance. Because Pareto's class I residues, yielding patterns of manipulative mentality and behavior, prevalent in the psychic composition of the soft elite, and because the interests, ideology, and apparatus of the elite are centered around the manipulation of social arrangements, the regime relies on manipulation and its ideological correlates of hedonism and cosmopolitanism as a means of disciplining the subordinate society as well as a means of responding to challenges. The reliance of the soft regime on manipulation is apparent in its elaboration of formal routines that facilitate and institutionalize its manipulative style of dominance and replace the more spontaneous and differentiated disciplines of social institutions. The inherent structural interests as well as the psychic composition of the soft elite also involve reliance on manipulative routinization. The elite enhances its power through the application of its manipulative skills to autonomous social, political, and economic institutions, through continuous managed acceleration of social change within the framework of mass organizations, and through its capacity for assimilating and manipulating social and political groups that resist it. While the revolution of mass and scale eroded the compact bourgeois structures and social roles of the entrepreneurial firm, the family, social class, local community, religious sect, and sexual and ethnic identity, the emergent elite acquired an interest in accelerating the processes of erosion and in replacing these institutions and their non-managerial disciplines with the routinized disciplines of mass organizations. The need of the soft elite in the managerial state, economy, and the mass organizations of culture and communication for a homogenized and manipulable mass population subject to uniform manipulative disciplines dictates the managerial destruction of the autonomous and heterogeneous institutions, roles, and beliefs that offer barriers to its disciplines and their replacement by the formal routines by which mass organizations operate. Managerial routinization, in conjunction with the monolithic distribution of power within the elite, contributes to the alienation of subordinate social forces and to a protracted, destabilizing, and socially destructive conflict within the soft regime. And it is the manipulation of social arrangements through routinization and homogenization that constitutes the tyranny of the soft regime in the perspective of the subordinate non-managerial groups. Its tyrannical character is not for the most part manifested in acts of physical coercion and repression as in most pre-managerial despotisms, however, but in the proletarianization and cultural dispossession that the manipulative routinization of social, economic, political, and cultural life inflicts. The soft managerial regime thus constitutes a soft despotism, or, in Bertram Gross's phrase, friendly fascism, that encourages the destruction of the social order and deracinates and alienates the social forces subjected to its manipulative routines. In the economy, the managerial routines of production regulate the labor of mass workforces in both offices and factories and consist not only of formal rules and techniques governing the processes of production but also of disciplines controlling social and personal interaction in the workplace. Dress, etiquette, language, and personal comportment and associations are adapted to uniform standards designed to eliminate or suppress individual and subcultural variations and subordinate the totality of working life to the interests of the mass economic structures and their elites. The standardization of residential complexes and communities, commuting and transportation, leisure, medical and legal services, and agriculture and the production and distribution of food and clothing extends the routines of the managerial economy to private life. Similar routines regulate mass consumption, disciplined by the manipulated hedonism of advertising, financed through credit, and organized through mass structures of shopping malls, supermarkets, franchised commodity stores, and the fast food industry. The routines of mass consumption are designed to discipline the consumer by creating and manipulating homogeneous demands for homogeneous goods and services through homogeneous processes and structures of distribution. The consolidation of cultural life under the disciplines of the mass organizations of culture and communication in bureaucratized schools and universities, mass religious institutions, journalistic and publishing conglomerates, and the electronic media of information, opinion, and entertainment also requires the homogenization of the audience as well as the messages transmitted, and the managerial media establish uniform routines of thought and expression that reflect the needs and interests of their elites. The cultural routines imposed by the managerial media inculcate the cosmopolitan and hedonistic worldview and its ethic, and they challenge, eliminate, and replace the personal, social, and subcultural variations of regional, religious, class, sexual, ethnic, and ideological identity that non-managerial institutions and authorities generate. While these routines permit a superficial diversity of ideas, values, and themes centering on trivial, exotic, transient, fashionable, sentimental, and sensational events and personalities, they constrict the intellectual and emotional responses of the mass audiences of the media within regular boundaries that exclude some responses and infuse and manipulate others. The techniques by which the cultural routinization of the mass media manipulates the responses of their audiences include not only the limitation of the content of the messages transmitted but also the manipulation of symbols, language, and images for the creation of subrational associations, the selective presentation, arrangement, or omission of information and images, and the simplification and abridgment of controversies through slogans, false dichotomies, and symbolic phrases. The deceptive diversity and novelties of mass communication serve to distract their audiences from the disciplinary routines into which they are being assimilated and to disguise the cultural homogenization and regimentation that the mass media impose. Managerial organizations and their elites cannot effectively impose economic and cultural homogenization unless the institutions that generate social heterogeneity are weakened and their functions assumed by mass organizations. The diffusion of the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic takes place not simply through the mass dissemination of ideas, images, and values but also through the institutional destruction and displacement that managerial capitalism and cultural organizations instigate. Thus, managerial corporations, as well as mass unions and the managerial state, displace the social functions of the family and local community, while the routines of mass production and consumption and mass culture displace integrative family and domestic disciplines with their own routinized entertainment, educational, and opinion-forming disciplines. Mass educational and child care organizations displace parental authority and assume the functions of socialization and economic support as well as educational functions and serve to inculcate the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic and ideology of the regime. The disciplinary routinization and social destruction carried out by the mass economic and cultural organizations is paralleled by and interdependent with the actions of the managerial state, the bureaucratic elite of which also seeks the disintegration of autonomous social structures and the extension of its own power through manipulative social and economic regulation. The imperative of homogenization in the state involves the centralization of political functions, accomplished through legislation and court decisions that supersede state and local autonomy and create a uniform field on which centralized managerial power is unchecked by the resistance of local government and intermediary institutions. At local and state levels, the expansion of government functions precipitates the formation of local managerial elites closely fused with the elite at the national level. Taxation, monetary policy, and the regulation of the economy offer mechanisms by which the elite can discipline and manipulate economic and social institutions. Provision of welfare, education, health care, urban planning, rural development, and socially therapeutic functions for children, the elderly, the poor, the homeless, the divorced, the sexually frustrated, the mentally ill, the addicted, and the criminal contribute to the replacement of social bonds and disciplines by bureaucratic agencies and routines and allow the managerial elite within the mass state to extend its dominance through its own manipulative skills. The therapeutic bureaucracy of the elite redefines and challenges normative bourgeois and non-managerial values and institutions themselves as being pathological and productive of social and personal aberrations, and it seeks to design curative manipulative routines by which such aberrations and their causes in autonomous and traditional institutions may be corrected and reconstructed. Although the managerial state also relies on incentives created through fiscal, social, and regulatory policies to weaken private, social institutions and manipulate and discipline the mass population, the routinization of social life by the managerial state, unlike that of the managerial economic and cultural organizations, is directly supported by legal and coercive sanctions. Compulsory taxation, education, and regulation effectively force the dissolution of private, autonomous institutions and relationships. The criminalization of sexual and racial discrimination enforces and accelerates the replacement of family bonds, sexual codes, and sexual and ethnic identity by the routines of the state and gives legal sanction to the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic. The uniform, legally obligatory, and formal routinization enforced by the managerial state thus compels the erosion of non-managerial institutions and authorities and serves to consolidate the power and legal authority of the managerial bureaucracy. /7b The manipulative routinization imposed by the mass organizations of the state, economy, and culture almost totally envelopes and regulates contemporary private as well as public and professional life. Individuals working and living in metropolitan areas, as well as in many rural regions, move, think, and communicate in a continuous interdependent web of routines that discipline and manipulate their work, leisure activities, residence, transportation, consumption, relationships with government, political beliefs and voting behavior, family life, care and education of children, and mental and emotional responses. The standardization, impersonality, and unresponsiveness of mass organizations derive from their reliance on routinization, which replaces the more flexible and informal disciplines of the compact and autonomous social institutions and contributes to the alienation and frustration of the social groups and individuals enveloped in them. The permeation of contemporary life by the uniform and centralized disciplines and routines of the soft managerial regime means that the regime, so far from being the open, pluralistic, and diversified society of a cosmopolitan liberal democracy, in fact constitutes a form of totalitarianism, in which private and personal as well as public thought and behavior are homogenized and manipulated in accordance with the interests, psychic patterns, and ideological formulas of a monolithic elite. As Marcuse noted, the means of mass transportation and communication, the commodities of lodging, food, and clothing, the irresistible output of the entertainment and information industry carry with them prescribed attitudes and habits, certain intellectual and emotional reactions which bind the consumers more or less pleasantly to the producers and, through the latter, to the whole. The products indoctrinate and manipulate, they promote a false consciousness which is immune against its falsehood. Thus emerges a pattern of one-dimensional thought and behavior in which ideas, aspirations, and objectives that, by their content, transcend the established universe of discourse and action are either repelled by or reduced to terms of this universe. 7d. The results of managerial social destruction and routinization are evident in the brutalization of contemporary social life, the increase of violent crime, divorce and desertion, illegitimacy, abortion, child and spouse abuse, mental derangement, suicide, sexual deviance, the use of drugs and stimulants, and social irrationalism and destabilization. While the routines imposed by the soft managerial elite serve to enhance its own power and to regulate the mass population within the apparatus of mass organizations, they are insufficient replacements for the informal, personal, private, and local disciplines provided by the heterogeneous and autonomous social institutions the regime has weakened. The managerial routines are designed to enhance the dominance of the soft elite and the operations of the mass organizations it controls, not to provide stable and satisfying psychosocial bonds and functions for the subordinate society. The social dysfunctions and destabilization that result are not permanent, however, since human beings recreate or reinvent adequate social authorities as part of their biological and psychological nature. Nevertheless, the dynamic of the structural interests of the soft managerial elite requires the continuous acceleration of managerial manipulation, and the efflorescence of non-managerial social bonds as well as the breakdowns resulting from manipulation itself serve as opportunities for further socially destructive manipulation by the elite. The need of the soft elite to enhance its power continuously thus forces it into a perpetual struggle against subordinate social groups and an incessant conflict with autonomous social institutions, even when these are recreated in the aftermath of managerial challenges. The destruction and displacement of autonomous social bonds, institutions, and values by the institutionalized manipulation of soft managerial routinization and homogenization threaten and alienate subordinate social forces and deepen their perception of the regime as tyrannical and hostile to their beliefs, habits, and styles of living. Managerial manipulation and routinization of the family, neighborhood, community, workplace and property relationships, sexual and ethnic norms and relationships, and economic patterns of production and consumption result in the deracination, proletarianization, and cultural dispossession of subordinate social forces. The infliction of this social and cultural destruction by the soft regime not only weakens social disciplines but also encourages the disaffection from the regime of those social groups that remain attached to their social and cultural institutions. The perception of the soft regime as a tyrannical force involved in the manipulative destruction of norms and institutions and the tensions, dislocations, and conflicts that result from managerial manipulation are the direct consequence of the structure and composition of the elite, the predominance within it of a single, homogeneous managerial social force that exhibits a uniform psychic and behavioral pattern predisposed to and dependent on manipulation and by its structural interests is committed to the manipulation of social arrangements. Thus, the despotic and contracted character of the soft managerial regime that results from the concentration within the elite of a single, uniform social and political force composed of managerial elements accounts for the reliance of the elite on socially destructive and alienative manipulative routines as a means of disciplining and organizing the mass population and constitutes a vulnerability of the regime that derives from the structure and composition of the soft elite. Yet the elite not only weakens and alienates the social groups subordinate to it, but also, because of its psychic composition and its proclivity to a manipulative style of behavior and dominance, is unable to respond adequately to the conflicts and challenges that its manipulation generates. The contraction of the elite and the preponderance within it of a uniform social force and psychic and behavioral pattern constrict the range of resources and responses on which the regime can draw in meeting societal challenges. The prevalence of Class I residues in the psychic composition of the elite, and the reliance of the elite on the manipulative skills and styles of dominance that Class I residues encourage, tend to restrict the elite and the mass organizations it directs to only manipulative and assimilative responses to societal challenges. While the elite has developed a highly sophisticated technology of manipulation and assimilation, it is at a disadvantage in using this technology to respond to inassimilable and unmanipulable challenges, principally those that derive from hostile elements in which Class II residues prevail and rely on coercion and its ideological correlates of asceticism and solidarism, for example, protracted military challenges, as in Vietnam, terrorism, insurrectionary movements, and violent crime, whether random or organized in street gangs or drug cartels. The typical response of the soft elite to these challenges consists of the appointment of commissions, the holding of hearings, the establishment of agencies, the coordination of administrative functions, the enlargement of budgets and trained manpower, the application of technical skills and technological resources, and reliance on therapeutic, educational, diplomatic, and other manipulative measures. Such responses, aimed at manipulating and assimilating violent challenges rather than resolving them through counterforce, enhance the power and resources of the elite itself and the mass organizations under its control by offering opportunities and incentives for the elite to apply its technical and managerial skills to the manipulation of these challenges, but they also reflect the psychic patterns and ideological preconceptions of the elite. The use of protracted or massive force to meet criminal or external violence would contradict the hedonistic and cosmopolitan premises of managerial ideology and involve the invocation of ascetic and solidarist values that would rationalize the postponement of gratification, the infliction or acceptance of suffering, and solidarity with national and social identity. Because the soft elite is psychically, behaviorally, ideologically, and structurally unable to use force speedily, massively, or for protracted periods, or to appeal strenuously to group solidarity and postponement of gratification, challenges that can be met in no other way receive inadequate responses from the elite and are allowed to persist until they either burn themselves out or until they overwhelm the regime. At the latter point, they either lead to the destruction of the regime or provoke a circulation of the elite away from Class I residues and toward those of Class II. Even in the Reagan administration, which entered office in large part in reaction to the flaccid responses to violent and coercive challenges that typified the Carter administration, the manipulative character of public policy was not significantly modified. The Reagan administration's principal contributions to defense and foreign policy consisted of the Strategic Defense Initiative and the so-called Reagan Doctrine, by which the United States would provide military assistance to Third World anti-communist insurgents. Both policies merely recapitulated and to a large extent extended the hedonistic and cosmopolitan manipulative techniques of the regime. The SDI program dramatically enlarged the role and power of technical and managerial skills in the defense community, and neither SDI nor the Reagan Doctrine involved any significant attenuation of managerial hedonism and cosmopolitanism through an appeal to postponement of gratification or deference to national solidarity. Indeed, both programs enhanced the soft managerial ethic by promising security against perceived threats without personal risk and sacrifice and through technological and foreign surrogates. The administration did use force against Grenada, 1983, and Libya, 1986, but the level and duration of the coercion was not sufficient to invoke a sustained ideological challenge to the soft managerial ethic, nor were the brief and much glorified expeditions against Panama and Iraq under President Bush in 1990 and 1991. The Reagan administration used a rhetoric of toughness and employed economic sanctions and covert interventions against small or weak opponents, but it took no serious coercive or punitive measures against terrorism and its foreign state sponsors, against perceived pro-Soviet movements and governments in Central America, or against the Soviet Union in the aftermath of the lethal Soviet attack on Korean Airlines Flight 007. Its ill-conceived Iran-Contra scandal originated in an apparent effort to manipulate the release of hostages held by terrorists through negotiations with the Iranian state sponsors of the terrorists. Although drug smuggling and crimes associated with illegal and dangerous drugs increased dramatically in the Reagan era, and though the administration sizably increased the budgets and personnel of drug enforcement programs and agencies, these efforts too avoided any major or protracted use of coercion against the criminal challenge and tended to rely on manipulative, educational and therapeutic, managerial, bureaucratic, and diplomatic responses. Despite some concession to the use of force and the manipulation of patriotic sentiments in foreign affairs, the Reagan era saw no significant departure from typical soft managerial responses and ideological and behavioral patterns. If the soft managerial elite cannot respond with effective force to violent criminal and external challenges, neither is it able to resolve the psychic and social challenges that develop from the erosion of cultural and national solidarity. The disintegration of social bonds under the impact of managerial acceleration and the mobility, affluence, urbanization, and social change associated with the revolution of mass and scale have fragmented the traditional, religious, moral, and social authorities and sources of meaning and value in the managerial regime. Loss of community, writes Robert Nisbet, isolates man, and the mounting pressure of vast institutions and organizations, far from shoring up his being, only intensifies the alienative process. By fragmenting him into the mechanical roles he is forced to play, none of them touching his innermost self, but all of them separating man from this self, leaving him, so to speak, existentially missing in action. In this perspective, modern society is inaccessible because of its remoteness, formidable from its heavy structures of organization, meaningless from its impersonal complexity. Mass opinion succeeds the discipline of taste and judgment, the harsh and stunting disciplines of the factory succeed the rhythms of countryside, rationalization of society degenerates into regimentation, and the primary values of European culture, honor, loyalty, friendship, are seen as withering away under the dead weight of objectification. Man's feeling of homelessness, of alienation, writes William Barrett, has been intensified in the midst of a bureaucratized, impersonal mass society. He has come to feel himself an outsider even within his own human society. The manipulative skills and material rewards of the soft managerial regime and its ethic of hedonism and cosmopolitanism have been unable either to restore traditional authorities or to formulate new ones that can satisfy human psychic and social needs or provide a coherent and enduring public orthodoxy that legitimizes obedience, social and political cohesion, the postponement of gratification, the acceptance of sacrifice and suffering, and loyalty to concrete and particular institutions. The open society ideal of the soft elite, allowing it to sanction and subvert non- and anti-managerial authorities and values and to manipulate and accelerate ideas and values that enhance its own dominance, prevents the formulation or enforcement of an ascetic and solidarist orthodoxy that could satisfy psychic and social needs in ways that technocratic, hedonistic, and cosmopolitan ideologies cannot. The soft managerial regime, in its ideological illusion that human beings are creatures of their social and historical environment and can be ameliorated through the managed manipulation of the environment, has only dispersed authority and values and sought to manipulate their fragments. The soft elite does not recognize and cannot recognize, given its worldview and the material and political interests on which its worldview is based, that immutable elements of human nature constrain the possibilities of amelioration and necessitate attachment to the concrete social and historical roots of moral values and meaning, at the expense of the mythologies of cosmopolitan dispersion and hedonistic indulgence. The result of the psychic and social vacuum created by the soft elite and of its inability to fill the vacuum is the fragmentation of the subordinate society into forces and groups that the regime finds difficult to discipline or unify. In the late 1970s, Kevin Phillips noted what he called the balkanization of America. Throughout the 1970s, the symptoms of decomposition appeared throughout the body politic in the economic, geographic, ethnic, religious, cultural, biological components of our society. Small loyalties have been replacing larger ones. Small views have been replacing larger ones. The balkanization of America is closely related to what Andrew Hacker has called the end of the American era. Can it be coincidental that US political and social decomposition accelerated with our exit from Vietnam and the end of Pax Americana, the concurrent failure of the Great Society, the end of energy abundance, the downfall of cultural optimism, and of course Watergate and public loss of confidence in the political system? On the contrary, the breakdown of these unities, hopes and glories has been enough to send Americans, to scrambling after less exalting forms of self-identification, ethnicity, regionalism, selfish economic interests, sects and neighborhoods. Phillips identified several manifestations of national decomposition: regional conflicts between Sunbelt and Frostbelt over regulation of energy and natural resources, conflicts among biological fragments of sex, sexual orientation, age, race, and ethnicity, cultural fragmentation in the affirmation of regional and subcultural distinctiveness, and political fragmentation in the decline of party disciplines, the emergence of virtually independent fiefdoms in Congress and the executive and judicial branches, and the assertion of state, intrastate, and local identities and interests. Other and somewhat later manifestations of decomposition include the emergence of Christian fundamentalism and the political movements associated with it, as well as cults, pseudosciences, religious sects, millenarian movements, occultist and extremist groups, and other marginal movements manifesting forms of social irrationalism that provide emotional and organizational surrogates for a coherent social order and its institutional and moral canopies. Other fragments that emerged in the following decade were particularly associated with racial and ethnic identity. The intensification of racial themes was apparent among blacks in the presidential campaigns of Jesse Jackson in 1984 and 1988, the bitter conflicts over apparently racially motivated homicides in the Howard Beach and Bensonhurst communities in New York City, the controversies over Tawana Brawley and construction of desegregated public housing in Yonkers, New York, Mass demonstrations and counter-demonstrations in white-dominated Forsyth County, Georgia, in 1986, the enactment of legislation in 1983 establishing the birthday of Martin Luther King, Jr. as a federal public holiday, Black demands for elimination of Confederate Civil War flags and monuments and, with Asians and Hispanics, for changes in academic curricula to reflect non-European cultural traditions and values, and Black support for punitive sanctions on South Africa. Racial themes were apparent in the presidential campaigns of both political parties in 1988. Ethnic and racial fragmentation was evident also in the entry of 8 to 9 million legal and additional illegal immigrants into the United States between 1981 and 1990, a number equal to or greater than the largest wave of immigration in American history between 1901 and 1910. Nearly 85% of the new immigrants were from Asia or Latin America, and demographer Leon Bouvier predicted that whites would become a minority in California, Texas, and New York within 20 to 24 years. Time magazine predicted in 1990 that, by 2056, the average U.S. resident, as defined by census statistics, will trace his or her descent to Africa, Asia, the Hispanic world, the Pacific Islands, Arabia, almost anywhere but white Europe. The mass immigration deposited new fragments in the United States that challenged national unity by their racial, cultural, linguistic, and religious distinctiveness and precipitated a reactive racial consciousness among other Americans, white as well as Black. Organized criminal groups, drug cartels, street gangs, and motorcycle gangs composed of Asian, Jamaican, Black American, Cuban, Puerto Rican, and Colombian elements and using ethnic, kinship, and religious bonds also appeared as other cultural fragments. In California, two immense street gangs, the Crips and the Bloods, with some 70,000 members, waged war on each other with sophisticated weaponry and developed satellite groups and alliances in other parts of the country. Racial and ethnic fragmentation was an important element in the emergence of post-bourgeois resistance to the managerial regime in the 1960s. In the 1970s, Michael Novak discovered the persistence of ethnicity among descendants of Eastern and Southern European immigrants, their resentment of the culture of the American professional elites, with its high emphasis on specialization, objectivity, and technical proficiency, and their disillusionment with the universalist, too thinly rational culture of professional elites. 16. Novak noted European ethnic support for George Wallace, and middle-income white ethnics were prominent in the Howard Beach and Yonkers controversies. In the 1970s and 1980s, Southern white consciousness developed through country western music, popular culture, sectionalism, and defense of Confederate monuments and public display of the Confederate flag. In the 1980s, an explicitly violent neo-Nazi movement appeared in the far west, with cognate groups in other parts of the country, and later in the decade, skinhead youth cults espoused racialist ideological themes. Hostility to Black, Jewish, Hispanic, and Asian groups and an affirmation of white racial identity and cultural heritage were prominent elements in these movements. Yet fragmentation and decomposition are not confined to subordinate social forces. Within the soft elite itself, fissures have appeared that threaten its own unity as a dominant social force. In the 1980s, the organizational ethic that William H. White described in the 1950s appeared to be dissipating among corporate managers. Younger managers disdained lifelong service to the corporation and sought their own self-interest, even in violation of regulatory law. In the political elite, cases of corruption, conflicts of interest, espionage, and whistleblowing threatened the functioning of the managerial state. Unlike much of the fragmentation that appeared among subordinate social forces, however, the corruption and undisguised pursuit of self-interest within the elite were not reactions against managerial dominance but extreme fulfillments of the hedonistic and cosmopolitan ethic itself. Unrestrained by institutional loyalties, group solidarity, and moral barriers, ambitious and upwardly mobile members of the managerial elite saw no reason to limit their personal pursuit of immediate gratification. Contrary to Daniel Bell's belief in the 1970s that a stable disjunction of behavioral styles in work and leisure was possible, that one could be straight by day and a swinger by night, 17. The indulgent, manipulative, and dispersive ethic of the elite threatened to weaken and undermine the coherence of the elite itself. The prevalence of corruption is a direct result of the class-I psychic and behavioral patterns that prevail within the soft elite and loosen attachment to group identities and disciplines, and of the dependence of the elite on cosmopolitan and hedonistic formulas that are incompatible with the subordination of private to public and national interests, and are indeed difficult to reconcile with any definition of such interests. Hence, the regime is unable to formulate coherent ideological prohibitions of corruption, whether in the strictly legalistic sense of criminal abuses by public officials or in the broader sense of the displacement of the public good by private interests. The social and cultural fragmentation within the elite often takes the form of such corruption in such common practices as bribery, conflicts of interest, violations of professional and public codes of ethics, sexual scandals, and political fraud, as well as in legal but morally dubious and socially exploitative legislation, corporate policies, and executive branch decisions. Yet corruption is not confined to the elite but extends also throughout the subordinate society in a general refusal to sacrifice or defer gratification for the public interest or for any collective or institutional purpose, and in actual denial that such an interest or purpose exists, or, if it does exist, that it exerts any legitimate moral authority. The tendency is apparent in such common forms as sexual infidelity, cheating in schools, tax evasion, and petty criminality. While the appearance of such corruption serves to weaken the functioning and discredit the legitimacy of the soft managerial regime, the more serious vulnerability that corruption and fragmentation represent is the progressive erosion of any publicly acknowledged identity, consensus, or ethos, and the disappearance of a generally accepted foundation for the formulation of societal decisions, goals, and purposes. As Phillips noted, today's American balkanization in large measure represents the failure of these leadership elites to understand the simple facts of race, ethnicity, territory, greed, and inequality. The soft managerial elite, bound by its psychic composition and structural interests to an ideology and ethic of hedonism and cosmopolitanism, is incapable of permanently disciplining or unifying through manipulation and the soft managerial political formulas the interests and sentiments that underlie the economic, social, cultural, racial, and political fragments that emerged in the 1970s and 1980s. The contracted structure of the managerial elite, the prevalence within it of Class I residues that yield a psychic and behavioral pattern of manipulation, and the dependence of the elite on manipulative ideology, styles of dominance, and responses to challenges thus constitute a serious vulnerability of the soft regime. As Pareto argued, the eventual fate of an elite in which Class I residues have accumulated too heavily is its collapse before challenges that its ideology does not permit it to recognize and its behavioral proclivities and apparatus of power do not permit it to resolve successfully. It is hardly coincidental that at the apogee of the soft managerial regime in the 1980s its most intractable challenges appeared in the form of international terrorism and internal criminal violence perpetrated by alien elements organized in sizable transnational cartels and internal gangs, or that forces asserting racial or ethnic solidarism emerged as fragments of the subordinate society. The organizational vehicles of the criminal and terrorist challenges sometimes made use of managerial techniques, and the leadership that emerged within them in some respects resembled the elites of the hard managerial regimes, which in some cases allied with and supported these criminal and terrorist movements. The soft regime, however, appeared unable to respond to these challenges by appropriate force or by asserting sufficient national solidarity to exclude alien criminal elements from its boundaries. The appearance in the 1980s of challenges to which the soft regime seemed to have no adequate response suggests the accuracy of Pareto's prediction that elites in which Class I residues prevail would be displaced by emergent elites in which Class II residues are dominant and which can more easily respond to challenges of violence and the erosion of social authority. The soft managerial regime exhibits an extreme polarization of residues, with those of Class I concentrated within the elite and those of Class II concentrated in the mass population and isolated from social power and public decision-making. Lacking sufficient Class II residues, the incumbent elite has neither the ideological nor the psychic and behavioral resources with which to respond to challenges that assert group solidarity, are willing to use violence and accept risk and sacrifice, and cannot be assimilated or manipulated by the routines on which mass organizations in the soft regime depend. Nor, because of the structural interests of the soft elite, can it adapt its disciplines to accommodate such fragments adequately. The power, status, and social rewards of the soft elite are bound to the managerial and technical skills that manage social, economic, and cultural manipulation. Adaptation of these skills and the apparatus of mass organizations centered around them to respond to the solidarist challenges and fragmentations of the last 2 decades would necessarily involve a radical circulation of the soft elite and the transformation of the soft managerial regime into a hard regime. Neither the fragmentation and decomposition evident in the subordinate society nor that of the elite necessarily foreshadows the collapse of the soft managerial regime, however, and not all of the fragments are inassimilable. Many of the cults, marginal movements, and economic fragments that have recently emerged, despite their professions of radicalism and nonconformity, replicate the psychic and ideological patterns of the elite through their own formulas of emancipation and amelioration and through the purportedly esoteric, but in fact easily accessible, knowledge and technique that they propagate. Because they share the psychic characteristics and ideological premises of the elite, they are compatible with the structures and disciplines of the soft regime and do not constitute a serious challenge to it. Through their participation in the mass cultural and economic organizations and their access to the rewards of the regime, they are often easily assimilated within its apparatus of control. Such fragments, far from challenging the incumbent elite and its apparatus, actually serve to enhance managerial dominance by contributing to the illusions of openness, liberation, and progress that managerial ideology articulates, by their own challenges to non-managerial institutions and values, and by their absorption of anti-managerial elements that are potentially capable of asserting more genuinely radical challenges. Moreover, in addition to their psychic and ideological compatibility with the elite, many of the fragments that have so far appeared continue to rely on the organizational functions and goods and services provided by the managerial economy, state, and mass organizations of culture and communication and remain at least partially assimilated within the apparatus of social control. Until such managerial functions are seriously impaired by economic depression, for example, war, insurrection, or the extreme disintegration of discipline, or until a non-managerial alternative to mass organizational functions is developed, there is little real prospect for the end of the soft regime. While the regime appears to be unable to confront or resolve such challenges as fragmentation presents or the challenge of fragmentation itself, it retains the capacity to distract and manipulate many of the disintegrating components and to avoid a breakdown of the regime for an indefinite period. A concerted anti-managerial challenge to the regime, mobilizing and unifying subordinate Class II residues and the accumulated resentments and hostilities of resistant social forces and articulating an ideology of solidarism and asceticism, could override the manipulative routines and selective assimilation of the soft elite and displace it as a socially dominant minority. But in the later part of the 1980s only the rudimentary forms of such a challenge were apparent. While the polarization of residues and the mental and behavioral patterns associated with them destabilizes the soft regime and represents a serious vulnerability of it, the polarization does not necessarily indicate an immediate circulation and displacement of residues within the elite. Nevertheless, the tendency of the subordinate society to fragmentation and decomposition and the emergence of anti-managerial movements reveal the inadequacy of the disciplines and routines of the managerial regime and the vulnerabilities of the soft elite that predominates within it. Yet the inadequacies of the regime appear clearly only from the perspective of those subordinate social forces that do not share and are alienated from managerial routines and ideology. From the perspective of the soft elite itself, much of the social disintegration is not only conducive to the enhancement of its power and social rewards by creating social problems and breakdowns, disintegration provides an opportunity for the further application of managerial skills but also appears as a progressive and liberating process. The cosmopolitan and hedonistic worldview of the elite depicts the dispersion of group solidarity and institutional constraints as a release of human potentials from a repressive, irrational, and obsolete social and historical environment, though most adherents of this worldview do not perceive their own conformity to and disciplining by the routines of mass organizations as confining. The perspective of the elite is not formed only by its structural interests and the ideas that rationalize these interests, however, but reflects the prevalence of Class I residues within its psychic and behavioral composition. Indeed, the entire structure and composition of the soft managerial elite compel it to pursue strategies of dominance that encourage the fragmentation and eventual destruction or extinction of the society it rules. In this respect, the soft managerial elite appears to be virtually unique in human history. Almost all elites and ruling classes of the past have acquired strong interests in preserving the social, economic, political, and cultural institutions on which their own power, wealth, and status were founded. Hence, most elites of the past have been conservative in the ideas, values, and policies they have supported. While the soft managerial elite is conservative in the sense that it seeks to preserve and extend the base of its power in the mass organizations of the state, economy, and culture, its functions and dominance within this organizational base are derived from its proficiency in skills that manage, manipulate, and accelerate social change, and its apparatus of power in the mass organizations expands its dominance through the erosion of compact and autonomous institutions in which managerial Skills have little application or value. Moreover, the apparatus of mass organizations is fused or bound together not by the social bonds and disciplines of the subordinate society but, in part, by its own routines that regulate the thought and behavior of those assimilated within it, in part, by the legal bonds and relationships that regulate the interdependence of the state, the economy, and the culture, and perhaps in major part by the bonds imposed by the physical and social technology of mass organizations. The scientific, technical, administrative, and bureaucratic skills, knowledge, and procedures involved in the operation and direction of these technologies impose or select for a uniformity of mentality and behavior as well as a function that radically differentiates the soft managerial elite from non-managerial social groups and forces, alienates the elite from the subordinate society, and binds it together as a supracultural and supranational social force that is hostile to subordinate society. The soft managerial elite not only does not need the subordinate society for its own functioning and cohesion, but also dislikes it and seeks its extinction. The tastes, codes of comportment, and lifestyles of what David Lebedoff has called the new elite, the members of which are the managers of society, teachers, commentators, planners, officials, and executives, the articulators of thoughts and standards, and who gain access to the elite through proficiency in professional, verbal, or technocratic skills, reflect the alienation and hostility of the elite toward the subordinate society and its values as well as the elites of the past and their codes and standards. The distinctive feature of the codes by which the new elite identifies itself is the rejection of traditional values. Millions of Americans today begin their adult lives with furious erasures. In an age of marked social and economic mobility, of the disintegration of neighborhoods, of quick and frequent changes in the places people live, of the erosion of the most basic, root, institutions, family and church, it is for an increasing number of people no longer even a question of rejecting roots, it is a matter of never having acquired roots in the first place. If people derive their identity from the positions to which their measured intelligence has taken them, it is perhaps because there are few alternative sources from which they can define that identity at all. Lebedoff's new elite, of course, is the soft managerial elite, which appears newer than it is because the consolidation of the organizational base of its social power after World War II has allowed it to evolve a more distinctive identity in the last 2 decades. The rejection of roots and traditional, i.e., bourgeois or non-managerial, values, by which the elite defines its identity is an extension of its cosmopolitanism and its psychic and behavioral type, but it is also an instrument of social conflict by which the elite legitimizes its own dominance and delegitimizes the values and ideas of non- or anti-managerial groups and those who adhere to them. In Lebedoff's terms, the left-behinds, whose work does not require professional, verbal, or technocratic skills and who include most small businessmen, retailers, manufacturers, manual and clerical workers, and salespeople. In a large corporation, the top executives and the assembly line workers are typically left behind, and the upper middle ranks, analysts, lawyers, researchers, belong to the new elite. With the exception of top corporate executives, who in fact do occupy their positions because of managerial skills and who increasingly adhere to the codes and lifestyles of the new elite, most of the other categories of left behinds are part of the post-bourgeois proletariat. The interests, ideology, psychic and behavioral type, and lifestyles characteristic of the soft managerial elite thus alienate it from and drive it into conflict with the remnants of pre-managerial society and its elites and with the social and cultural identities that persist in the subordinate society. In the 1980s, with the diffusion of new technologies of information and communication that allow for immediate global transmission and integration, and further challenge and disperse these identities, the nation-state itself and the national identity of its citizens were beginning to decompose into a new transnational or global managerial regime that transcends national boundaries and disintegrates national and cultural distinctions. Zbigniew Brzezinski, recognizing in the 1970s the impending extinction of pre-managerial society organized in nation-states and compact social institutions and commenting on the evolution of what he called planetary consciousness, noted the differentiation of the increasingly global managerial elite from the mass populations of the subordinate societies within nation-states. Today we are again witnessing the emergence of transnational elites, but now they are composed of international businessmen, scholars, professional men, and public officials. The ties of these new elites cut across national boundaries, their perspectives are not confined by national traditions, and their interests are more functional than national. These global communities are gaining in strength and, As was true in the Middle Ages, it is likely that before long the social elites of most of the advanced countries will be highly internationalist or globalist in spirit and outlook. The creation of the global information grid, facilitating almost continuous intellectual interaction and the pooling of knowledge, will further enhance the present trend toward international professional elites and toward the emergence of a common scientific language, in effect, the functional equivalent of Latin. This, however, could create a dangerous gap between them and the politically activated masses, whose nativism, exploited by more nationalist political leaders, could work against the cosmopolitan elites. The tendency toward managerial globalism, apparent in the international policies of the developed Western states since the 1930s, is manifested in the technological and organizational integration of a global economy and the economic interdependence of nations and regions, in the internationalization of populations through mass migrations from the Third World into Western Europe and North America, and in the gradual supersession of the legal and political basis of the nation-state and its independence through the adaptation of national laws and policies to international laws, agreements, and organizations involving the control of narcotics, crime, and terrorism, the protection of the environment and natural resources, as well as regulation of the global economy and immigrants and refugees, the punishment of genocide, the control of nuclear and unconventional arms, the enforcement of peace by international peacekeeping forces, multinational aid for victims of famine and natural disasters, and the use of multinational sanctions and penalties against states that reject or resist the new global regime and its mandates. The global regime, the New World Order, of President Bush's rhetoric is rationalized through the intensification of managerial cosmopolitanism and its cultural repercussions in an increasingly internationalized cuisine, styles of dress, language, and mass media of entertainment and information, as well as in religious, philosophical, and ethical ecumenism and syncretism. The elite of the new global managerial regime presides over, welcomes, and accelerates the dispersion of the cultural, legal, political, military, economic, and demographic distinctions that define nationality, and it regards the persistence of national preeminence and power, economic or political, as at best an anachronism and a barrier to the complete emergence of the global order. The goal of administering the dispersion of national power and subordinating it to the emergent global order under the management of the elite is implicit in Professor Paul Kennedy's thesis that the United States has entered the twilight of its status as a world power. The task facing American statesmen over the next decades, therefore, is to recognize that broad trends are underway, and that there is a need to manage affairs so that the relative erosion of the United States position takes place slowly and smoothly, and is not accelerated by policies which bring merely short-term advantage but longer-term disadvantage. In all of the discussions about the erosion of American leadership, it needs to be repeated again and again that the decline referred to is relative, not absolute, and is therefore perfectly natural, and that the only serious threat to the real interests of the United States can come from a failure to adjust sensibly to the newer world order. The managed erosion of the political and economic preeminence of the United States and of other nation-states is a prerequisite for the parallel management of the erosion of the cultural and demographic identities of nations and their assimilation into a global managerial apparatus. The decline of national power and the erosion of cultural identity does not threaten the power of the managerial elite but enhances it by reducing the constraints on its power, accelerating the disengagement of the elite from subordinate societies, and encouraging the global merging of the managerial elites of distinct nations and cultures into an increasingly autonomous, transnational, global social force. The emergent global elite can be expected to form alliances with the new immigrant underclasses and racial fragments in the developed states and with the local managerial elites of third world states to challenge both the domestic institutional barriers to further managerial integration as well as the national, racial, cultural, and historical identities of nation-states themselves. The elite can thus exploit the racial fragmentation and polarization of the 1980s to enhance its own power and overcome resistant social forces and institutions on an international as well as a global scale. While independent nation-states may persist as formal legal and geographical entities, the differentiation and merging of their managerial elites into a transnationally integrated unit distinct from and in conflict with subordinate society and the assimilation of nations, cultures, and populations into a global managerial regime mean that Western nation-states will cease to exist as meaningful objects of political loyalty and cultural identity, and that the majority of their historic population groups will increasingly endure the traumatizing and potentially radicalizing experiences of social destruction, national decomposition and fragmentation, political alienation, and cultural dispossession. Despite the success of the soft managerial regime in generating mass affluence and scientific and technological achievements, its ability to organize mass populations and social interactions, and its capacity to assimilate and manipulate seemingly insuperable challenges and problems, the regime is inherently fragile and vulnerable. Its monolithic concentration of political, economic, and cultural power under a single, uniform social force insulates it from the restraining power of other forces outside the elite and renders its social dominance a danger to their interests and aspirations. The uniformity of its elite excludes from power and social rewards those non-managerial forces that might broaden the range of resources, talents, skills, ideas, and psychic and behavioral types from which the regime could draw in responding to challenges, and the resulting contraction of the regime limits its capacity to meet challenges successfully. The contraction of the regime also contributes to the impersonal, abstract, technocratic, and dehumanized quality of its style of dominance and its tendency to encourage homogenization, standardization, and mass routinization alienates and frustrates subordinate society. Its imperative for social destruction weakens the subordinate society and encourages its fragmentation into forces that managerial routinization cannot effectively control. The prevalence within the regime of a single psychic and behavioral type predisposed to manipulation restricts its capacity to meet challenges to manipulative and assimilative responses, which are inadequate in resolving the processes of decomposition and unifying the subordinate social order. Despite the totalitarian intrusion of its manipulative techniques and routines, the regime exhibits an inability to enforce its disciplines for the unification and cohesion of the society it dominates. Almost miraculously, it seems, the soft regime has institutionalized tyranny and anarchy simultaneously. These vulnerabilities of the soft managerial regime derive from the structure and composition of its elite, not from individual personalities, disembodied ideas, or historical abstractions. The need of the soft elite to enhance its power through the continuous, managed acceleration of social change, its reliance on managerial and technical skills and their applications to social arrangements, and the prevalence within the elite of Class I residues that impel it toward manipulation rather than coercion and a cosmopolitan and hedonistic ideology rather than one of solidarism and asceticism are the structural elements that account for the behavior of the elite and the weaknesses of the regime it has created and dominates. The vulnerabilities of the soft managerial regime and the appearance in recent years of fragmentary forces that present challenges to which the regime is unable to respond satisfactorily raise questions about the prospects of the survival of the regime in the future. While some fragmentation presents no serious threat to the managerial apparatus of power, is easily deflected or assimilated by it, or actually serves to enhance its dominance, other fragments may issue more significant challenges. Not only violent criminal and terrorist groups, in which Class II residues prevail to a pathological degree, but also social, political, and intellectual forces that question the basic ideological formulas and symbols that legitimize the regime and its dominance, are beginning to emerge. The major such force is the post-bourgeois proletariat, which the regime alienates through its social destruction, manipulation, and cultural dispossession, and in which Class II residues of group persistence and their ideological correlates of solidarism and asceticism are strong. Although the managerial regime effectively decapitated the post-bourgeois political challenges in the 1970s and 1980s, it did not resolve the sources of fragmentation, alienation, and conflict that generated them and other anti-managerial or disintegrative forces. The soft regime appears to be unable to arrest or resolve the process of fragmentation itself, although it may be able to manipulate and assimilate many of the specific fragments. Since the 1960s, however, when anti-managerial forces on the left and right temporarily destabilized the regime and provoked a protracted crisis within it, the regime has been unable to consolidate its power, assimilate alienated post-bourgeois forces successfully, and pursue a strategy of acceleration. Yet the regime remains wedded to its role as the agent of the revolution of the 20th century through its encouragement of the processes of social fragmentation and national decomposition and through its continuous conflict with and war against not only compact and autonomous social institutions that function by means of non-managerial and non-technical disciplines but also the national organization and cultural loyalties of the mass populations. The result of managerial social destruction and globalization is the destabilization of autonomous institutions, the social uprooting and cultural dispossession of their members, the dispersion of non-managerial norms, and the alienation of those groups that have been imperfectly assimilated within the disciplines of the soft regime. The emergence of a significant anti-managerial social force in the post-bourgeois proletariat, which adheres to fragmented and rootless elements of bourgeois ideology and is deeply alienated from and hostile to the managerial elite, is a natural consequence of the assault on social institutions and national and cultural norms by the regime and represents perhaps the most serious challenge to it that has yet appeared. While post-bourgeois groups remain attached to the regime through the economic goods and services it provides, their discontent with and resentment of the manipulative social deracination that the regime inflicts, the alien content of its cosmopolitan and hedonistic ideology that challenges their own fragmented bourgeois ethos, and their own exclusion from the elite and their inability to restrain or modify the concentrated and expanding dominance of the regime prevent their stable and permanent assimilation into it and their acceptance of its legitimacy. If the material functions performed by the regime were to fail, post-bourgeois alienation could evolve a revolutionary consciousness organized in a social and political movement that the regime could no longer contain, discipline, or manipulate, and which could lead to the destruction or radical transformation of the soft regime. Toward a post-bourgeois revolution. Discussing the genesis of civilizations that emerge out of historically preceding civilizations, Arnold J. Toynbee argued that the principal and essential challenge that initiated their birth was a human challenge arising out of their relationship to the society to which they were affiliated. This challenge is implicit in the relation itself, which begins with a differentiation and culminates in a secession. The differentiation takes place within the body of the antecedent civilization, when that civilization begins to lose the creative power through which, in its period of growth, it had at one time inspired a voluntary allegiance in the hearts of the people below its surface or beyond its borders. When this happens, the ailing civilization pays the penalty for its failing vitality by being disintegrated into a dominant minority which rules with increasing oppressiveness but no longer leads, and a proletariat, internal and external, which responds to the challenge by becoming conscious that it has a soul of its own and by making up its mind to save its soul alive. The dominant minority's will to repress evokes in the proletariat a will to secede, and a conflict between these two wills continues while the declining civilization verges towards its fall, until, when it is in articulo mortis, the proletariat at length breaks free from what was once its spiritual home but now has become a prison house and finally a city of destruction. If Toynbee's model is applied to the contemporary conflicts within the United States, and to at least some degree in other economically and technologically developed states, it should be evident that the role of the dominant minority is filled by the elite of the soft managerial regime. Unable to consolidate its power securely but wedded to continuing acceleration, the soft managerial elite has failed to produce the managerial civilization that its worldview and its technical skills seem to promise, despite the unsurpassed material and technological accomplishments these skills have created. Relying on manipulative responses to societal challenges, the elite has successfully perpetuated its dominance but has not been able to formulate a myth of legitimacy that would prevent or reintegrate the social and cultural fragmentation that its manipulation and acceleration generate. Some of these fragments can be integrated into the soft regime only through their dependence on the material functions the regime provides, but they reject both the traditional bourgeois and the relatively new soft managerial ideologies intended as formulas of legitimization, and their acceptance of managerial dominance is largely contingent on the capacity of the regime to continue providing its material functions as a form of grand bribery. The result has been a protracted crisis in which the soft regime is unable either to consolidate and legitimize its power in enduring institutions or to accelerate its manipulation of social institutions and interactions in accordance with the needs and interests of its elite. This crisis has led to the transformation of the soft elite into one of Toynbee's dominant minorities. The soft managerial elite is ceasing to provide leadership and is failing to respond adequately to the challenges it encounters. It relies increasingly on the technical and managerial manipulation of hedonistic themes to distract subordinate social forces from the material and psychosocial crises that are emerging, and it is encountering coercive challenges from hostile Class II residues that cannot be resolved through manipulation. Its manipulation weakens and disperses traditional social bonds, institutions, and ideologies, and, through its continuous management of social change, its cosmopolitan ethic and ideology, and its transnational scope, The soft regime prevents the formation of new bonds that could provide psychic and social stability through new myths of cultural and national solidarity and new institutional resources through which challenges could be met and resolved. Through its mechanisms of mass consumption and entertainment and the mass routinization of cultural life, the soft managerial elite dispossesses and alienates the subordinate social forces of the regime. The elite, in the perception of the alienated groups, rules with increasing oppressiveness but no longer leads. If the soft managerial elite constitutes one of Toynbee's dominant minorities, then the alienated fragments into which the social order is decomposing constitute his internal proletariat. Toynbee did not use this term in the sense of Karl Marx and his followers, an urban laboring population employed under the industrial capitalist economic system and economically immiserated and oppressed by the ruling capitalist class, but rather in the sense of any social element or group which in some way is in but not of any given society at any period of that society's history. Proletarianism, wrote Toynbee, is a state of feeling rather than a matter of outward circumstance. The true hallmark of the proletarian is neither poverty nor humble birth, but a consciousness and the resentment that this consciousness inspires of being disinherited from his ancestral place in society. Performance of physical labor and economic immiseration, then, are not essential attributes of Toynbee's proletariat, as they are of the same term in the usage of Marx, but alienation being in but not of a society is an essential characteristic of it. Writing in the 1930s, Toynbee argued that the internal proletariat of the modern Western world consisted of the black population, which provided physical labor for Western economies, and the intelligentsia, which in several respects resembled the then emerging managerial elites. Himself a product of the bourgeois order, Toynbee correctly saw the new class of managers as a source of disaffection and conflict that would seek to displace the bourgeois regime that created it. He did not anticipate that in the United States the new civilization, formed by the internal proletariat of the managerial intelligentsia, would prove to be abortive, nor did he foresee what new proletarian forces would emerge in reaction to the new elite once it had evolved into a dominant minority. In fact, Toynbee's Western internal proletariats of non-white workers and managerial intellectuals formed an alliance to challenge the bourgeois order and initiate a new regime in its place. While Toynbee's concept of an internal proletariat remains useful and applicable to the current social order, that order is a different one, managerial rather than bourgeois, from what Toynbee knew and analyzed. Blacks and other non-white racial groups have largely retained the status of an internal proletariat in the soft managerial regime and exhibit considerable alienation from it, despite their acquisition of political leverage through their alliance with the soft elite against bourgeois and post-bourgeois forces. Their alienation is expressed in widespread rejection of managerial liberalism and in their attraction to charismatic racial nationalist leaders who articulate an anti-cosmopolitan ideology of non-white solidarity, including solidarity with the non-white populations of the Third World, against European, Jewish, and white American leadership. The evolution of an anti-managerial consciousness among non-white ethnic and racial groups remains rudimentary, however, largely because of the continuing dependence of such groups on the economic, legal, administrative, and political services that the managerial regime provides them. The logic of non-white proletarian consciousness should point toward the emergence of an anti-managerial, racially separatist movement, but the most popular black leader of the 1980s, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in fact articulated an ideology of managerial acceleration that merely accepted the existing structures and functions of the soft regime and sought thereby to strengthen the alliance between elite and underclass. Since this alliance accounts for most of the political, cultural, and economic significance of the non-white underclass in the United States, the formation of a non-white anti-managerial force that could seriously challenge the incumbent elite remains unlikely. The principal internal proletariat of the soft managerial regime today is the post-bourgeois stratum, which is in, but not of, the regime in the sense that it rejects the cosmopolitan and hedonistic elements of the soft managerial ideology, though it continues to depend on the material functions of the regime, and also rejects the manipulative style of dominance and the management of social acceleration on which the soft elite depends for its power. The evolution of an anti-managerial post-bourgeois consciousness has occurred slowly over the last half-century. It accelerated in the post-World War II era and began to form a political identity in the 1960s and 1970s in the Wallace movement and the New Right, but these early manifestations were neutralized and assimilated by the soft regime during the Reagan presidency. In the aftermath of the Reagan era, there are strong indications that the post-bourgeois proletariat is again evolving an anti-managerial consciousness and ideology, and that it will continue to present a serious, if not insurmountable, challenge to the soft managerial regime. The core of the post-bourgeois proletariat consists of what sociologist Donald I. Warren, writing in the early 1970s, called Middle American Radicals, MARS, an attitudinal cluster that occupies a lower middle and working class position on the social and economic spectrum and was strongly supportive of both the presidential candidacy of George Wallace and various causes of early New Right activism. Attitudinally, MARS are defined by their hostility to both the elite and its institutions as well as to the underclass, and by their characteristic belief that elite and underclass are in alliance against their own interests and values, which they identify as American or national interests and values. Although MARS were politically and culturally active in the 1970s, the Reagan presidency, offering at least symbolic and rhetorical satisfaction of their aspirations, served to moderate the militancy of their activism and to integrate them, at least temporarily, within the managerial political apparatus. Nevertheless, a number of widely publicized and controversial events in the 1980s indicated that MAR resentment of and frustration with the dominant minority were continuing. Widespread sympathy for the New York subway vigilante, Bernard Goetz, and for whites involved in racial violence in the Howard Beach and Bensonhurst incidents, as well as white middle-class ethnic resistance to court-ordered residential integration in Yonkers, New York, in 1988, suggested the persistence and vitality of MAR political consciousness. While no political leader or movement expressing MAR and post-bourgeois aspirations attracted a national following in the 1980s, public opinion surveys show that these aspirations continue as a latent but powerful force in American politics. A Gallup poll conducted for the Times-Mirror Company in 1987 identified several attitudinal groups within the adult population of the United States, including what the survey called the disaffecteds, who correspond to Warren's MARS and the post-bourgeois proletariat. Composing 9% of the U.S. adult population and 7% of the electorate, the disaffecteds are described by the Times-Mirror survey as alienated, pessimistic, skeptical of both big government and big business, and as middle-aged, middle-income, slightly more male than average, living in higher numbers in the Midwest, and feeling significant personal financial pressure. The survey found the key attitudes of the disaffecteds to be strongly anti-government and anti-business, but pro-military. Disaffecteds strongly support capital punishment and oppose gun control. They are divided on abortion. Generally support social spending unless specifically targeted to minorities. Unemployment and budget deficit are top concerns. While disaffecteds voted Republican by 57% in the 1986 congressional elections and supported Reagan by 69% in 1980 and 81% in 1984, they differed from other attitudinal groups in identifying no current or historical public figures as heroes. Despite their Republican tendencies, however, the disaffecteds remain skeptical of political candidates in general. A summary of the Times-Mirror survey after the 1988 presidential election found that the most reluctant of the Republican-oriented groups were the alienated, anti-elitist disaffecteds who were evenly divided in their voting intentions in May 1988. In many respects, the campaign had its greatest effect on these skeptical voters. By September, their opinions of Dukakis had moved from lukewarm to highly critical, and 61% expressed support for Bush. Ultimately, 68% said they voted for him in the post-election survey. Compared to other Republican-oriented groups, disaffecteds more often reported voting against Dukakis rather than for Bush, and they resembled Democratic defectors in saying that the issues mattered in voting against Dukakis. While the likelihood of voting among disaffecteds is slightly below average, another, similar group, the moral Republicans, are more likely to vote. Composing 11% of the adult U.S. population and 14% of the likely electorate, moral Republicans are by no means as alienated as the disaffecteds, despite the similarity of their demographic profile and opinions. Moral Republicans also are middle-aged, middle-income, with a heavy concentration of Southerners and strong and very conservative views on social and foreign policy. They are strongly anti-abortion, pro-school prayer, favor death penalty and quarantine on AIDS patients, strongly anti-communist, pro-defense, favor social spending except when it is targeted to minorities. Deficit and unemployment cited as top concerns. Moral Republicans are 94% white, regard Reagan and Billy Graham as heroes, live in suburbs, small cities, and rural areas, are regular churchgoers, and consistently support the Republican Party in congressional and presidential elections by more than 90%. A subsequent study of the same clusters in 1990 found that the disaffecteds had increased from 9 to 12% of the adult population, while the moral Republicans remained at 11%, thus constituting together nearly a quarter of the adult population of the United States. The survey also identified similar groups among Democratic voters: the New Dealers, constituting 7% of the adult population, who are supportive of many spending measures, but intolerant on social issues and somewhat hawkish on defense, and the God and Country Democrats, constituting 8% of the adult population, disproportionately black, and exhibit a strong faith in America and are highly religious. They favor social spending and are moderately intolerant. The attitudes and social profile of both the disaffecteds and the moral Republicans correspond to those of the post-bourgeois proletariat, but the attachment of these groups to the Republican Party may not be permanent, as suggested by a further indication of the persistence and development of post-bourgeois political consciousness: the election of overt racialist candidate David Duke to a seat in the Louisiana state legislature in February 1989. Although Duke ran as a Republican, his former membership in the Ku Klux Klan and the strong opposition to his candidacy by Ronald Reagan, George Bush, and Republican National Committee Chairman Lee Atwater effectively separated him from the party. Despite the hostility of his own party and local and national news media, and despite his comparative lack of campaign funds, Duke narrowly defeated his opponent, the brother of a former Democratic governor of the state, and did so without compromising or diluting his racialist and nationalist rhetoric. Voters who supported Duke were virtual archetypes of Warren's Mars and the post-bourgeois proletariat, according to a survey conducted for the New Orleans Times-Picayune during the election. Duke's constituents live in a microcosm of white, suburban America. District 81 is characterized by middle incomes, fear of crime, and a distaste for taxes. Moreover, the voters express a smoldering sense that, at worst, government confiscates the work of its best citizens and lavishes it, to no apparent effect, on people who are ungrateful or openly hostile. Affirmative action programs, minority set-asides, racial quotas and other efforts on behalf of blacks have tilted the system against them, the voters said. When it comes to job and educational opportunities, they feel whites increasingly are ending up on the short end of the stick. In Duke, voters said they saw an opportunity to fight back. In October 1990, Duke forced the withdrawal of the Republican candidate in a senatorial campaign and received 44% of the popular vote and 60% of the white vote against Democratic incumbent Senator J. Bennett Johnston. Nor was Duke the only politician to appeal explicitly to racial issues. In 1990, both Republicans Jesse Helms and Pete Wilson used similar appeals against affirmative action in successful campaigns for the Senate in North Carolina and the governorship in California. Despite the neutralization of the post-bourgeois militancy of the 1970s under the Reagan administration and the assimilation of the new right by the soft managerial regime, the 1980s witnessed the efflorescence of an organized racial extremism that was a pathological expression of post-bourgeois consciousness. The most notable organization of this kind was the clandestine group known as the Order, which espoused a neo-Nazi ideology and allegedly engaged in armed robberies and racially motivated assassination prior to the apprehension or death of its members. Regardless of its extremist tactics, however, the Order, as its manifesto of November 25, 1984, reveals, espoused a number of themes associated with the post-bourgeois proletariat. The manifesto, entitled Declaration of War, expressed these themes in an explicit racialist ideology that combined complaints of economic, political, and cultural dispossession by an elite in alliance with an underclass and rejection of the cosmopolitan and hedonistic ethic of the regime. We have become a people dispossessed. All about us the land is dying. Our cities swarm with dusky hordes. The water is rancid and the air is rank. Our farms are being seized by usurious leeches and our people are being forced off the land. The capitalists and the communists pick gleefully at our bones while the vile hook-nosed masters of usury orchestrate our destruction. Every day the rich tighten the chains that lay heavy upon our people. How pitiful the white working class has become. Where is the brave Aryan yeoman so quick to smite the tyrant's hand? In a similar document, an open letter to the U.S. Congress, the order held the Congress and the American political elite responsible for the dispossession of the Aryan race through the alliance of the elite with a non-white underclass. You passed the civil rights laws which gave us busing in the first place. And then you refused repeatedly to specifically outlaw this monstrous crime against our children. It was your scramble for black votes and your cowardice in the face of the controlled news media which allowed our cities to become crime-infested jungles. You set up the requirements that employers had to meet racial quotas. And you passed the immigration laws which started the flood of non-white immigrants into America, a flood which is now out of control. Although racialism provided the framework for the ideology of the order, other themes, not explicitly linked to race, included environmental pollution, the decline of the farm, the economic dislocation of the farmer and worker and their exploitation by international capitalists, the betrayal of U.S. soldiers in Vietnam, the erosion of national security, rampant drugs, and the legitimization of abortion and homosexuality. While the order itself was short-lived, similar groups, some with links to the order, also flourished in the 1980s, stimulated by the recession of the early part of the decade and the farm crisis of the Midwest, which at least temporarily jeopardized the ability of the soft regime to provide material security for post-bourgeois forces. While the total number of such organizations was not large, at least 67, according to the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith in 1987, and they were isolated from the mass organizations of culture and communication, this movement seems to have initiated the development of a post-bourgeois subculture that rejected the regime and its manipulative rewards and to have established some organizational and communicational structure through reliance on computer networks, publications, and radio stations. At the end of the 1980s, violent youth groups of skinheads adopted Nazi insignia and ideology and engaged in violent attacks on blacks, homosexuals, and Jews. An estimated 2,000 to 10,000 skinheads were reported to be active in 23 states, and were recruited and organized by racialist groups. The growth of white racialist extremism in the 1980s represented the continuing fragmentation and decomposition of the soft managerial regime and of the society over which it held dominance, and it revealed the incapacity of the regime to integrate subordinate social forces, but it also represented the continuing evolution of an autonomous post-bourgeois consciousness and identity, although in a pathological form. The violence practiced by some racialist groups reflected the Class II residues of the post-bourgeois proletariat, as did the racial solidarism, rejection of hedonism, and acceptance of an ascetic ethic that recognized the duty of sacrifice and postponement of gratification that racialism expressed. While the violence, illegality, and clandestinity of the racialist movement presented obstacles to effective organization and alienated many potential adherents, the nationwide expression of racialism in the 1980s confirmed the growth of a radical post-bourgeois consciousness that identified itself in opposition to the soft managerial elite and its regime, its cosmopolitan and hedonistic ideology, and its manipulative and dispersive style of dominance. A related but not necessarily racialist or pathological manifestation of post-bourgeois radicalization appeared in the formation of vigilante, self-defense, and neighborhood watch organizations, often composed of working and lower middle-class elements, to protect local communities and neighborhoods against criminal activities. Some groups or individuals with community support used extra-legal force or the threat of force against criminals in their neighborhoods. In Detroit in November 1987, 2 residents of a lower-middle-class white neighborhood burned down a house used by drug dealers to distribute illicit drugs and were subsequently acquitted of arson charges by a Detroit jury, while a more common response consisted in an estimated 18,000 crime watch groups with 1 million members across the United States who worked within the law and in cooperation with police to control local crime. The emergence of such private or extra-legal anti-crime groups and activities may indicate the beginning of a process of displacement of Class I residues in the elite, the law enforcement, judicial, and penal apparatus of which is unable or unwilling to respond to criminal challenges with force, by elements exhibiting Class II residues and the readiness to use force and assert group solidarity that are associated with the residues of Class II. Despite the revival of racialism and the radicalization of some post-bourgeois elements by the threat of crime, however, the mainstream of the post-bourgeois proletariat remained a principal base for the Republican Party under both Reagan and Bush, and the expression of post-bourgeois themes by Bush in the 1988 presidential election played a significant role in his victory. Bush's opposition to gun control, abortion, and tax increases, and particularly his attacks on Michael Dukakis's release from a Massachusetts prison of convicted black rapist Willie Horton, and his denunciation of Dukakis's veto of a state law requiring the recital of the Pledge of Allegiance in Massachusetts public schools served to mobilize Middle American support for the Republican candidate and to attract Southern and Northern working-class white Democrats. As president, Bush also appealed to Middle American sentiments in opposing Democratic civil rights bills in 1990 and 1991, arguing that the legislation would effectually require employers to establish racial quotas that would jeopardize white middle-class jobs and promotions. Interviewed by The Washington Post about the Democratic Party and its bills, one white Chicago firefighter expressed a virtually explicit post-bourgeois identity. The Democrats, in his words, were creating a new class of the downtrodden, and that's us. The guys they are stepping on are middle-class white Americans, and we are leaving in droves to vote for the Republican Party. As Post reporters Tom Kenworthy and Thomas B. Etzel noted, the controversy over the Civil Rights Bill was not a dispute between Republicans and Democrats, but about who gets hired and who gets promoted, who gets ahead enough to send his kids to college and who gets left behind. The emergence of an explicit post-bourgeois consciousness as a new class of the downtrodden suggests that the perceived endangerment of Middle American economic security and aspirations will instigate a social and political radicalization that may find the Republican Party an unsatisfactory and inadequate vehicle of expression. Republican attraction of post-bourgeois groups was based largely on symbolic and rhetorical manipulation in an effort to stabilize such groups within the dominant political apparatus of the soft regime, and did not represent any substantive effort to alter the structure and functioning of the regime. Bush's own civil rights bill contained language virtually indistinguishable from that of the Democrats, and his exploitation of post-bourgeois forces was consistent with Republican political tactics, since Eisenhower similarly co-opted the following of Joseph McCarthy to win the presidency in 1952. Nixon and Reagan also exploited the Ma and post-bourgeois followings of George Wallace in 1968 and the New Right in 1980, but did so only for the purpose of winning election and with the effect of neutralizing post-bourgeois radicalism. Despite the electoral dependence of the Republican Party on post-bourgeois political forces, at no time has a Republican administration seriously sought to satisfy post-bourgeois aspirations and interests through substantial modification of the soft regime. With nominees like Governor Dukakis, The Wall Street Journal reported in 1989. The GOP's sophisticated media regiments can be rolled out again to blast the Democrats for their views on family values, defense, patriotism. It is an artificial way to maintain the old cohesion of the Republican coalition, says Kevin Phillips, the GOP theorist. It is totally phony, and it may not work a second time. But that doesn't mean Republicans won't try. Despite the entrenchment of the soft managerial elite and its regime as a dominant minority, then, the post-bourgeois stratum continues to exist as an internal proletariat alienated from the elite and from the organizations and ideology by which the elite holds power. And the radicalization of at least parts of the post-bourgeois proletariat in the 1980s suggests that the process of secession from the rule of the dominant minority has begun. The main lines of post-bourgeois consciousness have evolved in an increasingly clear form since its first appearance in the populist movements of the 1930s. This consciousness regards the soft managerial regime as a dominant and exploitative force that acquires and holds power through an alliance with a largely non-white underclass and uses its power for purposes contrary to the interests and values of post-bourgeois groups. These purposes, intended to enhance and perpetuate the dominance of the soft elite, are perceptible to the post-bourgeois mentality throughout the operations of the fused apparatus of the managerial state, economy, and culture. The bureaucratic elite of the managerial state challenges the social and moral codes of the post-bourgeois stratum through its manipulative social engineering and seeks to displace post-bourgeois social institutions through regulatory, therapeutic, rehabilitative, and educational techniques that reflect the hedonistic and cosmopolitan formulas of the soft elite. Such challenges are manifest in legislation and policies concerned with welfare, healthcare, the family, education, and civil rights, as well as in the reliance by the elite on rehabilitation, therapy, and the minimization of force in responding to criminal violence. In post-bourgeois perception, the managerial state and its functions benefit the bureaucratic elite as well as the underclass ally of the elite, but only at the expense of the post-bourgeois groups themselves, their interests, values, institutions, and income, which provide the fiscal base for the structures and functions of the manipulative state. Similarly, the managerial corporation and its elite, fused with the state and wedded to an economy of mass production and consumption, challenges the social and moral codes of the post-bourgeois proletariat through its manipulation of hedonistic and cosmopolitan formulas and behavior, through its creative destruction of social institutions and values, and through its bureaucratization and routinization of work, leisure, and consumption. The globalization of soft managerial capitalism through free trade, foreign investment in the United States and the export of productive facilities from the United States, the exchange of populations through mass migration, and the internationalization of technology threatens the economic dispossession of the post-bourgeois proletariat, and fear of this threat coalesces with the racial and national solidarist impulses of post-bourgeois groups to enhance their self-consciousness as an autonomous social force in opposition to the soft regime. Culturally also, the post-bourgeois proletariat perceives itself as alienated from and threatened by the dominant cosmopolitan and hedonistic patterns of behavior, thought, and taste that the managerial organizations of culture and communication disseminate. In the 1980s, as managerial globalism and cultural homogenization accelerated, the cultural alienation and psychic secession of the post-bourgeois proletariat intensified, manifested partly in enhanced racial consciousness but also in controversies over the publicly financed exhibition of artistic productions that were allegedly obscene, blasphemous, or anti-patriotic and were perceived as reflecting the tastes, values, and ideology of the managerial intellectual and verbalist elite. The financing of some of the exhibitions by the National Endowment for the Arts also pointed to the fusion of the cultural and political elites of the soft regime as well as to the polarization of managerial and post-bourgeois forces. Such controversies were continuations, though at a more explicit and radical level, of similar conflicts in the 1970s over pornography, prayer in public schools, civil rights policies, civil liberties issues, abortion, sex education, codes of dress, speech and comportment, and other issues that reflected the cultural alienation of post-bourgeois groups from the dominant cosmopolitan and hedonistic formulas of the soft elite. The alienation and dispossession of the post-bourgeois proletariat by the fused political, economic, and cultural apparatus of the soft managerial regime thus stimulated the emergence of post-bourgeois consciousness and served to radicalize its expression in the late 1980s. Regardless of the rudimentary and often pathological state of this expression, the following decade may witness the maturation of the post-bourgeois proletariat as an autonomous social and political force, conscious of its own distinct identity and of the antithesis between its interests, values, and aspirations and those of the soft regime. This post-bourgeois maturation may precipitate a far-reaching conflict between this new force and the elite of the regime, resulting in the secession of the internal proletariat from the rule of the dominant minority. The secession of the post-bourgeois proletariat and the social and political conflict that would generate the secession do not point toward the restoration of the bourgeois order or the dismantlement of the regime and its fused political, economic, and cultural apparatus, but rather toward the metamorphosis of the soft managerial regime into a hard regime. It is this metamorphosis, rather than a literal secession, that would constitute the revolution of the post-bourgeois proletariat and its emergence as a new elite displacing the old dominant minority that has become a prison house and a city of destruction. The central point of conflict between the soft elite and its emerging rival derives from the polarization of residues that the soft regime exhibits, the radically different psychic composition of the two social forces. While the soft elite reflects the manipulative style of dominance and the ideological correlates associated with the Class I residues that prevail within it, the post-bourgeois proletariat exhibits a preponderance of Class II residues and the mental and behavioral patterns correlated with them. An emerging post-bourgeois consciousness would therefore reject both the reliance of the incumbent elite on manipulation and the hedonistic and cosmopolitan formulas and disciplines by which the elite seeks to preserve its dominance through manipulation. The preponderance of Class II residues in the post-bourgeois proletariat would generate a consciousness attracted to a coercive rather than a manipulative behavioral pattern and style of dominance and would formulate ascetic and solidarist ideologies in place of the hedonistic and cosmopolitan formulas of the soft elite. The metamorphosis of the soft regime into a hard regime would involve a drastic displacement of the soft elite and its Class I residues by post-bourgeois elements in which Class II residues prevail, and it would involve also the reconstruction and reorientation of the mass organizations of the soft regime to reflect and conform to the interests and values of the new post-bourgeois elite and the coercive, solidarist, and ascetic psychic and behavioral patterns correlated with Class II residues. Whether such a metamorphosis will actually take place will be determined in large part by the continued capacity of the soft regime to manipulate and assimilate post-bourgeois challenges, particularly through the provision of economic security. But it also will be determined by the degree to which the post-bourgeois proletariat develops and matures its own consciousness as an autonomous social and political force and expresses this consciousness in the form of a hard managerial ideology that rationalizes its interests, values, and aspirations and is able to mobilize post-bourgeois groups for the purpose of displacing the incumbent elite and reconstructing the regime. The mechanisms by which the soft elite excludes, manipulates, and neutralizes challenges from Class II elements will prevent the displacement of the elite if the emerging post-bourgeois force does not evolve in a way that circumvents these mechanisms. In order for post-bourgeois consciousness to mature in ideological forms that are relatively immune to manipulative neutralization, the post-bourgeois proletariat must free itself of persistent illusions that retard and frustrate the evolution of its autonomous consciousness and identity. Historically, post-bourgeois forces have identified themselves and allied with bourgeois conservative forces in the Republican Party or in transient, third-party movements and cults. But neither the traditional conservatism espoused by the fragments of the bourgeois elite nor the more recent reformulations of neo-conservative and neo-entrepreneurial ideologies of managerial consolidation under Reagan and Bush will provide adequate expression for post-bourgeois values, interests, and aspirations. Nor will the evangelical Christianity of the New Right or the conspiratorial demonology of the far right. The Republican mobilization of post-bourgeois groups in fact represents a deformation of post-bourgeois consciousness, and their identification with conservatism of any kind can yield only a pseudomorphosis of the post-bourgeois proletariat that conscripts it into the service of the soft regime, prevents it from presenting a radical challenge to the regime, and paralyzes its development as an autonomous and unified social and political force. Only if post-bourgeois consciousness expresses itself in ideological vehicles that reject both the soft managerial formulas of hedonism and cosmopolitanism as well as the remnants of bourgeois conservatism can it avoid assimilation by the soft regime, present an effective challenge to the incumbent elite, and aspire to the reconstruction and metamorphosis of the regime under its own leadership. Although post-bourgeois consciousness conforms in some respects to the values espoused by traditional bourgeois conservatism and in its embryonic form has allied with bourgeois conservative forces, its full maturation as an autonomous social and political identity would be incompatible with both the forms and the political objectives of bourgeois conservatism. The central ideological formula of bourgeois conservatism, reflecting the interests and values of the compact, personally and locally based bourgeois elite, was a version of classical liberalism that insisted on a laissez-faire economy, a decentralized, informal, localistic, and private social order, constitutionalist and neutral state, and the personally owned and operated entrepreneurial firm as an economic, social, and cultural base of the elite. The post-bourgeois proletariat is a social formation that is opposed or indifferent to these bourgeois economic and political institutions by virtue of its material interests. Although post-bourgeois groups are middle class in that their income level is intermediate between the extremes of wealth and poverty, their economic position is largely dependent on the mass organizations of managerial capitalism and the managerial state. They are employed as blue-collar or semi-skilled labor by the mass corporations, organized by the mass labor unions, and protected by the paternalistic regulatory policies of the mass state. These policies, including the provision of social security, unemployment compensation, workers' rights, job benefits, and legal protection of labor organizations, are in contradiction to the economic and political institutions of the bourgeois order and to the values and ideas of bourgeois conservative ideology. Moreover, for the most part, post-bourgeois elements do not own or operate their own business firms and have no expectations of doing so, and those elements that do are likely to exhibit not the values and aspirations of economic growth and expansion, but rather an ethic of economic subsistence. Hence, the post-bourgeois proletariat displays little attachment to hard property capable of generating wealth, to the entrepreneurial firm or the market economy of entrepreneurial capitalism, or to the classical liberal ideology that offered formulas of rationalization for these institutions of the bourgeois order. Nor does the post-bourgeois proletariat exhibit significant attachment to the night watchman or constitutionally limited, decentralized, neutralist, minimal state of the bourgeois order, or to the rule of law, formulas that rationalized it. Both post-bourgeois needs for economic security as well as post-bourgeois attraction to coercive mental and behavioral patterns and to ideological formulas of racial, national, and cultural solidarism point toward a political organization that is colossal, centralized, and active in the protection and enforcement of post-bourgeois economic interests and cultural aspirations. While post-bourgeois forces do not reject colossalism and mass organization in the state, economy, or culture, they do reject the manipulative techniques by which such organizations function in the soft regime. The ideological configurations of the regime provide rationalizations for the manipulative style and techniques by which it functions. Hedonism and cosmopolitanism are ideological formulas peculiar to the soft regime that allow the elite to rationalize its manipulation of social institutions and values through an economy of mass consumption and material gratification, a bureaucratic state that undertakes social engineering and reconstruction, and a cultural apparatus that designs and legitimizes social manipulation. Scientism and utopian or meliorist formulas also are managerial ideologies that both the soft and hard managerial regimes exhibit, though in different forms. The ideas that human society can be significantly ameliorated or perfected and that this amelioration is possible through the application of scientific managerial skills to human beings and social institutions and processes are essential to the legitimization of mass organizations and the managerial elites that control and direct them. While in the soft regime, melioristic formulas depict amelioration in the hedonistic, eudaimonian, and cosmopolitan terms appropriate to an economy of mass consumption and liberation from a repressive, social and historical environment to be manipulated and reconstructed through managerial skills. In the hard regime, amelioration is depicted as consisting in the perfection of societal solidarity, the exclusion, defeat, or destruction of alien or disruptive forces that threaten, exploit, or retard the identity of the nation, race, class, or culture that is the core of social solidarity, and in a Spartan, catonistic, or primitivistic utopia that sacrifices immediate gratification of the individual for the interests of the collectivity. Similarly, scientistic ideology in the soft regime tends to emphasize the amelioration of the social and historical environment through the manipulative application of scientific and managerial skills, while in the hard regime, scientism tends to emphasize the application of science to the instruments of coercion in military organization and technology and to the disciplining of the mass population and society for war and conflict. Amelioration in the hard regime consists in the invincibility that such applications are intended to yield. Post-bourgeois rejection of manipulation thus involves not only the rejection of the hedonistic and cosmopolitan formulas of the soft elite, but also the reformulation of the meliorist and scientistic formulas of the soft regime in terms compatible with the hard regime toward which post-bourgeois forces point. Post-bourgeois ideology must express a solidarism that postulates a collective identity, synthesizing the elements of class, race, nation, and culture as the concrete basis of loyalty and value, and rejecting the cosmopolitanism of the soft regime and its dispersive globalist and egalitarian derivatives. Similarly, post-bourgeois ideology must also express a formula and ethic of asceticism that rationalizes deferral of gratification, acceptance of sacrifice for the solidarist identity, and rejection of hedonistic indulgence. Post-bourgeois ideology also would postulate reliance on coercion rather than manipulation as a means of responding to challenges and resolving problems, and it would rationalize consolidation of social solidarity rather than the acceleration and manipulation of social change. Its emergence as a new elite would probably be attended by violence and physical conflict. The ideological affirmation of the use of coercion, group solidarity, and the prevalence of concrete collective interests and values over the interests and values of individuality and the abstract identities of cosmopolitan ideology would tend to immunize post-bourgeois forces against manipulative assimilation by the soft elite and to distinguish post-bourgeois identity as an autonomous force directed at the metamorphosis of the soft regime rather than participation in it and absorption by it. The maturation of post-bourgeois consciousness in ideological form will not by itself precipitate the metamorphosis of the regime, but the continuing decomposition of subordinate society under the soft regime, the inability of the regime to resolve this decomposition and unify subordinate social fragments except through continuous manipulation, and the accumulating vulnerabilities of the regime that derive from its inherent structure and composition suggest that the soft regime itself may soon encounter crises and challenges that will initiate its disintegration. Not only the prospect of catastrophic economic dysfunctions that would discredit the hedonistic ethic and economic policies of the regime and detach the allegiance of social fragments from it, but also the escalation of internal violence on the part of fragments in which Class II residues are predominant, are challenges to which the soft regime would be unable to respond effectively and would enhance the probability of a metamorphosis into a hard regime. Given the revolution of mass and scale and the explosion of human numbers and social interactions in the last 100 years, mass organizations and the managerial elites that control and direct them appear to be irreversible, the only available forms of social, political, and economic organization capable of accommodating the physical and social needs of mass populations in the modern world. In the absence of natural or human catastrophes that would drastically reduce human numbers and impair the transmission of scientific, technological, and managerial skills, and in lieu of technological developments that would render mass organizations and managerial skills obsolete, there appears to be no prospect for the elimination of mass structures and the elites that direct them and gain power from them. But the forms of managerial society and power remain variable, and the failure of one form to resolve the challenges it encounters may precipitate its transformation into another form, just as the bourgeois order metamorphosized when it failed to meet the challenges of the revolution of mass and scale. The bourgeois order that preceded the emergence of managerialism was an abortive civilization, and the bourgeois elite, confined within compact and parochial institutions and an individualizing and particularizing ideology, was able neither to envision nor organize a collective endeavor that would transcend the boundaries of its own political and economic structures and worldview, and the bourgeoisie were unable to adapt or respond successfully to the titanic challenges that the revolution of mass and scale presented. Yet the soft managerial regime that displaced the bourgeois order in the Western world is also a failure, and the managerial civilization that the soft regime seemed to promise has proved as abortive as that of the bourgeois order. The soft elite of the regime is unable to respond effectively to the challenges and vulnerabilities that its own structure and composition generate or to overcome its own self-destructive and disintegrative tendencies. Elites, wrote Vilfredo Pareto, usually end up committing suicide, and Toynbee observed that civilizations more often die by suicide than by murder. In a similar vein, Lenin observed that no government ever falls unless it is first dropped. Should the soft regime continue to encounter challenges to which its internal structure and composition do not allow adequate responses and resolutions, and should such crises occur in conjunction with the maturation of the post-bourgeois proletariat as a self-conscious and autonomous social and political force determined to displace the soft elite as a dominant minority, then the self-destructive tendencies of the Leviathan the soft regime has created may cause it, through its metamorphosis, to drop its own power into the hands of the enemies it also has created. The metamorphosis of the managerial regime may therefore represent the future of modern society and, despite the peculiar vulnerabilities that a hard managerial regime would exhibit, it may offer an opportunity for a more enduring and effective mobilization of mass loyalties and energies in a new managerial civilization than has been possible under the liberal and humanist formulas of its stillborn predecessors.